Good morning. Welcome. Please take your seats. And this special message is for the streaming population. We are about to start. More people are following us now. So we will be starting just now. Thank you. This is for the streaming viewers.
Generalmente es prensa, ¿no?
We are all here. Welcome, and then we can start. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most urbanized developing region in the world. Rapid urban growth has driven the formation of new households with diversified demographic composition. In a region characterized by deep social and economic inequality, the housing deficit is a problem that hinders the development of countries and their societies. How can we ensure that housing is not only accessible but also suitable for an increasingly diverse population? The third Regional Housing Forum 2024 will address the critical challenges of the housing deficit in Latin America and the Caribbean, focusing on sustainable solutions for vulnerable populations. Join us and help build a future of adequate and affordable housing for all. Welcome to the third Regional Housing Forum 2024, Disruptive Innovation for Sustainable Housing for Vulnerable Population in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to welcome you. I am Luis Simon, Specialist of Communications of the Inter-American Development Bank, and I have come from Washington to be with you. Washington was precisely the place where this forum started 2 years ago. We never thought that it was going to grow so much, but we have had the opportunity to hold a second forum in Ecuador with the presence of the president of Ecuador. It was a great success. The president was Guillermo Lasso then, and now we are in Mexico City, where we can proudly say that we have the presence of ministers and vice ministers of 12 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, who, in addition to be key stakeholders of the whole ecosystem, they are here. Welcome. This is a hybrid event. Some of the panelists will be in person, some others online. And in addition to our audience, we have a huge audience following us through that camera. So for the viewers, YouTube channel viewers, we expect to have more than 10,000 interactions, and we have a lot of people who have registered. So thank you so much for being present in this third Regional Housing Forum 2024. Well, we have a very rich agenda. By the way, let me tell you, as you can see, there are people who are standing. Let me tell you that if you get tired, We have another room for you next to this auditorium where you can have a seat and see you through the screens. And please use the hashtag Foro de Vivienda 2024 in order to share the most important moments of this wonderful forum that is about to start. The agenda is the state of the art. Yes, we are in the vanguard. This is the word that we are going to use today. It is a very rich agenda. We are going to start with opening remarks, then welcome remarks both by authorities from Mexico as well as IDB authorities. And after that, we will continue with the presentations, national and international presentations, more than 6 panels, and conversations, very interesting conversations, dialogues, and of course, we are going to have many opportunities for networking because here we have people not only from Latin America but also from the United States, Europe. This is a global audience, so let us take advantage during the coffee breaks for networking, and the agenda will end with a visit to the Housing Museum. I will give you the instructions later. And finally, we are going to have a cocktail party on the green roof, the largest green roof in Latin America. I have not yet seen that place, but that will be the best moment of the day, the cocktail at the end of the meeting. We will meet in the roof. I'll wait for you at the green roof. Also, I would like to tell you that this event has been possible as thank you for the work of 2 Mexican institutions, the Ministry of Agrarian, Territorial and Urban Development, SEDATU, and the other sponsor was INFONAVIT, where we are now, which is the National Housing Fund for Workers Institute. A round of applause for INFONAVIT and SEDATU, all of us working together with the support of the IDB to hold this meeting. Well, I see that you are very enthusiastic. We all are ready to absorb a lot of information. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor now. I would like to invite Roman Guillermo Meyer Falcon, Secretary of Agrarian, Territorial and Urban Development, SEDATU. Secretary, you have the floor now. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you. I would like to thank Carlos Martinez, Director of the INFONAVIT, Tomás, Manager of the IDB of the region, and all the IDB team here with us, ministers, vice ministers, audience. Thank you so much. I have seen that this is a very relevant forum regarding the moment that we are living now in Latin America, the challenges that we are facing jointly in Latin America, and I would like to briefly approach a topic that we have already recapped in the past, but I would like to stress it now, which have been the basis of the national housing policy in our administration that is about to finish. We are going to finish this administration in 2 months. When we arrived in the government, we had clarity of what we wanted to do. I created a working team 2 years before we won the elections in 2017, and since then we started to make a territorial profound analysis of which were the serious problems regarding urban development and housing. And it was then that we in advance created a technical team at the ministry, the INFONAVIT, as well as other institutions where the core policy was taking care of the housing deficit. And I would like to be very clear with what I mean by taking care of the housing deficit. In general terms, you have 2 large pressures in terms of housing. I mean, if you are the leader, the first one is to take care of the demand for new housing, and the second is to take care of the existing housing deficit. In the past, We had taken care of new housing with a model that today unfortunately has left 650,000 households abandoned. Therefore, is the model that was like speculative bubble, a mass construction of housing outside the cities at 3 or 4 hours of the working centers, and this generated a mass abandonment of that households. And therefore, we decided to ask ourselves, what do we have to do in order to avoid replicating this? And we also had to take care of something that was unattended, that was the national deficit. And this is the way in which we decide to go to a self-production of housing model. That is to say, the best way to take care of that backwardness. Today, 4 million Mexicans are no longer facing housing backwardness, was to center our efforts, not only INFONAVIT, but also the National Housing Commission and Hipotecaria Federal, as well as FOBISTE, to have a comprehensive approach. That is to say, to make the decisions by giving us subsidies and credits, but not only that, rather, but that the workers, the population, the most needed population, could themselves take care of their housing. That is to say that they could build like a second room or a third room for a member of their family, that they could include basic services inside their houses, that they could improve things like the rooms, the kitchens, safety and security issues. These are very basic topics, but this is the common denominator as an issue in most of the urban areas of Mexico and Latin America. And we decided to do that, where all the institutions supported people in order to reduce the housing deficit. Nonetheless, we continue producing new housing, social housing, low-cost housing, and the next president, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum, has said that she will continue doing so, but she will have a new approach regarding new housing, interurban housing, either for rent or for sale. And it is there where all the institutions, in this case the INFONAVIT and the ministry, are generating the program, the public policies to continue taking care of these two great needs: interurban housing in an adequate location, affordable, and on the other hand, also to take care of the housing deficit. And this reflects a few suggestions that have been made by the IDB a couple of years ago, which were, first, to concentrate our efforts in some regions of the country. I will later explain this, to give services to those that are not entitled to this, that is to say, to give easier credits, more affordable credits. Carlos will be explaining how today INFONAVIT has the lowest credit or loan rates in the country, and how this flexibility that we are offering now has been able to support millions of Mexicans. And it is not only in this case that we are seen as a financial institution, but the INFONAVIT is also an institution that guarantees an accessibility right to the workers for households. But it is not only a financial mechanism, it goes one step beyond, and it has set new rules of the game in order to grant loans. That is to say, we cannot grant a loan if there is not a nearby school or main streets and roads or health centers at 1.5 kilometers from that. We need to find a rationale for urban planning. It is not only building households for the sake of doing that, because we had unfortunate past results. So it is building households, but with planning, with an urban planning, understanding why and where this type of housing is required. So briefly, these are the bases that set the national housing policy in the last 6 years. first take care of the housing deficit, and second, now the Institute, through new law amendments, will be able to build that interurban households. Thank you so much. I wish you a great success in this third Housing Forum 2024, and it will be a wonderful day. These 2 wonderful days, a very good exchange of knowledge and experiences. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you, Roman, and I would like to introduce somebody that I would like to confess that I admire. He came because of his executive capacity and leadership within the IDB. I would like to give the floor to Tomás Bermúdez, General Manager of the Department for Central America, Haiti, Mexico, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. You have the floor now. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining this morning. Thank you, Secretary Major, for joining us this morning. Carlos Martinez, Director General of the INFONAVIT, thank you so much for being present, as well as my colleagues of the IDB, and all of you who have come from different countries who have traveled to be present at this Regional Housing Forum. It is a pleasure for me, on behalf of the IDB, to welcome you and make these opening remarks. Sedatu and INFONAVIT, thank you so much for hosting the event today. And as you have said, this is a very important space for a dialogue and generate opportunities of innovation for vulnerable populations in low-cost housing throughout our countries. The housing sector is core. 53% of the population in our region lives in a city, and this is a growing trend. We are the most urban region in the world. And these urban characteristics also show some characteristics that make it have more challenges. We have informal settlements, problems with the financings of the land segments of the population that depend on the informal economy, and a high inequality, economic inequality that was exacerbated as a result of the pandemic that we lived a few years ago, and that the region has not yet fully recovered. The main factors that limit the attention of around 45% of the households that have a housing deficit are several. There are many reasons: demographic changes, composition of the homes, the regulatory framework making it difficult to plan, the lack of public policies that promote resilient and all-inclusive housing, and the slow economic recovery of the region after the pandemic. In terms of governance as well, it is necessary that we see how to strengthen the institutional capabilities and the structure of the regulatory entities and ministries for urban development and housing in the states, in the local governments, so as to have more technical experience and the necessary infrastructure and financial autonomy that will allow us to have a more efficient tax performance. There is another challenge which is important in terms of information management, and this is only a specific case, the operation of public support and subsidies in almost all the region. This is done manually today. Nonetheless, there are systems which are automatic systems with different modules placed in different platforms, and this makes it to make the statistical analysis, information, and consolidated results to be much more a challenge, and therefore it will be harder for us to make informed good decisions in terms of public policies with relevant data. Another challenge that we are facing, we are highly vulnerable to climate change in our region. This is one of the most affected regions by the impact of the climate change. This is a rainy season, and we always see the impact on storms, hurricanes, mainly in Mexico, but also we see a lot of floods in Central America. We are seeing a region where a lot of the heads of the households are women, and this is another challenge of the way in which they can have access to housing in some of the different territories. Within this context, the idea of this forum is to promote innovation in sustainable solutions for vulnerable populations, and we are going to see very interesting topics and success stories like data collection of housing in order to solve the deficit with sustainable solutions, as well as other solutions derived from the study of value chains or the territory for different populations, inclusive land, new tools, new financial tools in order to facilitate the acquisition and renewal of housing for vulnerable groups, as well as drivers for affordable, accessible, and resilient housing with a gender equity and diversity approach. At the IDB, we are working in this. We have been working in this sector for many years now. We do that through the banking, what we call public policy generation, and we have made the necessary structural changes to improve this sector. We also do this through financing of the private sector as Bid Invest, and through Bid Invest and other tools, we're giving financing to developers, operations in equity markets with housing bonds that would also generate new spaces in this space and financial innovation through our this type of innovation. So without any further ado, I would like to thank you for being present in this housing forum. It will be very valuable for all the participants. There will be a very good exchange of experiences with relevant knowledge, good practices for your countries and for your companies. So thank you so much again. Thank you for being with us, and I hope that we
Thank you very much, Thomas. And well, the IDB is formed by the Inter-American Development Bank, BID Invest, that works with the private sector. So in order for you to know what we are doing through this very strong arm, BID Invest, IDB Invest, we invite Rodrigo Naves. He is the director responsible of manufacturing at BID Invest. Good morning, Secretary Mayor Juan Carlos. Thank you very much for opening your house, and here you have set a very high bar, and therefore we have to also see what we are going to do in terms of the future event. Well, distinguished minister, developers, and especially all of our clients who are present here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, the slogan of live better. Okay, for the last 30 years, I have been in the banking industry, and well, I have seen that there is better quality in order to allow people to have all this. And actually, this is green. This is why, in order to provide housing, is really on the top of mind concepts, both for private sectors and public sectors. Indeed, we have to eliminate the shortage, both qualitative and quantitative, because we, all the countries of the region, have been affected. In the brochure you have been given, you can really see very important information in this regard, and this is why we are here to fight against this. And this is a very complex problem, and this is why we need to have this type of dialogues. We have public-private dialogues, so we all have to really go into these matters, to delve into them, because the situation is not easy. You who are housing constructors, builders, well, of course, have tough times. You do not have enough suppliers, and we do not only have to end with this shortage. Actually, this has to be done sustainable. The climate change is really one of the most important problems we have, and actually we need to use eco technologies that will allow us to create a positive impact in the emission of greenhouse gases. This is of the utmost importance. So, without any further ado, I invite you to have a discussion, a dialogue, to see new opportunities so that we together will make of this a reality. Thank you very much and enjoy the meeting. Well, thank you very much, Rodrigo. And now we're ready to listen to the welcome address. I will give the floor to Carlos Martinez Velázquez. He's the Director General of this INFONAVIT in Mexico, the housing entity for workers in Mexico. Well, I cordially greet you, ladies and gentlemen, and also the countries who are here in Mexico, to welcome to Mexico, to Infonavit, and some of us have met at some other places. We have discussed these housing matters, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you at this Housing Regional Third Forum. This is really the best space in order to discuss financing, housing, basic services. We're going to speak also about gentrification, all the squatters who lived in all these places. And of course, housing is one of the most relevant issues at this time. For instance, we see what happens in England, and the Labour Party has made a very important proposal because the new government wants to provide new housing, and also with President Biden, this is a policy that has gone from controlling the leasing prices, and we have also seen this with our virtual elected president, Dr. Sheinbaum, in order to really build about 1 million more houses, and they will not exceed 30% of the income of the people who will live there. So these are similar situations, globally speaking, and this tells us about something which is essential. We have, or I will put it this way, for several years we have thought that the market by itself could solve these housing problems, and that the market actually, correct, will give financing to the people. But along the years, all the people in large cities have important housing problems, either because there is a lack of it, or if there is housing, well, there is not enough money to buy it. So you have important examples, and this was discussed yesterday. For instance, in some places in the States, there are people who are shelterless, and in the Mexican situation, we have not had this type of a situation. However, it has been acknowledged, as Secretary Mayor said, there is an important shortage because of this administration. I would sum it up as follows. Well, we have tried to really face the qualitative challenge. We have made progress, and this is the administration, a result of this administration, and enough houses have been built in order to prevent the qualitative shortage to move forward. So, what was done in this administration was enough to provide people with houses, and actually there was stability. Of course, this is smaller shortage, and if we view it in the full context, there is a shortage. So, what is the role of the state? What is the role of the builders? This is the objective, and as I have said, governments in the United States, the United Kingdom, and here in Mexico, well, we have really stated that there should be more housing, more affordable, and really all the financiers, the banks, you name it, will must help in this endeavor. So we are really trying to have good housing for the people, and this type of fora will help us to discuss the financial part and the role that will have the private and the public sectors. Here in Mexico, we have made great improvements because we have really made use of sustainability because we have unified housing and all the satisfactors this housing must have, and all of them are evaluated with the urban criteria, full services, both in terms of markets, the thoroughfares, and recreational parks that should be placed in a range of 2 kilometers, and this will really help to reduce the coal print because they will not have to drive great distances. So we're planning on creating large urban centers that will allow the people to have a life in 30 minutes by walking. And we have also looked for the very first time in a long period of time, to give people this access to social security. Well, I have discussed this with very many of my colleagues. We were in Paraguay, but I have also discussed this with some other colleagues of the region. Yeah, very many people would like to have an INFONAVIT, and because this makes it that the private sector will really contribute with the 5% of the national payroll in order to give loans for housing and later to invest on leasing and construction. This is very awkward, and usually we have to resort to public guarantees or financing. Here in Mexico, and making use of Infonavit during this administration, resources were better distributed. So public resources went to people who did not have the social security service, and therefore we had a great success in public housing, and therefore we had really removed about 2 million people who do not live in poverty situations, and this has been done using Infonavit in order to construct houses. So, well, in order for you to have a clear idea, it has been proposed that Infonavit will really invest 1% of GDP for the next 6 years, and this will be available housing for the workers in addition to what the private sector can do. Well, these are the challenges. Regional challenge, we'll have different solutions and tools to take care of them, but we'll have the same mission, the same vision, and this is that Latin American families will have access to better housing in better conditions so as to be sustainable and to have sustainable financing. They will be able to pay for it, and then cities will be better planned, and that we will have a better orderly cities where people will live. So thank you very much. To be welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Carlos. And now we're going to make our first virtual trip. We'll go to Washington, D.C., in order to speak to one of the main characters and key actors of the Green Agenda of the IDB. And I have the pleasure of speaking of him as my good friend Juan Pablo Vanillo, which is the director of the sector of sustainable change in at the IDB. You have the floor. Well, you're muted. We cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you, Juan Pablo. And now, okay, great. Great, okay, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much for your very kind words, Willis. And first and foremost, I regret not to be with you in person. I would like to cordially express my salutation to Carlos Martinez and Salamed because we had the opportunity of sharing recently the visit they paid to Washington. Well, congratulations for what Mexico has achieved in recent years. Dwelling a house policy has been created for the long term, and this is vital. Especially, I would like to thank all the authorities, ministers, former ministers, majors, and representatives of the social and private sector, and all my colleagues and friends of the IDB, Tomás, Tatiana, Paloma, Claudia, Rodrigo, because there are very many lessons we have learned as a group, and this is part of what we want to convey to the work performed by the countries between the efforts made in the private and public sectors. Well, regarding what Tomas and Rodrigo said, I wanted to share now directly that the IDB Group approved in the recent assembly of the bank its institutional strategy for year 2030, and it is based upon three pillars: how to reduce inequality and poverty, how to improve productivity, and how to face the challenges of climate change and sustainability. And as it has been said by the Secretary and Carlos, the housing sector really exemplifies the work coordinated between this access. Almost 46% of the Latin American population do not have really a very good place or dwelling where they can live on in order to reduce poverty and give access to more vulnerable population. And so, as Thomas has said, we have worked as the IDB and we have analyzed the value chains. And I would like to highlight the work made by Tatiana and Paloma Silva because it's not easy. Indeed, I think that the example we have had at the bank, because we have created trust between the public and the private sectors, and our BiLab research lab implies that we have to understand the private sector, the public sector, and see how we can work together. This analysis of the value chain that go from buying the land, the trading, the materials, are really teaching us to see this with a complete, encompassing approach, improve efficiencies, and have the best productivity, promoting not only economic profitability but also social and environmental profitability of the housing sector. We have analyzed this in several countries, and hopefully in the next years we will do this in all the countries of the region. But these joint value chains as the IDB are giving us very many important learnings from you, the people from the private sector, in order to really strengthen the sector. So poverty and inequality, competitiveness and inequality, and sustainability and climate change. Well, as I said before, this is one of the main challenge of all the group, and this is a very good example, not only to work in terms of resiliency, speaking from an environmental and social perspectives, not only to reduce greenhouse gases, but also we have to work on adaptation, on resiliency, because our region has really been hit by a very high impact, as Thomas said. And you will see in this meeting, well, the bank is promoting six packages of reform. They have to do with governance, financial instruments, equity, intelligence, technology use, in order to be able to support the sector. And it will be our input, and I would like to say this humbly because this is our contribution, but we want to learn from you. And actually, we want to do networking. Each country has its own situation, its own differences, and actually, what I would like to urge you to do is to invite you to discuss all this in order to see at the IDB how we can support you and how can we make this a continuous effort in order to have state policies, because this will allow us to have an economic recovery. We will be able to reduce poverty and we will be able to face climate change and be sustainable. Thank you very much and have a great meeting in Mexico City. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. Well, a big hug from here. And in order to share experiences, well, now we'll listen to our first paper, and I will invite Roman Mayor Falcon. He's the Secretary of Agrarian Development, Territorial Agrarian Development.
Thank you so much. I have around 15 minutes, so I'll try to summarize what it is that we have done, with which guidelines and which and vision we have had at the Ministry Planning, Housing, Policies, Urban and Regional Development. How does this work? Let me check. There it is. Thank you. Well, general data that perhaps many of you already know in the case of Mexico, but also in the case of Latin America, we are sharing very important data. 25% of the municipalities have a planning instrument which is in force. It is important to take this into consideration. Access to basic utilities, 4 times more expensive, sewer, water, pavement, roads in an unplanned versus a planned development. The cost of urbanizing in terms of the environmental cost, how much we're consuming of land a year. That's a very important topic to the metropolitan area of Morelia, for example, and the lack of access to housing. 1 out of every 5 Mexicans lives in an irregular settlement. So challenges are huge, as you can see, and this is what the next administration will have to work hard on in order to lower these indicators. Some cases of what we have seen and that have been occurring in very specific sites, for example, Cauquel, Mérida. This is just an example, but an example which is replicated many times on many occasions, mainly at the Yucatan Peninsula, but this is not the only case. This exponential growth, which is practically, as you can see, 8 times higher in 20 years, which is the problem generated by this type of public policies or urban development growth? Well, many challenges. Now, what have we been doing? We have tried to tackle the root of the problem. That is to say, we want planning, regional planning, territorial planning, to be used as one of the main tools in the hands of the Mexican state that we all have, either the private sector or the public sector or society as a whole. We have as the main tool planning. Why is planning so important? Well, because it is these instruments that define land uses and the construction licenses, where we can urbanize and where we cannot urbanize, which are the forests, the lakes, the water recharge points, where there has to be no human activity, or if there is human activity, there has to be regulated, and how can we urbanize in an efficient way? How can we build our cities? I would like to thank Carlos Martinez, the director of INFONAVIT, because he promoted 300 different urban development instruments or uh, land use zoning together with the environmental sector. Today we have covered around 43% of the national surface with regional, state, metropolitan, municipal, and in some cases partial programs. I mean, we go all the way from regional planning to specific planning where you have to define land uses, construction permits, densities. And this is something that we promoted, and this has been a legacy of this administration, and we will continue with that planning. In addition to planning, in addition to this, in its publications, we have been able to reduce 60% of the growth trend in those municipalities. We also made 1,437 infrastructure service mobility programs. One third of this land has been considered to be environmental conservation land, and we also have some reserves for these instruments. So when we're talking about housing, we need to see a reflection on that land in this instrument. The conservation area is very important. If not, going back and try to find a land, but we need to have land with the adequate technical capabilities, with the legal um, infrastructure, because if not, it would lead to administrative problems. Making land use modifications, changing the rules and regulations takes months or even years. So you have to foresee in advance where you can build housing and how. And this allows the investors to have clarity on which are the points or the windows of investment in the short and mid-term, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years. Some of the procedures in this case, almost 3,000 tables, 20,000 participants, close relationship with the different government entities in the municipalities in the states, with a cooperation of more than 600 technicians that we had in each of these planning processes. So what we want here is that the urban development tools are protected. That is to say, they go through a public consultation process. There is specific time for the public consultation. Observations are made before the implementation of the tool. This is a public exercise with people from the different chambers of architects, engineers, general public, people from the municipality. They participate to create a draft. The draft goes to public consultation. It is then audited. It reaches public consensus. And then finally, we are able to create all these instruments. An example of what we have done in regional development. Many of you already know that part of what has been the regional development strategy in the country of the current administration lies in infrastructure. And it is that infrastructure, the most outstanding part of this infrastructure is the Tren Maya corridor. And this is the train that crosses more than 1,500 kilometers of tracks and roads and ways of communication in the region. Now, the train itself is not the end goal. Why did the president made a proposal of a train in the peninsula? This is a alternate regional development model where we can preserve the ecosystems, knowing that the greatest accumulation of landmarks, Mayan landmarks are here, monuments, archaeological monuments. We have great benefits for tourism, and where we didn't have a connection for those tourists that visit the place and that are concentrating themselves in the north of Cancun could really travel inside the peninsula. That is to say that they could visit all the natural beauties to be offered by this region, both in terms of culture and environment. This policy of creating a train that interconnects the whole region with a preservation and development rationale, social development rationale, is an alternative to the high indexes of environmental degradation that we have seen in the peninsula. We are saying that the train accounts for less than 1% of what has been degraded because of agricultural development or urban growth in the peninsula. And if this development model gives us an alternative and eliminate the deforestation that results in the deforestation due to agriculture. And this is not the best land to grow corn. I mean, there are other vocations, so we can give it a cultural and environmental preservation vocation to the region. And this is what planning means. I mean, each and every one of the train stations, each and every one of the municipalities where we are developing these tracks have to update their municipal development plans and their urban development plans in order to limit the growth. And in the end, the trend of growth in the peninsula, mainly Yucatan and Quintana Roo, Campeche is less and Chiapas is less, but the growth rates in Yucatan and Quintana Roo are considerably high. We go from we had a growth from 20 to 40% in from 2010 to 2020, but we have been able to control that, and this will imply much less hectares of deforestation. So we need to have an approach of regional development that looks for the preservation of the environment through a tourist development model. And therefore, with this, we will able to reduce the logging for that people do, the deforestation that is implied in agricultural development. These are all the stations that we have here. We all have housing actions, and we also have an approach for open spaces as well as for public facilities. We regularize the land, but not only that, we give those communities the necessary open spaces as well as public facilities. These are the core elements. Another region where we find another policy which leads to an industrial corridor or an international alternative where merchandise or goods can enter through this site for a reconversion process, technological reconversion process, going to the other side of the world is at the Tehuantepec Isthmus corridor. This is another possibility to the Panama Canal, but with an added value, that in this corridor, it is almost 300 kilometers. We have the possibility of technological conversion of raw materials so that we may have a much more competitive side with other economies, international economies. This is a corridor that already has had a lot of works performed. We are seeing a process of planning where one of the trends and what we are trying to do is for the industries to grow, the industrial sector, the workers that will need housing, of course, they will need, as well public facilities like hospitals or schools and many others. This is a 10, 20, 30-year planning, but right now we have to set the basis in this industrial corridor, the technical basis on how to develop that territory. This is a territory that has a low growth trend, but now that we put on the table this industrial corridor, through these instruments, we may also try to control the growth and to have an orderly growth of the region. 125 public facilities works and growth in housing as well. We are investing before it grows, or before the economic development grows in the region. Another example, the new international airport, Felipe Angeles, the same applies here. Actions for improvement, upgrading, open spaces, housing, but also planning policies, a growth trend of 15% with a growth trend, historic growth trend of 16%, and be able therefore to reduce through the instruments that we have presented it to 10%. This also means that we have been able to preserve 1,500 hectares at the metropolitan area. All these are part of the examples of things that we are doing in the federal government where the investment has to go hand in hand with urban planning, with the territorial planning. Now, and everything is related. I mean, the task of the SEDATO, my ministry, is the zoning of the land use of the territory, and a way to do that is through housing policies. Now, what we saw? Well, we found the reflection of the Mexican map, and there we find where the housing elements are lagging. That is to say, there are two ways of measuring housing. First, demands for new housing, and second, housing deficit. Well, we need to improve the conditions of pre-existing housing. These are two different ways of approaching housing problems nationally. Now, how are they made up? Well, the needs and characteristics are as follows. Improvement and extension, that is to say, 80% of the households required to be uh, uh, added dwellings or extension or more. That is to say, nationally, we are consolidated. We're not growing as fast as in the 80s. We're not having the same demographic rate, the same growth rate. We don't have so many children. Okay? So we need to consolidate and improve the urban settlements. These existing places, and there we have to apply consolidation and improvement policies. An example of what we saw, the subsidies in the beginning. In the beginning, it was loans of the INFONAVIT. Most of them, as you will be able to see in the red line, you see the states where most of the loans are still granted in the INFONAVIT. Nuevo León, Aguascalientes, Mexico City, quiet law, but we are talking about the north of the country mainly. But where do we find the needs? The housing needs, the housing deficit in the country, in the south. It's in the south that there is a deficit, and it is there where we needed to change the public policy. If your housing deficit, that is to say, to make larger and better houses, and these are all the requirements are in the south, and you need to derive public policies that allow you to do that in the south of the country. So through the National Housing Commission, as well as through the self-production policy, we started to approach the regions of the country where there is the highest housing deficit. We are talking about the central part like Chiapas, Veracruz, Oaxaca, Campeche, Tabasco. It is in those states where we find the highest needs. It is there where we have been working, understanding first geographically the location of the problem. So you will be able to see how we have been working in terms of self-production with the INFONAVIT policies, the National Housing Commission, the FOBISTE, how we have been working with a self-production policy, which is the general umbrella. And we have been approaching other regions in the country, as I was saying, with self-production. Actions for the population that does not have a credit capacity to ask for a loan to the INFONAVIT. Why? Because there is a trend of an informal labor market in the south and central part of the country compared to the north. So that's why formal workers and formal laws are in the north, next to the border with the United States. But the most informal part is precisely at the center and south of the country. Some examples of some of the works that have been done through the National Housing Commission, through the CONAVI, very important data. How many million a day this information was obtained? In 2022, 2.9 million people have left behind their housing deficit. 1.9 million people could meet their open spaces and housing quality needs, and 1.4 million access to basic services. So this is how we have been approaching housing deficit. 60% of the subsidies have been granted to women, and that's a very important piece of information. Heads of the family, uh, they have been a very, very important element in the actions of the federal government, where the support is granted directly to women heads of families. And in general terms, women are much better managers of funds or resources. We all know that women are much better managers, and we have had excellent results here. Why? Because most of the resources are managed by women in these cases when we talk about a sub-production policy. Now we have also spoken about the general planning framework. We have covered the housing part, and something that we have already explained in this administration. It is not only understanding the housing policy as housing, but understand the urban context where the housing is placed.
If we want a thorough sum policy in terms of housing, well, these 4 points are not the only ones. Actually, if we open this door, we need to see what we have outside. It is an urban context, so this type of policies cannot be made until actually we know where this housing is, and therefore we improve all the urban environment of said communities. And actually we cannot build isolated research, but actually we need to understand the urban context. Here in general, you can see how this large amount of municipalities also agree with the Maya train, with Tehuantepec is on the, and also the large investment federal projects, and it is there where we have worked in order to improve the urban perspective, and we have accompanied the people so that we will really face all these crowding problems by means of using public spaces in these houses. We have there are some examples we have been developing in terms of outfitting. For instance, sports clubs, parks, plazas, all this outfitting form part of an integral policy aimed at looking for the best planning, the best use of resources in order to take care of these housing needs, but understanding that these communities need outfittings, public spaces. Here we have some examples of this integration policy. We do not only have to support with subsidies, this is in Sanchez Taboada area in Tijuana, and this is 20 minutes away from San Diego. And the point is not only to give them basic services, but to really have a very good municipal development programs that will help us to create this outfitting in this type of communities. Some other examples, Chihuahua. Well, this is, or this actually are places where we have made these interventions. Here we see the highest density municipalities at a national level. We see this type of interventions at the Bicentennial Park, and actually, these are large investments, important ones, and we need to see dwellings and not as a financial policy, because this has been the failure for the last 20 years. Housing is a right. Housing is an element that has to form part of a context, and we have to think about it contextually, since it has been planned until all these interventions have been planned. Well, this is a wrap up of my presentation, and this is what we have been doing from the federal government perspective in order for you to see how the large infrastructures of the federal government, and it's very likely that in the next administration, Dr. Clara Sheinbaum has said that the central part, these branches that go from the central part of our country towards the states, will be made with a good planning, with a good outfitting, and with good housing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Roman. Please don't leave. I'll tell you why. Well, our keynote speech will be given. It will be made in English. And those of you who need translation, well, you will have some time in order to ask for your headsets, your headphones, in order for you to listen to this presentation. And meanwhile, I will invite some people to come to the stage for the institutional picture. Roman, I will invite Carlos Martín Velázquez for this picture, Tomás Bermúdez, and Rodrigo Navas. We'll have a picture taken for the media, for the social media. And meanwhile, we will give some time to the people who need their headsets, their translation headsets.
Thank you for participating in the picture. We are going to uh, share the picture with the hashtag Foro de Vivienda 2024. Thank you so much for participating, collaborating, sharing ideas and concepts derived from this forum. And now, please take your seats again, because we will continue with the agenda. This is a very tight agenda, very interesting agenda. And now let me introduce another picture. Great. I would like to take a picture as well. Wait. Let me take my own picture now. Smile, please. You will be famous with this picture. Thank you. Now, let me continue with the agenda. We have the keynote presentation, a very important keynote presentation. We would like to welcome Rachel G. Brad. She's Emeritus Professor of the Tufts University in the United States. Welcome, Rachel. A great pleasure to have you here with us.
Hola, amigos. I'm humbled and honored to be with you today to consider strategies to promote decent, affordable housing in your home countries. Many thanks to Maria Paloma Silva de Anzarena and all her colleagues at the IDB, and to Mauricio Forzan for facilitating all of the many logistics in bringing me here today. Before I share some thoughts and ideas about housing strategies based on my 5 decades studying this issue in the United States, I want to first underscore that I am not, of course, speaking as an expert about any country in the IDB or about the LAC region as a whole. While I've had the privilege of visiting just over 1/3 of the countries, of the borrowing members of the IDB, my longest visit to any of these countries was just 6 weeks, and most of the trips were much shorter. But I want to say, I am happy to come to your country if you invite me. To familiarize myself a bit, I've done some exploring about the LAC region and about the nature of the overall housing problem. These points caught my eye and all present significant challenges. Of course, some of these issues have already been discussed this morning, but these were items that I found particularly relevant and particularly challenging. Good, it works. The LAC is the most urbanized developing region in the world. 82% of the population lives in cities. Intra-regional urban migration has resulted in about 18.3 million migrants, and about 100.4 million people lack adequate housing. Afro, Latino, and indigenous populations are more likely to be poor and live in inadequate housing. And the cost of housing in Latin America can be up to 30 times higher than the average annual income. I understand that an overriding goal of the IDB is to help reduce poverty and inequality by maximizing investments in human capital, particularly education, health, and food security. In each case, housing is an important and critical part of the overall strategy. First, concerning human capital, for people to be able to maximize their potential to earn a decent living and for students to be able to thrive in school, they need a safe, affordable place to live. Second, good health is dependent on reliable and safe water and sanitation, which are essential ingredients of good quality housing. And with housing costs stabilized, the family will also have reduced anxiety about rent increases and evictions. And third, food security also will be enhanced with decent, affordable housing because this will allow the family to have sufficient money left over to cover other basic necessities, particularly food. In short, housing can and should be the foundation for stabilizing lives and enhancing family security. I also want to acknowledge that for the successful implementation of housing strategies, there's a need to have a supportive housing environment. Although I won't be talking about these elements, some key ones include a rational and easy-to-use permitting and regulatory structure for new housing construction and renovation, with a minimum of red tape. A well-functioning and accessible banking system that promotes savings and affordable mortgage products. A culture that discourages fraud with sufficient oversight to punish wrongdoers. And finally, safeguards to minimize the impact of environmental and climate disasters. And we've already heard a great deal about the importance of climate change and how that connects to housing and to transportation and to reducing carbon emissions. This presentation explores some ideas about how you, in partnership with the IDB, may want to approach your country's unique housing challenges. Of course, with 26 borrowing members, I'm aware that each country has its own unique assets and is facing its own unique challenges. I'm also aware that some of these approaches may already be used in your countries. And I don't know at all whether experiences from the US will be at all relevant to you. So I will apologize in advance if some of these ideas simply do not pertain or could not be used. I want to emphasize, as Carlos has already pointed out, that it's enormously important to include the local residents in developing and in perhaps implementing the programs. From what I understand, to survive in an informal settlement, including finding the materials to build a house and accessing water and electricity, families need to be quick, nimble, and creative. The ingenuity of residents living in informal settlements provides compelling evidence that people in the LAC region are ready and able to be active participants in meeting their housing needs. I'll be focusing on 4 strategies pertaining to affordable housing production. First, how money and subsidies should be targeted for housing production and maintenance. Second, the importance of non-speculative land and housing ownership. Third, innovative strategies to raise additional money for affordable housing. And fourth, ideas about optimizing the use of land and existing buildings. Since the private for-profit housing market isn't likely to be able to or interested in providing housing that's affordable to lower-income households, government funding is typically required. Thus, the first question is, how should money and subsidies be targeted? When thinking about housing subsidies, it's important to consider both the upfront costs of developing the housing as well as the long-term operating costs. Tenant incomes may be able to cover only a portion of the day-to-day running of the building, as well as the capital improvements that will be needed over time as the buildings age and the systems deteriorate. Therefore, there's a need for both for development subsidies and for ongoing operating subsidies. In the US, many types of subsidy approaches have been used, including direct loans and grants from the federal government, subsidies to reduce the interest rate on loans, vouchers to reduce the cost of rental housing, and tax credits that provide tax breaks for private investors. When private for-profit owners participate in affordable housing programs, their goals often differ from the public purpose of long-term affordability. Nevertheless, in the United States, private for-profit developers are responsible for most of the current subsidized housing production. The problem is that owners are able to opt out of maintaining the units as affordable after 30 years. But 30 years can go by very, very quickly, and low-income households who have been living in their homes for decades may find themselves displaced and forced out if the market rates go up after the period of required occupancy for low-income residents expires. In fact, several of the U.S.'s earlier housing subsidy programs that have operated since the 1960s have lost affordable units once the contractual period of the subsidy expired. Ideally, all units that are built with public subsidies should be structured so that they will be affordable in perpetuity, meaning forever. As a result, strategies are needed to maintain the homes as affordable over the long term. In order to assure long-term affordability when the contractual affordability period expires, the private for-profit owner should be able to sell or otherwise transfer the development to a public or nonprofit entity whose commitment is to maintaining the units as affordable over the long term. But to do this, additional government subsidies will be required. Whether the owner is a nonprofit organization or a for-profit developer, in order for it to maintain affordability in perpetuity, the program must be structured at the outset to achieve that goal and must be accompanied by adequate funding. Of the various subsidy mechanisms, my preference is for direct public grants to either public or nonprofit entities. This approach is simple to understand, relatively simple to implement, it is cost-effective, and the resulting housing has the best chance of remaining affordable far into the future. The second section focuses on non-speculative land and housing ownership. My preference for direct government subsidies that go to public or nonprofit entities connects to a very important goal, which is to remove the affordable housing from the private speculative market. In a capitalist economy, housing is seen as a commodity, and each company or individual involved in the production, financing, sale, and maintenance of housing is intent on maximizing profits. Although that works well for the private for-profit sector, as well as for homeowners who are hoping their homes will appreciate in value, it means that house prices are continually being forced upward. And this would not be a problem if wages were keeping pace with housing costs. But in the US, as well as in the LAC region, as we've just discussed, the gap is steadily widening. This means that lower-income people and even many moderate-income people are not able to enter the homeownership market and are unable to afford market-rate apartments to rent. Social housing is the term that is most often used to describe housing that is owned and operated by public or nonprofit entities and protected from many market pressures. Public housing in the U.S. is owned by local government authorities with funding from the federal government. Both public housing and nonprofit-owned housing are part of the social housing sector. Nonprofit housing can take a number of forms and can go by a number of different names. And along with public housing, they are all a part of the social housing sector, including community development corporations, regional housing nonprofits, limited equity cooperatives, mutual housing associations, and community land trusts. I don't know how many of these terms are familiar to you, but these are the terms that we refer to social housing in the United States. By my estimate, there are about 3.5 million units of nonprofit housing in the US and a total of about 5 million social housing units, which includes public housing. And here is a photo of a nonprofit-owned, multifamily, affordable housing development built by one of our fine nonprofit housing developers in the Roxbury section of Boston, Massachusetts. There are many reasons why I am a big fan of housing that's provided through nonprofit organizations. First, as already mentioned, nonprofits have a commitment to maintain the housing as affordable over the long term. They often expand their work to include overall neighborhood improvements. And nonprofits typically prioritize involving local residents in the development and sometimes the management of their properties. And nonprofits often provide social supports and other social services aimed at promoting economic security and well-being for their residents. Concerning the last point about the importance of affordable housing developments, including a variety of family supports and services, I want to highlight the work of an outstanding nonprofit organization in St. Paul, Minnesota. Common Bond Communities provides totally free services that can help residents succeed in school, advance in their career, lead in their community, and improve their health and wellness. In addition, programs for residents offered by many nonprofit organizations, there are also a few what we call mission-driven for-profit firms that also try to incorporate a range of services into their housing developments that are designed to place lower-income families on a pathway towards self-sufficiency and upward mobility. One such organization that I studied in some detail was McCormick Barron Salazar, and it describes its program in a similar way to the organization in Minnesota. And it focuses on job training, employment placement, physical and mental health services, and enrichment activities for children and youth. How these services can be paid for, however, is an ongoing challenge for both for-profit and for nonprofit organizations. Often groups try to team up with local services agencies that will provide the needed programs and supports. Given the high cost of housing, it's important for these programs to have a funding mechanism that's separate from the amount budgeted to build and operate the housing. I also want to note that yesterday I had a free day and I was able to do a little exploring of Mexico City since I have never been to Mexico City before. And I went to an area called Iztapalapa, and I was able to observe and see the Utopias project in these communities. And they were enormously impressive, and it reminded me of the kinds of social services that I am arguing we have to connect to housing programs, to housing developments more directly. So bravo for your Utopias program, and I hope that idea can spread throughout all of Mexico City and Latin America. So now on to the third area, innovative strategies to raise additional money for affordable housing. In addition to getting funding from your central government, we have to find other ways to raise money. And in the United States, we've come up with a number of different initiatives that are providing additional resources. Local governments can create programs requiring private for-profit developers to contribute to affordable housing. However, these strategies are predominantly used in what we call hot market areas, places that have a limited amount of housing in comparison to the demand and where prices for apartments and homes are increasing rapidly. The first of these strategies involves the developer making contributions for affordable housing through what we call inclusionary zoning. And inclusionary zoning requires one unit of housing to be set aside for a group of market rate units that are produced. For example, in the city of Boston, any housing development with 7 or more units must set aside 1 unit for lower income households. Linkage is a similar policy that can be applied to any type of development. The rationale is that any new development, such as retail stores and manufacturing facilities, puts additional pressure on the housing market. Additional workers in an area create more demand for housing. So therefore, linkage requires developers of these properties to contribute a certain amount of money per square foot of the development to a fund dedicated to developing or preserving affordable housing. For example, in the city of Denver, Colorado, they require a payment of nearly $4 per square foot for housing developments of 9 or fewer units and $7 per square foot for commercial businesses located in the most desirable sections of the city. Another strategy for raising additional funds for affordable housing involves new taxes on residents. I call this a voluntary tax because, believe it or not, residents may actually volunteer or agree to an extra tax if it's going to something that they think is really important. In 2000, Massachusetts passed a new law, the Community Preservation Act, which provides a way for cities and towns to raise money for affordable housing and other community needs if they vote to do so. As an incentive, state matching funds are allocated to those communities that raise that tax. More than 1/2 of the cities and towns in Massachusetts have actually adopted this law, and about 30,000 units have been developed or preserved through the program. Another tax requires sellers of very expensive homes to contribute to an affordable housing fund. This is sometimes called a mansion tax. For example, in the state of Connecticut, there's a 2.25% tax on the portion of any sale that exceeds $2.5 million. Several other states and cities have adopted such a tax. Not surprisingly, there are powerful interest groups that oppose such a tax, most notably real estate agents and, of course, wealthy homeowners. My final suggestion for raising additional money for affordable housing involves the private sector making contributions for housing. Corporations and all kinds of businesses need a stable workforce, and they are deeply aware that housing costs limit their ability to recruit and maintain workers. While cities may adopt a linkage program to help ease the demand for housing due to development, cities can also ask large corporations to make additional contributions for housing. For example, I love this example. In 2021, Amazon, do you have Amazon here? Amazon. All over Latin America, we have the Amazon company and the river, all good. Amazon pledged $2 billion in loans and grants for some 20,000 units of affordable housing in 3 locales, specifically aimed at housing 5,000 workers. So moving on to the next section, I'll discuss a series of strategies to optimize the use of land and existing buildings. The first strategy involves acquiring excess land and buildings. In many urban and suburban areas in the US, there's very little land that's suitable for building new housing. Most of the land is fully built out, or development is constrained due to various environmental restrictions. Many communities that would like to encourage and support housing development actively seek whatever buildable land opportunities they can identify. In the US, excess land may be owned by local, state, and federal governments. For example, land owned by the federal government in the US is required to be sold to the highest bidder unless it's designated for recreational uses or open space. In my town in Massachusetts, we were able to acquire 6 acres of land from the federal government to be used for open space for just $1. But when we wanted to build affordable housing on part of that parcel, guess what we had to pay? $1 million for the affordable housing. That is not right. And we tried very hard to change the federal rules, but we were not successful. So I would advocate that all policies in any country for disposing of excess public land should prioritize giving that land for affordable housing at zero or very low cost. Buildable land for housing also can come from private sources. For example, the priest of the Catholic Church in my very own town realized that there was some extra land attached to the church that the church actually didn't need. We're now in the process of raising the funds to develop 60 units of housing for lower-income older adults. Most of the money will come through the federal low-income housing tax credit program, but there also will be contributions from local and state governments. And when the housing is completed, the church is going to get some revenue that would help offset some of its own expenses. So it's a win-win for everybody. Another set of strategies for accessing land for affordable housing involves the reuse of or repurposing of various types of underutilized property. The first involves what we call accessory dwelling units. An accessory dwelling unit is a secondary housing unit built on a single-family residential lot. It can be part of the primary home, or it can be a separate small unit in the backyard. There are many types of regulations concerning when and where accessory dwelling units are allowed, but there's an increasing interest in the United States in making it as easy as possible for homeowners to use part of their home or property for an ADU, as long as it meets health and safety requirements. And this can provide extra income to the primary homeowner, or it can provide needed help and services if they need a health aide or somebody else to help support them. And of course, it provides another dwelling unit in the community. Another idea involves repurposing underused office buildings for housing. The idea to convert underused office buildings for housing has been of particular interest since the pandemic resulted in so many people working from home, leaving a great deal of vacant office space. The cost of converting an existing office building into multifamily housing can be considerable, since all the major systems will likely need to be modified: internal partitioning, plumbing, heating, sewer, electric, windows, and air conditioning systems. Some states, such as Massachusetts, are actively trying to facilitate such efforts with appropriations of new funding. There's also the possibility of repurposing or reusing underused shopping malls for affordable housing. As retail practices have changed, particularly with the enormous growth in big box stores and e-commerce, malls that were once major attractions and prime locations have begun to lose tenants and to deteriorate over time. There's good examples of various mall conversions in the United States. This one is from a town in Texas where an older shopping mall that was losing its customers and market value is now being repurposed into a mixed income community with something like 5,000 units of housing. The final strategy for optimizing the use of land involves the government overruling or demanding how local land use laws or zoning can be better utilized for affordable housing. In the US, how land is used is based on the city or town zoning laws. As such, states and the federal government don't have jurisdiction over those decisions. This can result in what's known as exclusionary zoning. Since at least the 1960s, it has been recognized that many municipalities across the US effectively prohibit the development of multifamily housing through zoning laws and other regulations. In response, several states, including Massachusetts, have attempted to overhaul local zoning laws, allowing developers certain benefits in exchange for building affordable housing. Before I share my final comments, I want to briefly introduce an idea that would bring together many of the strategies that I've been discussing. To support nonprofit developers of affordable housing, I'm proposing that the central government create what I have called a nonprofit-centric housing system. This would involve the central government creating a comprehensive system to support the production and maintenance of housing owned by nonprofit organizations. While pieces of this system exist in many places across the US, in no place that I'm aware of does such a comprehensive system exist. Several of the pieces of such a system have already been mentioned, but taken together, I believe we would have an effective system for supporting the development of affordable housing through nonprofit organizations. There are 6 major components of a nonprofit-centric system, all of which I have talked about. The first involves providing technical support to help the organization operate effectively. The second is developing programs that would encourage local and state governments to make available land and buildings suitable for affordable housing development and repurposing existing buildings. Third would be lining up a group of experts in land use, architecture, engineering, law, real estate development, finance, and housing management, who, for example, would be able to help nonprofits package deals at low or no cost. Fourth, providing subsidies for the development and securing construction and long-term debt financing at attractive interest rates. Fifth, having adequate operating subsidies to enable developments to be managed efficiently, including funding for on-site resident services programs that would promote opportunities to households to move toward greater economic stability. And sixth, developing opportunities for nonprofits and others involved in the housing system to share information and lessons learned through trade, educational, and support networks. I'm going to end with a few comments about the need for a right to housing. In 1948, the United Nations declared that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, and housing. Further, according to the UN, the right to adequate housing does not require the state to build housing for the entire population, but it must focus on preventing homelessness, prohibiting forced evictions, addressing discrimination, and assisting the most marginalized and vulnerable of the population. As a facilitator of this policy, whoops, I went too far. As a facilitator of this policy, the government must make every possible effort within their available resources to realize the right to adequate housing and to take steps in that direction without delay. I want to acknowledge that the constitutions of several LAC countries explicitly refer to the right to housing or adequate housing and take on a general responsibility of the state for ensuring adequate housing and living conditions for all. These are the 18 LAC countries that I noticed actually have an explicit goal of achieving a right to housing that are mentioned in the UN report. Perhaps there are more by now, and apologies if I have missed any LAC country. But I also want to give a special acknowledgement to our host country, Mexico, and its commitment to a right to housing as stated in its constitution. Every family has the right to enjoy decent and proper housing. The law shall establish the instruments and necessary supports to reach the said goal. I think that's amazing. I'm going to end my comments with a statement from a 10-year-old girl who lives in public housing in Massachusetts. This statement goes to the heart of why housing is so key to a family's well-being and to its stability and to its overall satisfaction with life. And this little girl said, and I translated into Espanol, "My home is my castle. It may not be big and fancy, and it may not look like a castle on the outside, but it does in my heart. My mom always laughs when I come home because I always say the same thing, home sweet home. Home is my base. I am safe there. Home is a place everybody deserves. Home means love, family, fun, dreams, and hope." Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Rachel, por esta brillantísima presentación. And I want to remember when we have invited not only LAC people, but and they are all experts, but from Europe, Canada, in order for us to see how we, in our countries, can learn from their experience and what can be useful for us. So this is part of this great exchange we are making in this experience that goes beyond regionalism. Actually, it is a universal experience. We will be growing. Now we will start having our first panel, how to gather information about housing in order to take care of this shortage we have in terms of dwelling, giving resilient perspectives. I will invite Mr. Mejia in order, he is a specialist at the division of the IDB, and this will be formed by the following speakers. We have Oscar Vela Treviño. He comes from the INFONAVIT, Mexico. Ms. Otis Rivas, the Director General of the National Office of Statistics in Dominican Republic, Diego Alestia, who is the head of the settlement unit, and we're speaking about ECLAC. And virtually, we will have the presence of Boris Gourmet. He is the main economist of the OECD, and I am speaking about it. Okay, OECD, do be welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and be very respectful of the panel schedule because our agenda is very tight. So if you see me here, well, this means that I will graciously ask you to really be dismissed. Hello, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much to all the analysts for being here with us during this session. Well, there is a cliche that states that, well, what cannot be measured cannot really be foretold. And actually, this is really having great importance here. We're speaking about this dwelling gap, and actually, we have to have a qualitative and quantitative approach as well. At the panels, we have been discussing all this, but actually, well, we have different perspectives, and actually, well, we need to see what type of information we can give you, and we are going to see what we are going to do with these two visions outside the region. So we have to really make the best use of time, and this is the participation. We will listen to Oscar Vela, and actually, well, this is really what we will have to do in order to really take care of housing. Well, we need to take care of the geography of our country and the proximity we all have in order not to really discuss local matters but national matters. Está terrible el sonido. Thank you very much. We're going to speak about something which will be very important, and we will be discussing all these topics we are passionate for, and we will speak about information and how an institution like ours, because we work as important lending institutions for the housing market, well, we have something very important in terms of administrative information that will really be used in terms of public policies so that they can become institutional. It has been said that the relationship with INFONAVIT is very important, and I want to tell you that this is a very constructive relationship INFONAVIT has taken care of for the last 10 years, and here we have two different housing policies. So in 2014, INFONAVIT approached MAHIT, and a census was made in order to identify different angles of needs, different perspectives of need, but actually we developed the satellite account for INEGI, and INEGI was built in terms of constructing what is the production level using this satellite account. So we really measured the production level, how much it contributes to the GDP, and it was considered to count the houses built. So all the subsidy structure was built based upon information, of course, very well assembled by INEGI, but with a different policy. So let's see what happened 6 years after, well, during the pandemic. Well, INEGI wanted to give new perspective to this national inquiry in order to look for policies based upon data. And during the pandemic, 56 houses were reported, were sensed, and then we have abundant information about the quality of housings, the qualitative characteristics, and actually this is the second information we had during this inquiry, and it was very parallel to the first one, but it was enriched with new reagents and new questions that were the support for this policy. And in regards, in terms of this perspective, we have more truthful initiatives that had really had great impact on the financing plans of the institutes. If you can acknowledge the context of appropriate living, really good housing, for instance, all the construction materials, how close they are to several institutions, all this that has been well stratified and well documented within NEHI is the foundation for this policy. And by means of this, there will be a new version of this inquiry in order to really see which are the needs people have in order to develop the correct policies. And the Institute also formalized with INEGI to become a recurring and formal participant of INEGI. So here we are at the same level of the Federal Mortgage Bank. This is a second tier bank that promotes help to housing. And in this technical table, at this technical table, it might look dull. We define all the information the Institute needs in order to spread it out correctly. It is not only to do this, but I will hopefully have one other chance to participate. But we're speaking about all this and we are saying this. But this will not be possible if we do not know how to spread it, how to support it. And this association we have with INEGI, which is born from an agreement and has to take care to the exchange of information with the necessary standard is really key and must be used on a daily basis in order for it to really create all these new policies that will be enriched with quality. So the idea of basing all this on information, on data, is a mantra, and I think nobody will disagree with it. But the logic behind this, what is this information for? How can you support this policy? Is really the nut of the endeavor, and this is one of the examples I wanted to share with you. Well, thank you, Oscar. And now, well, Nesotis, you are at the office that leads all these endeavors, and you preside Latin America and all other companies. Well, from the perspective of an institution that really brings about all these statistics, how does the UN really match all this endeavor with the housing entities in order to satisfy what the ministries require? What technologies can be used in order to improve the quality of all this data in terms of efficiency? Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. Good morning. And I would like to greet the IDB and the Secretariat. And I represent the Dominican Republic in the field of statistics. Well, in this regard, the Dominican Republic has had three methodologies in order to measure these dwelling problems. In 2017, there was a policy created by the UN program for the development and what was before the planning office. But then in 2018, after some other needs took place in terms of housing, a methodology was created in this year, 2018, and for the very first time, the National Office of Statistics started working together with the Ministry of Economics, Planning, and Development. And actually, what you see here is everything related to the needs of the ministries, and the Dominican Republic really established the housing ministry with seven attributes in order to have a dignified housing. Well, this is a constitutional right, and actually, this is consecrated in our strategy. And actually, this also forms part of the national plan for the public sector. Well, with this area in the ministry, we created a new methodology that, in one way or another, adapted this methodology we had in 2018 to the new needs. We had to create this and allowed us to consider what adequate housing was. We started from a constitutional viewpoint, and this is mandated by the Dominican Republic, and to really have the coalition in order for us to work properly, as it has been said, related to the INAGI, and this had to do with the National Statistics Office and the Housing Department in order to support, and this was made in 2021 in terms of information and the updating that had to take place statistically. Specifically, we use several sources, the most common one, the census, and all the new challenges we had. Well, the 2017 gave rise to all this information, and now in 2022 we were able to use this household inquiry, and we looked for all the census information. We raised the census at the end of 2022, and we were able to see if this was going to be adapted to the methodology, and if it also worked with the inquiries. We also integrated this information so as to have a verification, because we were also using all this national inquiry that was taken by the central bank of our country. What we have seen is how we prepare in 2022, or how it works, how it worked vis-a-vis the 2022 census, because in June this was in the hands of the Ministry of Housing, and the new calculations started from this. So it is important to know that as to the methodology, it was very important to adapt all this, taking into account some changes we had in the market, and also some other thoughts we had. As an example, well, in the 2018 methodology, all those houses that had this palm roofs were very low, but tourism use this type of materials for luxury trips. So this was adapted between one and the other. As to your question, in terms of technology, well, I know that one of the important things that statistics offices from a national perspective have been collected have allowed us to have information with mobile devices that allow us to have geolocation. We also have satellite images that really help us to really make the survey, but not only in terms of the survey, but how do we make maintenance and the storing of all this type of information that will later be accessible, for instance, for decision makers who will certainly will have to work more graciously and be able to have a better availability. I think there is something very important because actually, as to the census in the Dominican Republic, well, we need to see that all this type of census are raised in every 10 years, and we see how the stock differs and which are the characteristics of housing. And we need to see that this has become a better tool in order to gather all this information and make this type of analysis in our country. Thank you. Well, OTC, well, we also have the regional perspective, Diego. Well, ECLAC, together with the IDB and OECD, have created an information repository for LAC countries. Which is the main gap you have in terms of the creation of this repository? Well, good morning, Jose Antonio, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to be very appreciative of the IDB in order to speak about this really coincidence we have as to ECLAC, IDB, and I will start with a paradox. Actually, well, we do not know exactly what is the shortage. If we take the institutional missions of these responsible entities, for instance, the ministries, the vice ministries, only in one country we have the reference to decrease this lack of houses. And actually, well, I think that the Vice Minister of Panama was going to be here. Well, this is really depicted on the operational objectives in order to give the raison d'etre in order to take care of the shortage. Of course, there is a meaningful activity, but sometimes this does not happen. We have said, and this has been mentioned by my colleagues, that we have to estimate the shortage of dwellings. For instance, the residential part of our cities. Well, we have real estate house, and housing is the most important asset. But actually, we are here speaking about everything that has to fit these public policies in order to fit it, as I have said, and what results we are having. Well, in other words, if you analyze at the regional level, well, national states, even subnational states, and all the entities responsible of housing always speak about subsidies, the number of subsidies, but we need to see how many of them are decreasing and how much this effort is decreasing in terms of the needs of housing by the population. And obviously, we can open a wide range of topics. Well, we would like to state that we are delivering very many dwellings, but actually we are not reducing this. What do we want to measure? Because it's not only a comparison issue. Actually, we need to see that there are some other types of income, low or high in the region. We are in need of evaluating, and I was giving these examples of this statement. Sometimes, well, the shortage is that of 400,000 new houses that have been built by companies that use this. And actually, we need to speak about the dwelling service, for instance, the ones that are rented, and therefore we have several gaps, instrumental gaps, in order for us to make an agreement in the region. And it was said that there is information, but actually this has not really been uniformed in the region. So we are speaking about inadequate housing. There are some countries of the region that really measure the quality of the materials, the ceilings, the roofs, the floors. Are they good? Do they have to be replaced? So we can see several topics in terms of the quality of housing. And of course, Secretary Mayor stated this, okay, there is a shortage in some of our cities. We at ECLAC feel very apprehensive because this dwelling situation in Latin America is going through a very difficult situation, and this has been equivalent to what we have. And well, this is my final comment, because we have to understand that when we speak about shortage, we have to view the future under different scenarios. The future has already started, and we have really people aging in Latin America and the Caribbean and South America. All the South American people have higher rates by 2 digits in unipersonal dwellings. So every country, so this need of having houses is the beautiful emblem of this meeting, where I can have just 4 5 people living there. And what we are doing in this regard is to really join information resources that will be able to really guide public policies.
Thank, thank you so much. And now with our participant of the OECD, I will be asking my question to Boris in English.
Housing project. Which indicators are the most relevant to guide policies to make housing more efficient, sustainable, and resilient? Thanks. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much to you, to all the organizers for the invitation. I am very pleased to be participating to this panel and we have been looking in depth at the housing sector with a rather encompassing way at the OECD over the past 6 years, where we had a project that really was structured from first principles with the objectives of providing information to help make housing policies create advances so that housing markets are more economically efficient, more socially inclusive, and more environmentally sustainable, because there are challenges along all these dimensions. There are housing crises in nearly every OECD country, and as a basis for this policy dialogue, there is a need for trustworthy, internationally comparable data. So the way this was done was to start from these principles in a multidisciplinary way, in the sense that this was led by the economics department of the OECD, but in conjunction with the whole of the organization, so that to bring in the social, environmental, regional dimensions, the tax dimension fully on board. And we then, when we had identified the areas where indicators are important, and I'll come back to that later in the discussion, we started from our first source of information. We have a committee that brings together the statistical organizations of the member countries. So we went through the national statistical offices, through the other public institutions of the member countries and the associate countries. But in housing, as has already been made eloquent by the discussions before, it's not everything. There are a lot of gaps in areas that are important within official statistics. So we also went for business associations, realtors, for instance, to get additional information. But even there, we wanted more. In particular, we wanted granular information about what happens within cities. And we even wanted that in a way such that we could compare across cities. So for that, we went, for some countries, we went with to get special data sets from national statistical offices, for others with private companies, which requires a different kind of dialogue. So, we started from first principles, then we go through that massive data collection exercise, data and statistics. And then we go back up by filtering this data on the basis of international comparability, sometimes making modifications of that. And then when there are really important gaps that remain after that exercise, we also conducted surveys with our member and associate countries to get more information, especially on the policy side, but also on the environmental side for the use of energy in homes, which is crucial for the sustainability dimension of housing. And what is the point of all of that is not only to inform our own work with governments, with stakeholders in the policy debate, but to bring this back in a usable form to the public, which has been done with a data dashboard. Coming to the second part of your question, what does this mean? What are the implications, the adaptations for Latin American and Caribbean region countries? Well, as we all know, the OECD has member countries in the region, but only a limited number of the countries of the region are OECD members or OECD accession countries or OECD partner countries. And even in these countries, there are some data gaps. So that meant that we participated by bringing our OECD experience, but certainly also through an exchange to inform the queries that are made about the available data in these countries. And more importantly, on the substance, there are also issues that have different importance depending on the region. Within the OECD area, for instance, there is limited focus on the question of informality, even if it is important in a number of OECD countries. But this is the question of informal housing, construction for also rental contracts becomes much more important. So there is a change in the focus that is given to indicators as we move to the region. And with that, I thank you very much and remain here and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Boris. Bueno, seguiremos con una segunda ronda de preguntas.
We will continue now with the second round of questions. I would like to tell you that we have less time now because in the agenda they said 60, in the aisle 55, and they started with 45 minutes on the wall. So I'm sorry, but we will have to give shorter answers. I am from Monterrey. My father, I wanted 50 pesos. My father gave me 40, but he said, no, 30 is enough. Anyway, Oscar, you have already mentioned that in addition to the data generated by other institutions, the INFONAVIT generates own data to be able to start developing our policies. Could you tell us how it is that you have systematized data to use it for policy making? Of course, José Antonio. How does it work operating with 78 million of individual accounts of people who save every month 5% of the payroll and see that in operating systems? How can you manage 5 million of mortgage loans that you see a transaction daily of restructuring mortgages. How can you transform all that information at a national level into documents and statistical information that can be used and then into products as well as policies based on these products here at the Institute? I don't know if this will be enough for a bestseller or reality show. If you hear people discussing between IT and statistics department, it's crazy, really. I mean, it's so hard. You have to adapt data into a panel, a data set that can be followed in time and that may be used for policy making purposes. This is not easy. It requires patience, it requires time, and it would seem to be simple, but it's not. But we need to understand how we can transform the richness of data into something that can be understood by other people and can be used for policy-making purposes, and therefore be successful. So the 78 million of accounts or 5 million of loans have to be transformed into 1,270 series, which are public. You can check that these are already at the INFONAVIT. You can download them, and it has activities on the not at the level of a person, but it has the activity of loans, deposits, yields, investments, and tax collections by the Institute of more than 1 million Mexican companies participating in the private sector that have to pay this 5% of this payment on the payroll. We made a lot of agreements with the INEGI, and we have a lot of information that can be consumed. We have developed awards so that the university, the National University, and other universities contact us, as well as the thesis of the students are now taking advantage of the data, and they are using them for their thesis work. We have quarterly reports. We have a magazine that uses the data that we compiled. It is an effort for us to compile the data, but then using them. And then we have to materialize this into specific products. And going back to what Diego was saying, let me give you two use cases with this data. First, this is already in production. It is operating. Before granting a loan, mortgage loan at the INFONAVIT, before granting any mortgage loan, there is a system that identifies that the house that will be bought has 2.5. They check if 2 kilometers or 3 kilometers around that house, they have enough communications infrastructure. They identify if there are parks or adequate housing with the due parameters to check if this house can be subject to the INFONAVIT's financing. These are called urban consolidation areas, and they have to be the houses if you want to get a mortgage in part of these urban consolidation areas. And this is the way the Institute grants the mortgage loans. Second product that we are using now, and going back to what Diego was saying, how can we measure technically in time using indexes the quality of the housing being financed? So we built a housing quality index, and taking into account the 7 definitions of adequate housing of the United Nations, we transformed them into a metric that is validated with observable data and give a rating to each of the houses that we are financing and measure that rating in time. It is transforming data that can be easier when we talk about financing, like affordability, the median price, the income of the people buying them. But there are other metrics which are less obvious that we measure. Is this culturally adequate or not in the place where we are financing that? And with the use of data, we are trying to reflect in an ongoing index all these elements in time to check where the mortgage loans are being granted. A second product that we have worked using data is trying to understand the actual demand of for housing by citizens, and in fact, it is not the same a young person with a different perspective living in an urban center, the housing or type of housing demanded is different than the demand in a rural section or with a different cosmovision of life. To understand the real or the actual demand of housing as a holistic element and not only based on number of rooms and square meters. And this will allow us to understand how many loans we can grant in a year based on the actual demand and the actual needs for housing that people have. And this has to do with their repayment capacity and their requirements. These are products, the adequate housing index, and the areas that we have identified to know if we are going to grant a loan or not. There we exploit data, transform it into a consumable, and there is a lot of research that allows us to use the data. And finally, we can recommend the use of a product or public policy that can be helpful in time. In your previous question, you were mentioning the integration of different sources and how the geographical coverage of the census is complementary to the timely surveys at households. What are you doing in the Dominican Republic to solve the information needs? Miosotis. Thank you, Jose Antonio. As I said in my first participation in 2021, we created the Ministry of Housing at the Dominican Republic, and in 2022, we started to work jointly to start articulating some topics related to information system mandated by the law. And it is interesting because the law itself, the law of 2021, indicates that National Statistics Department, or rather that the Housing Ministry must make use of the elements at this Statistics Department in order to give an adequate response to the demand of information, not only of the ministry, but also of the policymakers in general. And also, Oscar mentioned that this is complementary. We have developed in the Dominican Republic the following. We have a direct cost index for the construction of housing, and this index is used both by producers as well as by consumers for the acquisition of a house. On a drawing, this is the ink that is used as a function of the requirements. This is one of the most demanded products. We even have had to give solutions. For example, having a calculator. There is a calculator that was made available so that people could calculate themselves the changes in prices as a function of the variation of the index. There is a challenge in the Dominican Republic. At the Ministry of the President, there is a vice minister in charge of low-cost housing, and we have been discussing things with them to say how we can create an index that will reflect in the direct cost index of housing, how the construction market moves when we talk about low-cost housing. Recently, 2 weeks ago, we established a working panel of different authors, including the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Economy, and other stakeholders to see how we can start building new indexes. And we have created a dashboard for housing construction. We have also invited the local governments because it is essential to realize that for housing solutions, local governments have to play a very important role. And we, in the metropolitan area, have created a registration or a census of housing available. We want to estimate that not only first for the metropolitan region of the Santo Domingo that includes the provinces of Santo Domingo plus the central district and check how the housing construction market changes from one floor to eight-story buildings and more. And we classified housing based on construction materials, if it's a new development, if it is a renovation of the house. And it is interesting to see what happens in the price rankings. We check in the different neighborhoods the cost of housing, and this represents a very interesting opportunity for local governments to the extent that they can even design other services required for the spaces that exist. So I believe that when the Ministry of Housing was created, they also created the opportunity to make a better institutionalization of the works between the National Office of Statistics, our entity, and take into account other stakeholders like the private stakeholders.
And I think that the conference, I think that the main conference, for instance, as to nonprofit institutions, this is something very important, and we have to view this in our countries and how to give incentives to this type of factors in the market, because eventually to finish with a satisfactory product, because this is a right, and as such, how can we as a state can make of this a reality? Well, moving forward with you, Diego. Well, in the region, in terms of public policies, which are the most important indicators in order to measure sustainability and resilience in the region. Thank you very much. Well, data and information. Very many variables that have been discussed by my colleagues are in this repository. We are working with the OECD, with the IDB, and we have to include data that need to be matched regionally. Yeah, of course, this information in Mexico and in the Dominican Republic has to really allow us to do this in order to have clear information. Well, I want to not to really go beyond the issue, but actually, very many times the lack of housing is a lack of land. Well, I want to say that in the repository, we need to see how we can include this problem of the land zoning, because we have to have a very important task today. July 25th, 4 days ago, it was the hottest day that has been measured in the story of mankind, 17.9 degrees according to Coperle. So if we speak about the climate change, we're speaking about a reality. The term sustainability, and sorry to stress this again, what is being done, what are our entities in terms of urban development doing? There are five. In South America, Central America, they speak about sustainability. In the English Caribbean, we also have five, and we see that the English Caribbean is even more sensitive to this. So, if we speak about sustainability, we have to speak about energy, of course, emissions, greenhouse taxes, and even local pollutants. And in this case, housing, dwelling play a very important role, and they have even materials that can be incorporated in terms of repositories. What's the life cycle of these materials? How much carbon they have included? Very many years ago, when I was in public accountability, we got information, even commercial proposals about these dwelling proposals that were sustainable, but actually they were solutions that had to be important to a country, and of course, well, we were speaking about transportation, and this was highly pollutant, and of course, carbon dioxide as well was. So the chance of using local materials, and I say this, well, with the public and private perspective, what we need is a public leadership in order for us to move forward. So to stop this inertia, because there are no sustainable materials, and of course, the private sector will do not feel at ease because I will not have this material, so we can create green jobs, and this is being done in the country, but we need to understand what green housing is. So, my final thought is about the importance of how we have to have this public policy thorough some perspective. We have the repository, and we will have to keep on working with it so that there will be references in the adoption of public policies and strategies that will really be fundamental action principles. And when we make an evaluation of the projects of public investment, this systems, well, we are using carbon prices. My question is, when it comes to housing programs, in how many of them are we using the carbon variable in the evaluation of these projects in order for us to understand that what we are saying is to really have a thorough approach of urban housing. And I think that all the people here always have a role to play. Thank you, Diego. Una última, una
The
última.
OECD experience, what are the key lessons on collecting international comparable data to benchmark housing sector outcomes and policies? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. And I am going to give a few highlights focusing on the areas that that are additional to what has been covered. It has been a very rich discussion, so I'm not going to go over sustainability again because I very much agree with all that has been said, and this is really central in the work we have done, and also in the preparation of the repository with ECLAC, CEPAL, and the IDB, which has been for us really extremely productive project to bring of our fundings, of our data collection to the region. In terms of the indicators which we find particularly important for policy making based on our work in the areas of the efficiency of the sector and social inclusion and resilience. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I just want to flag one which is quite important because it summarizes a lot of things and it is of high quality. It is to look at the share of housing in the overall consumption of households. In countries that have housing shortages, countries that have housing crises, what happens is that people are essentially bidding against each other to get housing. This is pushing house prices very high. It's also visible in house prices, but the place where it's really most visible is to look at the share of housing in consumption or the share of housing in disposable income. When this goes very fast, this is an indicator that really housing is absorbing too much of income because there is not enough of housing. And there it goes back to the very rich lecture that Professor Barrett gave us that there needs to be more supply at all ends of the market, starting with social and affordable housing and including all the market sector. And there, a key indicator is the availability of land, which also can be measured by looking at how easy it is to get land to build, and especially not ready to sprawl and go horizontally, but to build vertically. There are many places where there are restrictions that make it very difficult to build the quantity of housing that is required on the amount of land that is available. And for that, high resolution data, geographically granular data is extremely important to detect this. Then it is also key that housing markets do not become sources of instability for the economy. And there, the indicators about house prices compared to incomes, house prices compared to rent are very useful, but also indicators on the stability of banks, especially the quantity of capital that they have against their mortgage lending. Let's not forget the lack of capital, the excess of lending without proper prudential measures that led to the global financial crisis in 2007, 8, and 9. And there are many more areas in which we could get in, but if we want to focus on big priorities, in addition to the central area of sustainability, these would be the ones. Just on sustainability, the one thing I would say what is important is the way in which heating oil and electricity is priced to make sure that it gives proper price signals to encourage the saving of energy sources that are intensive in carbon emissions.
No, thank you very much, Boris. Bueno, y con esto concluimos, pero antes, bueno, yo creo que aquí lo que vemos es grandes.
But I think that there are more methodological improvements, both from the quantitative and qualitative perspectives, and we need to systematize all the information between all these entities that create information. And this information has to be relevant for public policy officials. And I think that here we have important room so that each one of these institutions, for instance, Mexico and the Dominican Republic, will have this the benefits of this coordination. And thanks to this conference of the Americas, we will be able to see how we can standardize and to match the definitions of these indicators that will really fit this international repositories. So Aris, Baris, Diego, Oscar, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose Antonio, and all the panelists. Excellent presentations. I know there are questions. Unfortunately, we have a very tight agenda, and I would like to ask you that if you need this simultaneous interpretation, please go and get your headsets because our next panelist comes from the United States, and I would like to really very graciously greet the third National Housing Forum 2024 from Mexico City. And we have really broken a very important hallmark. We have over 10,000 YouTubers. So a big round of applause for the YouTubers and for the great interest this meeting has brought. We feel you very close. Well, now it is my pleasure to welcome our second keynote speaker of the day. I want to cordially welcome her, Jennifer Molinsky. She is the coordinator of the program, an aging housing society. She's the director of the program Housing for Aging Society, and she comes from the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies. Do be welcome.
Buenos dias. I'm honored to be with you today to discuss aging and housing, and I want to thank first the IADB for this wonderful invitation, especially Maria Paloma and her colleagues, and Mauricio Frazan for his assistance these past few weeks. and to our host here at INFONAVIT. Population aging is profoundly reshaping housing needs and markets, and the strategies and policies that we pursue to ensure older adults are securely, affordably housed with access to needed services and opportunities to engage in their communities will make all the difference to those older adults, to all of us who aspire to be one day be older adults, and to the strengths of our broader economies and societies. Around the world, the size and share of the older population is growing. According to the United Nations, the number of people aged 65 and over will more than double between 2021 and 2050 to reach 1.6 billion. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the share of the population 65 and over is projected to more than double, from 9% to nearly 19% by that time. In the US, the Census Bureau estimates that by 2060, older adults will represent nearly a quarter of our US population. And the median age is, of course, going up at the same time, from 39 in 2022 to 45 by 2060. But most significantly, it is the number of people age 80 and over that is growing the most quickly. In the US, we expect a doubling of the 80 and over population between 2022 and 2040. The Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean projects the population of people 80 and over will double, more than double, in these regions by 2050. This shift is significant and it's unprecedented. And while each individual is different, of course, in general, after age 80, people's housing needs and situations are likely to shift. They're more likely to live alone, to need accessible housing, to require assistance with daily living, and to face affordability challenges. So those here today will surely agree that housing is important to people of all ages. For older adults, though, there are some particular roles that housing plays in health and well-being and financial security. So in my talk this morning, I will draw on our work at Harvard, which focuses mostly on the US, to outline key challenges and unique needs related to housing for aging population. And then I'll turn to policy with some general thoughts and also some examples of promising programs and housing alternatives. Across multiple dimensions, housing is a platform for older adults' well-being. Housing costs and stability are key to economic security in later life, which is a time when households often see a decline in income because their households have shrunk or they have retired. When older adults are unaffordably housed, our research has shown that they cut back on out-of-pocket healthcare costs and prescriptions, they spend less on food, they may forego services that they need to stay safely in their homes. Because physical challenges increase with age and because older adults spend the majority of time in their home, the attributes of the physical house are, of course, really important as well, and critical to allowing people to perform activities of daily living without assistance from other people. And in addition, as has been mentioned here today, at its most basic, housing is shelter, and its quality, construction, and location shape how exposed older adults are to climate change risks, and they are among the more vulnerable populations when it comes to things like extreme heat and displacement. Challenges with self-care and independent living also increase with age, and many people need assistance provided in the home. So housing's affordability, its location, and its connections with other sectors shape that access to the services and shape housing decisions. It's important to note that disadvantages can accumulate across a lifetime. So a lack of access to jobs, healthcare, good housing in earlier years means that by older age, people may be dealing with very different circumstances related to where and how they can live. And if housing is lost in later life, which is an increasingly worrying trend that we're seeing in the United States with the aging of people who are unhoused and many people experiencing homelessness for the first time in later life, addressing all of these particular needs and challenges can make reestablishing a home particularly challenging. So to explain how these challenges are manifesting in the US, I'll first share a word about current living situations of older adults, just for context. Most older adults in the United States, 88% in fact, head their own households. They are most often living either alone, which is the purple slice on the pie, or with a spouse, which is the orange slice of the pie. With age, more people do live alone. It's over 40% for those 80 and over. The blue slice represents people who are living with extended family, either in their own home or in the home of a family member, like an adult child. Most of these, a fifth of all older adults in the US, in fact, live in multi-generational households where there are at least two adult generations in the same family present. Only a small share live in group quarters, primarily nursing homes. So that's the tiny yellow slice. In fact, in the US, the number of older adults living in nursing homes has fallen over the last 2 decades, even as the number of older adults has grown. And this is really a testament to alternatives for care and support that are provided in the community, by which I mean in private, non-institutional settings. The homeownership rate is high in the US for older adults at nearly 80%, though there are wide gaps in that. Among Black and Hispanic older adults, it's 63 and 66% compared to 82% for older white adults. So with that very, very brief context, let me turn first to the challenge of affordability. So the most common measure of affordability compares housing costs to income, and we know that with age, especially when people are in their late 70s, 80s, and beyond, household incomes tend to decline. Yet housing costs, of course, will continue to rise for many people, certainly for renters, but also for owners who may see increased costs of property tax, property insurance, and utilities. So as you can see from the chart there, the share of older adults who are cost burdened, paying more than 30% of their income for housing, rises with age. And the share that is paying more than 50% of their income for housing also rises with age, so that by among those 80 and over, fully 1/5 are paying more than half their income for housing in the US. Also shown here, renters who are more likely to be cost burdened. They typically have lower median incomes. They have less control over housing costs. A concern in the US is that among people in their pre-retirement years, in that 50 to 64 year gap age range, the homeownership rate has actually been trending down. It's dropped 6 percentage points from 80% to 74% between 2004 and 2022. So we're anticipating a future in the US with a higher share of older renters, potentially meaning more affordability challenges and a smaller share of owners who have home equity with which to draw on in future years, which I'll get to at the end of my talk. Indeed, at last measure, owners in the US had 50 times the net wealth of the average renter. So digging a bit deeper, we also find that owners who still have mortgages on their homes, particularly those with low incomes, are also very likely to face cost burdens. A shocking 97% of owners with mortgages who had low incomes were cost burdened at last measure. And indeed, the share of owners has been creeping up. The share of owners with mortgages has been creeping up. In 1989, 3% of owners age 80 and over had a mortgage on their home. At last measure in 2022, 31% of owners 80 and over had a mortgage on their home. The inflation-adjusted balance of that mortgage has soared as well, rising over 750% in those last 3 decades. The median balance left on those mortgages is now about $79,000. Again, rising debt is not just a concern for affordability, but also for those who were counting on accessing home equity in later life to pay for costs of living, to pay for home modifications or care. The last thing I want to point out on this chart is just that those with middle incomes are not immune from these challenges either. We have seen over the past couple of decades that cost burdens are creeping up the income scale. So those with middle incomes, especially renters and again, owners with mortgages, are facing their own challenges. The second challenge I want to touch on more deeply relates to the physical house. Older adults are more likely to experience difficulties with mobility and report greater challenges entering, using, and navigating their homes. They're more likely to report challenges with self-care, with bathing, dressing, and also with independent living, the housekeeping, laundry, all of those kinds of tasks that enable someone to live on their own. A growing number of people experiencing these difficulties have cognitive challenges as well. While some of these are addressed best by securing help in the home, many mobility difficulties can be addressed with accessibility features such as no-step entries, single-floor living, walk-in showers, and the like. Sometimes these and other features can even help someone to live independently, whereas they might need help otherwise. So a house can be enabling in that way and reduce the need for outside care. In the US, the housing stock is not, on the whole, very accessible. It's difficult to measure, but by one estimate, less than 1% of housing is wheelchair accessible. 4% has single floor living, a no-step entry into the home, and the ability wide hallways and doorways that would be useful for navigation. So we have a two-pronged challenge here. The first challenge is how to help current older adults whose housing doesn't meet their needs fix that problem. And the second challenge is how do we encourage the creation of more accessible housing overall for the future? As I noted, many older adults also need supports and services at home. One study suggests that nearly 70% of older adults will need some kind of long-term care service and support with either independent living or personal care for an average length of 3 years. These services are expensive, over $100 per day on average at the median cost in the US. And our analysis has shown that just 14% of people who are 75 and over who live alone could afford to pay for that out of their income on top of their housing costs. So I think the real key point I want to make here is that we've got housing cost burdens and we've got care burdens. It's a dual burden. To a household, those two things together, they have to make decisions on both of those in concert with each other. And some of our most promising solutions are focused on recognizing this dual burden and addressing this coordination problem between housing and services. To touch briefly on the location of housing, the demographics are such that across any kind of geography in the United States, we have a growing older population. The largest concentrations of older adults are in those non-core, the more remote areas that you see on the far right of the chart. The biggest increase has been in the large metro areas that you see on this side of the chart. They both have their challenges, right? From limited access to transportation and housing alternatives and broadband service in the more rural areas to more services, but perhaps not as much accessibility as we need in the more urban areas. And all of this matters particularly because older households are the least mobile of any age group. They move less than any other age group in the United States. Only 5% of households 65 and over moved in a given year over the last 2016 to 2021, compared to 16% of those under 65. And most of those who do move don't move very far. So while we have people flooding the Sun Belt, in retirement communities like that, that is not the main story. The main story is that people are living where they're living, and we have to address these challenges where they are. So these are the three considerations. I'm going to turn now to some of the policy proposals. And there's three considerations I want to offer to ground the development of any policy focused on housing for older adults. First, because housing challenges are multifaceted, as I've hopefully shown, and because housing touches on so many aspects of well-being, the strongest approaches to meeting the needs of aging populations are going to need to be comprehensive. We have to think about affordability, we have to think about the physical house, we have to think about safety, we have to think about isolation, which is a costly health risk in and of itself, and linking services and housing together so people can stay in the home of their choice. This doesn't mean that one agency takes on it all, but it does mean that coordination is really critical. Coordination across agencies that are responsible for these aspects of the housing story to ensure housing programs and policies and health services are mutually supportive, which is my second point. I want to particularly emphasize the need for coordination between housing and the health professions. It does little good in my mind to offer supports and services at home if that home is itself not stable, not accessible, not of a high quality. And at the same time, new affordable housing is only so helpful to older adults if they can't stay in it because they lack the services that they need. And so we need any strategy around housing and aging really needs to think about this infrastructure that enables agencies to coordinate. And we need to think about that infrastructure at a lower level too, because for an individual household, it can be really difficult to marry all these different pieces together. How does somebody find out about a home repair program and home services and relief for when their rent is rising? How do we help them bring all of these together? It's tricky though, and I will say as an aside that the coordination between health and housing can be difficult because the savings of better health through housing often accrue to the health side. And making investments in housing, with health dollars can be a difficult story to make when there's different agencies, different funding streams. Complicated, but really important. A last challenge that I want to, or framework I want to throw out there is to really think about what is the goal. Is it aging in place? Aging in place is often talked about in the United States. It's talked about around the world as a sort of de facto goal of older adults, backed up by surveys that say most people want to stay where they are. But it's unexamined. We might soon realize that we all have different definitions of aging in place, and these lead to different policy directions. And so, possibly aging in place is really driven by maximizing older adults' self-determination and choice. I wrote a paper with Ann Forsyth on this topic, sort of the confusions and contradictions inherent in this term and why we really need to think a little bit more deeply about this. It could mean that it's all about choice. It could mean it's all about staying in a familiar environment. The belief that older adults will thrive better if they're not moved from their long-term home. That really speaks to engaging and investing in modifying people's homes. Choice really speaks to providing a range of housing choices. And then there's the cost issue, this belief that older adults who stay in their home will be less costly to a healthcare system or less costly than someone in institutional care, which may be true, but as a policy goal, I think really needs examination. Meanwhile, for individuals, this can mean any number of things. I've talked to people who say, I will never, ever, ever, ever leave my house. You'll carry me out. All the way to people who say, I will live anywhere as long as it's not a nursing home. I just don't want to live in a nursing home. These really drive different policy directions. And so I think it's really worth thinking about what we mean when we talk about aging in place. My personal sort of preference is for self-determination. I don't think older adults are monolithic in any stretch, that there's people need choice. They need to be able to stay where they are if they can, but to have alternatives, hopefully in the communities that they want to stay connected to. So I'm going to turn next to some housing solutions. Don't dwell on this chart. It's just here, really, it was here to organize my thoughts about some of the options I want to show you that are, some of them are really small scale, but they're really trying to address multiple of the challenges that I've talked about. And so I'm going to talk about all those approaches that are down the left side of the chart next. A first model that we hear a lot about, it's pretty small, it's only a couple million people in the US, is house sharing. This is the idea that an older adult has extra room in their house and they would like to have a roommate, either another older person or maybe a graduate student or a young person in some of the expensive cities. In fact, one of the programs here started in Boston as a way to help younger students find housing with older adults. This solves a couple of problems. It helps with the housing costs for the older adult. It can help with social isolation on both sides, frankly, from older and younger. And it can help with chores around the house, so lessening the burden of maintaining a home. A second model is intentional intergenerational communities, which is a term I made up. And so it encompasses a lot of different models, but really most often developed by nonprofit organizations in the hopes of supporting particular multi-generational populations. So some of the images you see here on the top and on the bottom are from places called Treehouse in Massachusetts, and on the bottom, Bridge Meadows in Oregon. These are organizations that house families who are adopting children from the foster care system, often big sibling groups, and older adults who are not related but who live on the campus and provide support and mutual help to those families. So what develops is a really wonderful community of mutual care, mutual support. The older adults have affordable housing, and again, just one of the really, I think, addressing that social isolation piece in particular. They're really only possible through a lot of stacking of various subsidies that Professor Pratt talked about, which are limited, and they're really reliant on these partnerships. You need the social service side and the housing side. Service-enriched housing is another model. This is a little bit more prevalent. It's often targeted to low-income older adults. Housing is provided accessible, affordable, again, thanks to a variety of subsidy programs, with on-site services and supports. Many employ service coordinators who are professionals whose job it is to link people to the benefits and the services for which they're eligible and that they need. This model has become so desirable that there are efforts to make these, to move this up to the middle income, which is hard because the subsidies aren't there for the middle income group. But through the use of older households' home equity, as well as cost-saving measures like having residents lead recreation programs, some of these are coming to fruition. Grand family housing is specialized housing for grandparents raising grandchildren without that middle generation present. Housing is child-friendly and accessible, affordable, and includes supportive programming. Nationally, one recent estimate is that 4.5 million children in the United States are living in grandparent-headed households, making solutions like this really essential. From the physical structure that is child-friendly and accessible to the supportive services for all ages, these have become, a really important solution. Co-housing is a solution that other parts of the world have way more experience than we do in the US, although we certainly have some fantastic co-housing organizations. This is generally resident developed and managed, but not always, and in other parts of the world, they're driven by nonprofits who welcome renters. This photo is from a co-housing community that's actually in Nuremberg, Germany. And what is noteworthy here is that they have income-restricted units available to people with low incomes, and they also have services that are available to the surrounding community. So they have located a cafe and they've located a childcare facility here. So one of the goals of co-housing in Germany is to stabilize neighborhoods. So this is just yet another model. University living is another interesting sort of niche that's growing in the United States, in which older adults live in purpose-built housing on college campuses. They don't live in the dormitories, they live in their own housing. But they take classes and they participate in other aspects of community life. This is generally not an affordable option, although it's one that is helping universities. It's a fund, something that helps them. But it's an interesting option, again, trying to get at that intergenerational and making use of land and buildings that may have been underutilized. So I just want to turn quickly to solutions to help those who seek to remain in their homes. And there are a number of programs that help older adults modify and maintain their homes. Many are smallish, $5,000 for some home repairs and modifications, although there are exceptions. For instance, the state of Massachusetts has a home loan modification grant that's about $60,000 maximum, which is more significant. I want to call out Capable here, which is a program developed at Johns Hopkins University that provides small-scale modifications, but they also send a nurse and an occupational therapist to an older adult's home. So they may put a banister and repair stairs and make the home safer, but the nurse and the occupational therapist will also help the resident build strength so that they can use the stairs and regain function and better use their modified home. Another community-based solution is the coordination of services and care to those dwelling in traditional housing. So PACE is a program, the Program of All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, that provides a range of services to older adults who could qualify to live in a nursing home, but could also do well on their own in the community if they had these wraparound supports. And they really touch on everything from medical care to behavioral health to recreation and social isolation. So this is something that's been piloted. It's growing. It's targeted again at those with low incomes. There's a great deal of interest from middle income people in getting in on something like this. And notably, some service-enriched housing that I showed you before is incorporating PACE centers within it as well. Then we've got some models that are really organizational frameworks that help older adults navigate their needs if they're aging in place. By which I mean, I should define what I mean by aging in place. In this instance, staying in their current home. The Village model is a membership organization. It began in Boston among people who were aging and wanted to have a community with each other and leverage their sort of the numbers that they had to purchase some services. So for a modest fee, the Village Association provides referrals to home contractors. They provide transportation. They provide social opportunities. And these have really sprung up. The map that you see there shows that most are in the Northeast and the West Coast, but we've got a growing number, and they're growing from wealthier communities to communities that are less well-resourced. And they actually played a really important role in the pandemic in terms of addressing isolation, disruptions to need, and vaccinations. NORCs are another model. That stands for naturally occurring retirement communities. So if you have a giant apartment building in New York City where most of the population is aging in place, it's not a retirement community on purpose, but it has become one. And so there's a network of organizational structure that has sprung up to help older adults meet their needs in those buildings. And then lastly, I want to just, age-friendly communities are another important actor and partner in all of this as advocates for housing options, as advocates for connecting these services, and practically speaking, as a really great network. Again, they proved, some research we did showed that they were really instrumental in the pandemic in matching people and their needs because they knew all parts of that story of aging. It's about housing, and it's about services, and it's about healthcare. It's about all those things. I want to end by just touching on the conversation that I think is really growing in the U.S. about how to help older adults access home equity in order to pay for living costs, home modification, long-term supports and services. This is really part of the conversation about middle-income older adults and how they really are struggling. So we know all the struggles of those with low incomes, but there's a huge swath and growing swath in the middle that is really, looking down a really difficult path of not being able to afford their housing or the services that they need. So there are obviously financial tools out there: cash out refinancing of those mortgages, home equity loans and lines of credit, reverse mortgages. There's challenges with these. Cash out refinancing has gotten a lot less attractive with higher interest rates, and research has shown that many older applicants for refinancing are denied, often because they have insufficient equity in their home. They overstate the equity that they think they have, but in truth, they haven't been able to maintain their home, and that asset has not grown as much as they may have wished. Reverse mortgages are less common now. They were a little bit more common before the Great Recession, the changing to the banking and the regulations, and some big players exiting the market has really brought this down. About 65,000 home equity conversion mortgages, the government-insured version of reverse mortgages, were made in 2022. And I think some of the barriers to their wider use are, first of all, we've got increased mortgage debt among older adults. We've got this problem where some people can't maintain their equity by doing basic maintenance and repair and all of that. We've got this issue of higher rejection rates for older borrowers. Sometimes they're seen as greater risks. And we've got, I think, a lack of information. And what I didn't put up here, but I want to touch on, is that a lot of older adults don't want to do this. They want to save, the research has shown, they want to save that equity for the big emergency. The big emergency may or may never come, but there's an aversion to draining it too early, and also to draining it and not being able to pass it to children. Of course, that's another big thing, and a lack of information. Now, who can use reverse mortgages or any of these tools? I think I just want to end on this note about equity. Clearly, these are tools that work in certain circumstances, but we need to develop more tools and better tools, especially to help those whose most of their wealth is locked into their home. And as you can see here, there's very big differences in the amount of home equity that are held by different racial and ethnic groups in the United States, and in the share of their wealth that is in the home. So on average, among all older adults, the median net wealth is about $500,000. About half of that is coming from home equity. But you can see there's really stark differences when you drill down a little bit more. So this is actually where our research is going next. We are really concerned and interested in these disparities in the ability to access home equity, and also in the disparities in ability to pass on home equity to the next generations to enable them to become homeowners and to close some of these racial and ethnic homeownership gaps that we have. So accessing equity is a complicated story, something we want people to be able to do, but we also want to be able to support those younger generations where some of this money would be really useful. So there's a lot I didn't talk about today, such as the potential for technology, other topics that I wasn't able to get to. I think the good news is that we are not short on good ideas. We are, however, short on time. And so I would just end with a plea that the time is now, the time to act is now, and the quality of life and well-being of millions of older adults will depend on it. Muchas gracias.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Excelente presentación. Bueno.
Great presentation, and the purpose of this presentation
Mayores. Después de todo.
we are on that way. So no, we have to think about this. Well, we will be speaking about what Jennifer said about this reverse mortgages. We will discuss them in the afternoon, and we will have two spectacular panels you cannot miss. The first one is with the ministers and ministries of the region in order to see which solutions they have found. We will learn from them, and then we will have another one about innovative products in the world. Do you remember that today was avant-garde, was the motto? But now, well, we have arrived at the most longed for time of this morning. We will have a coffee break. Unfortunately, we cannot send YouTubers a virtual coffee, but we will be back in 15 minutes. invite all the people to come to the room in order to start in a few seconds. And we thank YouTubers who are ready. Mande.
Enriched housing es vivienda de calidad.
Enriched.
¿Qué vino un cliente tuyo?
Mande.
Vino un cliente tuyo, ¿verdad?
Es el abogado que me va a arreglar lo de Luis y su hijita. Tenía curiosidad
Pido por favor.
de ver qué era esto. Y hoy lo pido ahorita, porque no es fácil.
No es un cliente.
No, yo más bien soy su cliente. No,
Ah, no, mira. Ese estaba mal. Fíjate.
¿estabas mal? ¿En qué?
No, estaba mal la traducción que te daba este. Y por eso yo no la conocía, pero no, es que no es ahí.
Enriched housing.
Housing es un programa que ofrece al adulto mayor un departamento que tiene un paquete de servicios, incluye comida, limpieza, homemaking, core, shopping, o sea, es como te da la vivienda, no es una residencia, pero es un programa de vivienda.
Entonces, ¿cómo le decimos a esto?
Déjame buscar.
A ver, sí.
Vivienda con otros servicios.
Pero no se entiende, ¿no? Es como los servicios de una
Pero en Rich
residencia.
Housing tampoco lo entiendes. Si no conocieras el término fuera...
Pero entonces, ¿qué?
Espérame.
No, es el abogado que me está ayudando. Y como el otro día platicamos, me dijo que su hijita que tenía ganas de estudiar, de ver, le dije, pues mire, lo invito para que vea en vivo y a todo color lo que hace.
Ya. Déjame buscar Rich House en español porque aquí decía, pero no.
Bueno, aprovecho esta ocasión mientras se van acomodando para recordarles que estamos compartiendo una gran cantidad de
Well, I make use of this opportunity in order to remind you that we are sharing a lot of experiences, both here with the IDB people, with the INFONAVIT people, and we have this hashtag, which is Foro de Vivienda 2024. So we thank you all sincerely in order to convey to the rest of our community the most important lessons we are learning at these great panels, and thanking this great opportunity because we are here forming part of this great ecosystem. Well, I want to welcome the YouTubers. Thank you very much because you are here with us, sharing from home or from your jobs, all this knowledge. Well, this is the third Housing Regional Forum 2024, and well, I ask you to give a big round of applause. And we are feeling really very energetic. Well, I think we are all here, and I want to make sure that our panelists will be here, are here. Well, we will start because we have a very tight agenda and we want to really be quick. So we have the incentives for sustainable living for vulnerable population as a result of the value chain study. This panel will be moderated by Tatiana Gallego Lizon. She is the head of the Division of Housing and Development, Urban Development. Next we have Santiago Sanchez Sorondo, the Undersecretary of Habitat and Housing from the Zoning Development Area. Michelle Soy, the Minister from Housing in El Salvador. Eric Hernan Rosales Lopez, Vice Minister of Urban Development and Housing at the Ministry of Communications, Infrastructure and Housing. Fernando Mendez, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Housing and Territorial Zoning. Juan Carlos Maruja, Minister from the Minister of Urbanism, Housing and Habitat, and Vivian Reyes, Vice Minister of Standard Regulations and Procedures. Well, thank you very much, Luis. I would like to invite all of our panelists to come to the podium. I am going to be here at the podium because in this way you will be able to see better the panelists. I am going to explore this value chain research that has been taken into implementation in 6 countries. These patterns help us to identify some weaknesses, and they also help us to design and define the development of guidelines, policies, products, and programs in order to promote the concept of sustainable living for. Actually, we do this with either the people from the different governments, the civil society, and very many international organizations we work with. And actually, since we have this luxury panelist, we have Juan Carlos Iruja, who comes from Paraguay, Minister of Urbanism, Housing and Habitat. Also, the minister from Guatemala, Michelle Sol, the Minister of El Salvador, Fernando Méndez Peralta, Vice Minister of Panama, Juan Carlos Sánchez Orondo. We have him from Argentina, and we also have the minister from the Dominican Republic. Well, as you have seen in these 6 countries, I wanted to tell you several studies and research have been done, and my first question to all the panelists will be, and I will follow the same order. In 3 or 4 minutes, please, can you tell us which have been the main points as to knowledge, areas of improvement that have been able to prioritize these value chain studies? and was again based upon the list I gave you. And if you do not have any changes, I would like to start with Minister Baruja. Well, I would like to know what's your perspective from Paraguay. First and foremost, I want to present my country. It is in the southern part. It has over 6 million inhabitants, according to the last census. And our deficit as a whole is 1,100,000 units, both quantitative and quantitatively. So we have this deficit in about 30% of the shortage, which is quantitative. With the IDB collaboration, we are fully developing all these buildings because here we have to mention the qualitative challenge. The program is called AMADIV, and what we see here is that people can improve their standard of life. They, for instance, can include one more bedroom, and the evaluation we have just made and we are thinking of is being taken to a national level, taking into account the success of this program. And we are also managing the possibility of having a finance so that this will have this program national coverage. We have also made a study about the value chain, which is very important because it encompasses the reality of what we live in our country. And this is a commitment that helps us to really adopt important measures because we are really implementing a project, Chacarita Alba, with the IDB for sustainable housing. And this is the beginning of this type of models in our country. And it has allowed us to be able to really give incentives as well so that companies will have the possibility of investing in this type of housing. Likewise, we are looking for more financing for this purpose. Additionally, I want to tell you about the following. With our administration, we started the last year. On July the 12th, we have launched a new dwelling program addressed to a new segment that had never had the possibility of participating, and I am speaking about middle class, and they earn from one salary, average salary, to four of them, but thanks to the economic activity, we have had a great stability for the last 20 years. We have low inflation, 4 or 5 points on an annual basis, and our currency, well, it has been also been very stable, and when we pay really very little taxes, and there is even a financing for 30 years, and $56,000 can be lent to one family, and it was 6%, but this will be paid in 30 years. About 18 years ago, housing rates were in the range of 30-40%, but now with this economic stability my country enjoys, we can really implement this program. And last July the 12th, this has been launched with our president, Santiago Tena, and in Guarani, it is called Shiriramana, which means by beautiful house, and it was an electoral proposal made by Santiago Peña, the president of our country. And in the first 10 days of having launched it, 40% has been really bought with very few acquisitions. And for instance, the platform was very good because any citizen can be postulated with his cell phone. He will go to our platform and he's given the website, and the person who has been postulated can.
And they have to simulate from the computer the 24 hours because our platform is linked to 5 databases. In Paraguay, if you're a public official, they have a list of all the public officials, and it is linked to, it has all the full information of the banking system. Just by putting your schedule number, you have a favorable or unfavorable pre-qualification. In the past, this was done personally, and it took a couple of months for the person to have a pre-qualification. We have also found, as throughout Latin America, one of the difficulties is the high level of informality. Around 50% of the economically active population in my country cannot demonstrate their revenues because they are informal revenues. And with this program that we have launched with the President, we want to bankarize a very important sector of the country, and 15,000 houses a year, and they indicate me that I should have 50,000 households a year to reduce. The same question goes for Vice Minister Rosales. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I would like to thank you for your invitation and the IDB as well. I was telling Mauricio, I want to tell you that Mauricio invited us until we said yes. Thank you, Mauricio, for your invitation. I just wanted to talk about the following. I mean, I'm not going to talk about the common issues like having reliable data on housing deficit or policy making. No, I would like to go to the incentives of sustainable housing for vulnerable population. We would like to share good practices and lessons learned in this field that we can identify and take back with us. We have great challenges in the case of Guatemala because I'm going to make a disclaimer here. I have been in this position for 90 days now, but for a month and a half, but we are now retaking the policy for urban development and housing, as well as urban settlements and home improvement and community improvement. We have had for the last 12 years a housing law that allow us to have a link between the public and private sectors, but we didn't take advantage of that. We didn't take advantage of that because the increase in prices of housing, inflation, since the housing law was enacted, we were able to finance from the government the down payment of some housing solutions. Now, what the law allows us is not enough money for the down payment, and therefore we have to go back to that public-private relationship where we can at least be a financing mechanism for housing. Second, the law allowed us to create guarantee funds and 12-year months later, we have not yet created the guarantee funds. So we have an issue there. We have an institute to promote mortgages, despite the fact that it has a large public participation. It is one of the most predictable and solid institutions in terms of operation, but it has been adapted itself to the logics of the market, of the supply for higher levels. I think that it is very similar to what has happened in other countries. This is the way in which they make large developments. FHA is present if it's for mid-high class. FHA is also guaranteeing those mortgages. But the colleague from Paraguay was saying, we also face the challenge of informal economy, an informal economy that accounts for 69%. And therefore they are not creditworthy. When you see the statistical information, I don't know if people from FHA are present here. They are a very good institution, but if we check the statistical information as of 2023, FHA guaranteed 142 housing solutions from informal economy with a deficit of 1.7 million households in Guatemala. So we have to reinvent ourselves and to take advantage of some important elements. I'm trying to identify the key points. First, to have a PPP. Second, go back to guarantee funds. 3, to rescue some of the elements that can be specifically for each state. Guatemala is small. We have $15 billion of the national budget, and the remittances is 1.5 million of the budget of Guatemala. That is to say, we have not been creative to make use of some items that we could be using for housing, and to a great extent, this goes for housing, but for a housing that does not respond to an urban development policy. For those of you who have been in Guatemala, if you go to the provinces, you are going to find buildings of 3 or 4 stories in the rural areas without electricity, without working, without a sewer system. So you see a beautiful landscape with 3 or 4-story constructions with no construction, no material supervision. Most of the funds are arriving through remittances for housing, but they really do not respond to any planning elements. So this is what we have to rescue, and this accounts for 1.5% of the national budget. That is to say, the migrants are making a larger contribution than the government of Guatemala itself. This question is for Minister Sol. Minister Sol, in 3 or 4 minutes, could you summarize which are the main findings when you studied the value chain? Thank you. Thank you. I am from El Salvador. The ministry has been in existence for 5 years now. It is one of the newest. My name is Michelle Sol. President Bukele decided to organize the 4 institutions that had to do with housing, and we are the Social Fund for Housing, a second story banking. The actual recovery started with the security actions of the country. That's the miracle in El Salvador. The miracle of the change is safety and security. We're able to recover territories that were fully controlled by criminals. And the recovery of urban sites, the recovery of open spaces, the recovery of basic rights like mobility freedom, the reactivation of local economies. In the past, you could not make deliveries in the communities because you could get in the community, but you would be killed if you got into the community. Once security is solved, we started facing great challenges. First, the consequences of abandonment in housing. For decades, we are building developments for communities that were affected by extreme poverty and by criminality, and we changed their environment. Legalization of land for low-income families. This is the first step to close the gap. There was a crime done that where they were sold, but they didn't legalize that, and they blame it on the state, but not on them. There was like a vicious circle where people were deceived for decades. They bought things, they paid for them, but they don't have a formal title. And this affects more than 700,000 families. We are correcting that. So these families have nothing, but by the regularization, they have now something, and they feel rooted. You avoid migration, and they give a family identity. This was a fraud that was committed for years, 40 years now. There are areas which are extremely vulnerable, and then the president created a settlement program where we have invested 30 million. We rent a house in a safe place that can be of the places where they live were high risk areas because of the insecurity that existed in the country. When we learn about the needs of the communities, it is impossible for the state to solve the housing deficit by its own. So we facilitate loans to the population, the people with the lowest income. We also work hand in hand with the private companies to produce affordable products. For example, housing or dwellings recovered in areas that were criminal areas before. Here we applied only 2% of interest, quotas lower than even a rent. We offer mobile homes and many other things. The housing system invested 932 million in loans, construction of houses, and regularization of settlements. Now, what's the future? Well, in the construction of a route, we are supporting ourselves of this study of the value chain. We have a general outlook of what we need, but we still need more information that will allow us to have adequate policies. Cities change, and they transform even more when you have a context nationally that generates a new dynamics. Like in the case of El Salvador, which is security and safety, one of the main points of the value chain is that you need to have updated figures on housing deficit. We have been estimating that they hadn't made a census for the last 17 years. They hadn't constructed a census. Now, Vice President Bukele is constructing a census. The challenge is the production of social housing. The new security context made people in El Salvador decided to invest in a housing. In the first results of this survey, we see that we have now a diversified market of microfinance, microloans for families in El Salvador. Families have different options to get the loan, and there has been a great diversification. One of our institutions is a second floor bank working with cooperatives, but we also work with other programs. Talking about subsidies now. There, we have also enabled zero premiums and a way to be repaying. We are going to have the possibility to use these programs to reach more families of the informal sector that are the most needed families. It is important to stress that our government drives an articulated work, that we all work in symphony. For example, at Las Campaneras community, where gangs had full control of the territory, learning to live with no fear in this new context is very difficult. And this is part of the learning lessons of the communities where it was in the past impossible to live. We have also received international support for the development of specific greenhousing programs that promote the efficient use of resources through technologies and sustainable actions. We are using water and electric power. We have developed our credit product for some social products. that works hand in hand with the IDB. We want to take advantage of the lessons learned and continue with the sustainable housing. We are working with the IDB in a green stamp program. This, after a consultation work with all the stakeholders involved, there is still much to do. We would like to thank the IDB for being a strategic partner of El Salvador. Thank you so much, Minister Sol. Vice Minister Méndez Peralta. Good morning. I would first like to thank the organizers on my behalf and on behalf of the President, Ministro Juane, that was not capable of coming. I know that we have limited time. I think that the main challenges that we are facing as Vice Ministry of Housing is always trying to reduce housing deficit. There is a quantitative part and a qualitative one. The qualitative exceeds the quantitative part, but more challenges or challenges in numbers, it is the social part. Solving a housing issue has to be accompanied by a social support that permits people that have a new social housing can be accompanied with other factors. And this is part of a seminar that we made with the IDB recently. Now, challenges beyond in Panama. In Panama, we have traditionally worked with the private sector. The Ministry of Housing has been a catalyst for private sector to see the investment as something possible and get involved in the business of social housing. We have done so through some benefits that have been provided either to the banking sector through preferred interest loans and at the same time to the buyers so that they may get some benefits. As the IDB said, supply and demand. In the case of supply, some benefits for the constructor, $10,000 of bonuses up to a margin of $70,000, and some benefits for the demand under a subsidy of 4% for mortgage loans that allow them to have an adequate qualification. As stated by other colleagues, informality is the greatest challenge. Informality, even before the pandemic, has been growing in this very aggressive curve. And this is having a negative impact when we talk about the qualification of people. And this is one of the main challenges that we are facing. In addition to that, as a country, we need to amend the leasing law. This leasing law that dates back to 1973 was a law that worked fine in the past, but it is a little bit paternalistic, affecting negatively a segment of the market that has possibilities for the development of housing projects with the support of the private sector. As Ministry of Housing, we have the possibility to plan and coordinate land use zoning, and therefore there are new projects that we are developing. The Tren, which is a flagship project that will go, it's a train that will go from Chiriquí to the capital city, will allow us to develop different poles. But we are facing challenges in informal settlements. This is a scenario that affects not only those people who cannot find an adequate housing and they want to go to other private territories, but also we have identified people that promote this type of settlements. Therefore, one of the challenges that we have is to amend the law to sanction the illegal management that results into poverty for the families, because it becomes a drug trafficking area. As the Minister of this is results in risky neighborhoods.
But together with IDB, and I know that we have to be very accurate, our main focus is to be able to develop a national housing law that will allow us to have a long-term plan without political characteristics, not every 5 years, but once this has been established, and to have it on site to create the correct policies. As I was telling Jesus, with this database, this IT knowledge that will allow us to make decisions. Well, Vice Minister, thank you very much. And additionally, your priorities regarding Panama are very clear. Now I would like to give the floor to Deputy Secretary Sanchez Horno in order for him to share the challenges they are considering. Well, good afternoon. Well, actually, I sincerely thank the hosts, INFONAVIT, and also the IDB for this invitation. It is an honor for us and for me to represent Argentina. And answering your question, the value research seemed very interesting to me. And it agrees with very many issues we were discussing, and it also creates a very important source for the policy we are thinking of for the future. In Argentina, over 10 years ago, we have been having a policy at the Secretariat of Housing that has an objective to struggle or to really alleviate the deficit, the shortage we have, and we see that we are very far away of complying with these objectives, because if we have a real vision, it's very important for us to understand the situation. You were speaking about all this data, and it is very important to have all this information, and it is also very important to see outwards so as to see what other countries are doing in terms of housing, because either for good or bad, we learn and we can replicate what we have. And in this way, we can prevent some managerial procedures which are destined to failures. So in this way, we also have a very clear perspective about private actors, which are fundamental, for instance, as to housing policy. I think, it is very good to hear the other comments and to lead the improvements made in this regard. Regarding what we are really considering as a proposal for this administration, this has to do with what the president is doing, trying to finish with this cyclical economic situation Argentina has had for several years that has not allowed the development or the struggle against housing shortage. And I am speaking about mortgages, loans. Today in Argentina, this is really difficult. It is very tough because regarding all this, about 0.4% as to mortgages, the vision this president has in terms of economics is to be able to use loans. We have this bad news, but we have an excellent news regarding the future ceiling. And this has been taken to the Senate, ordering the economy of the country. What do we have thought from the Secretariat of Housing is two stages. The short-term one, the one we are working on, we are working on this, and this allows us, well, let me tell you that today with the present situation, we have just very incipient, very early actually loans. We have a currency in Argentina, and actually this grew a lot, and loans grew alone as to the indexation. And recently, new similar loans were launched, and actually, there was a lot of disappointment in connection with the private ones. But if we see high class people and we want to really encompass the middle sector and to work essentially with the low sector, obviously, we set here some tools, for instance, a compensating fund that will allow us to have in this indexed currency that will have the relationship that will be sustainable. We are speaking about Argentina, an inflationary country, and very many private entities, when they see this situation, consider it as a contingency. So here they see how the bank perceives the indexed currency, and the decision maker can really, well, have massive loans to be granted. We are working in this regard to create new products, and in such a way that, well, very many people who do not have access to this will have access to it, and even people who cannot formally prove this income will be able to do that in terms of some mechanisms we have implemented. We are also working about some problems we have in Argentina, because we know that banks and the Argentinian state is not really getting all the loans banks gave, and therefore they have more money, and this will give rise to mortgages. The point is that we do not have subdivided loans that can give rise to these mortgages. Therefore, we have really strengthened some institutes, and we will be able to see how new units will be mortgaged. But this will have to do with a series of regulations. We need to formalize this loans, and actually we need to speak about all these subrogations, so that when there are more and more credits to be given, this will help us to be more competitive vis-a-vis banks, and will allow us to be more, as I've said, competitive. And this is for the low segment. We are concerned about it, and we know that we have to work really hard in order to have this INFONAVIT law implemented, because this co-participates with all the provinces and the second level of the government. They use this fund in order to solve and to create houses in different segments. The point is that the national state, together with the provinces, with these funds, has given very little housing solutions. So very many of these funds are used for the MAGAGIC policies, and some sectors are selected in order to determine all those areas that will be built. So the point is to really work with these provinces in order to promote a participation of the promises with the objective of stop building houses, but to try to leave this to the private sector, but we need to see that good rules will have to be established in order not to have inequalities. Okay, Minister Reyes, well, thank you very much, Tatiana. I am very thankful to the IDB and INFONAVIT organizers, and I am very happy to be here. Well, precisely, there are some points I have not found in the value chain, and actually, well, we will see that this initiative will be 3 years in August. Here we have information that has been regionally supplied. We were also able to see this at the UN at the previous panel, and we need to check what is the shortage we have in Dominican Republic. We have 1,400,000, 44%, and the 3% is qualitative. This is common in the region, and 12% is qualitative. We have some other problems. For instance, the land taxes. There are lands, pieces of land that have been invaded. They do not have legal certainty. We have spoken about the least vulnerable ones, and we have seen all these, and well, cities are really concentrating 22.5 of the land, which are areas, vulnerable areas because of floodings, and well, this does not encompass all the land. We need to see whether they are also fragile, so on and so forth, and we have to check this out. Our country recently promulgated this law of territorial ordering, and this was done together with the Ministry of Planning, and all this planning has been very informal, and let's put it this way. Well, not very well planned. So this is one of the most important challenges. As I have said, land use zoning. One other problem is very complex, and out of each out of 10 units, well, 3 are informal and 7 are formal, so they have the same standards, the same demands, and actually this is very complex to be complied with. Now there is another problem, the access to financing, because this 70% is informal, and therefore it is very difficult to bank it. So all of them are subject to have loans granted. So we also have the construction market. There are difficulties in order to introduce new technologies, eco technologies, and we also have problems, and this was mentioned at the previous panel. The OAS have this construction index, 36% after the pandemic. So this has also made difficult this type of access, and therefore the construction becomes more and more expensive. We are working articulatedly with some other institutions. Thank you very much, Minister Reyes. Well, in the last 10 minutes I wanted to make a common question, because I have one other question to all the panelists. Okay, you do not have to answer it directly, but I would like to know what type of actions can really promote a better participation of the private sector, the development bank, or the creation of financial incentives. So I will start with Minister Rosales if he deems it fit. Thank you very much. I would like to let's try this microphone. Well, I would like to summarize 6 important points in order to organize resources. We have made the identification of recovering the public-private endeavor in order to have contributions to the private sector. We have the guarantee fund, and we are planning on making this giving smaller amounts. And at a given moment, we would like to invite the multilateral entities. We have made some improvements with the cousin, first degree cousin of IDB, and we are trying to really do this by means of implementation, which will come later, and we need to see the cooperatives along this process. Why do we have to go back to this? Well, I didn't want to be theoretical, but we cannot speak about social development or quality improvement in order to improve the life of citizens if we do not speak about this dignified housing. In Ecuador, we have very many people in extreme poverty, and we cannot stop speaking about the banking systems and the economic engine, the creation of jobs, and the multiplying effect of economy. However, we need to really manage public management. So for those of you who have toured again on these places, well, we need to see that we have to shorten problems in order to favor the people who are more underprivileged. So for those of you who would like to join us, well, that would be really great. Minister Baruja, as a result of the value chain, we have moved forward with the IDB. We have identified the lack of a unified information system. We need a law of this zoning problems or zoning innovations. So we have included Santiago Peña and the private sector and the developing company that what we have seen before in order to allow for the construction of the same. So what we did before from the state viewpoint, we're granting resources to the company in order to really make this housing feasible. So one of the most important things is that engineers, architects who are in this endeavor will be able to do so. But in there, for instance, if you see here that we're speaking about 6.5, we are really creating a new housing policy in Paraguay, and thanks to this research, we have been able to strengthen institutionally the growth, the housing growth in Paraguay. Now I would like to give the floor to Minister Mendez Peralta. The incentive for the development through the banking industry is always the main approach because this allows buyers who are the large demand will have access to this low-income housing, no matter if they earn the low income salary, but with this challenge, we can renovate it because it will expire in next December, but this will be able thanks to the fixed interest rate. And now we have really to give an incentive. We, as the Minister of the Treasury, can develop all this through bidding, and building companies can participate. These are vertical buildings where we can really give some offerings.
The catalyst is to motivate the company seeing the same as a business. So up to the last 30th of June, one of the mechanisms that was used was that housings were qualified under a regime of solidarity bonds. They got a compensation of around $10,000 over housing that was held up to 70,000 as a cap. That regime is over since June the 30th. We are now revising the information, and this is a process that will take the next 6 months, that is to say, to make this law be amended to have the order of magnitudes. We reviewed more than 10,000 houses a year, having an impact in terms of compensation of almost $100,000 to the private company. Important domestic and international companies decided that this was a possibility. Now that bond has to evolve. This is what we have decided. How are we visualizing things for the future? Well, hand in hand with the construction industry, municipalities, the private sector, to see how through the banking sector we can promote a further development without damaging the state or causing a gap to the state. This is one of the main objectives of the minister, to complete such a plan, seeing what we have done in order to promote the future. As part of the development strategies through the banking sector is to use leverage through the state banking sector, and also to invite the private banking so that the private banking may recover the trust and the possibility to lend both the buyer as well as the promoter through provision of the different types of loans with guaranteed interest. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you. I will do the same as I did with the challenges with regard to access to land. We have the recent land use zoning law, and we are working together with the Ministry of Economics, of the Economy and Planning, and with the local governments. We compile information from IMEPID, and we identify which are land uses, the strategies that we will have in order to compile information from the population. We have the plan for 10 years. The plan for the next 10 years is ready now. And in that plan, we are also incorporating all the planning based on the data compiled. We have implemented one single shop where we have been able to articulate 18 institutions in the second stage, all the local governments. And the National Institute is where we make almost all the different official procedures, but we wanted to reduce the red tape so that all the developments are being done informally. 70% may have access to a faster and more agile procedure. We are also working with the construction code. We have a lot of isolated rules that have been like for 10, 30, or 20 years, and we are now putting them in specific titles and chapters. One of the chapters, or a couple of chapters, which are fundamental, are the one that will regulate the other production, because if we want to be self-production, we have to guarantee that all the quality services are being met for it to be safe. but also giving a different treatment to the other 30%, which is formal, and that has to comply with many other rules. And another specific chapter is sustainable housing. There, we are trying to support with the regulations that development that we need for housing for the next 10 years. And we'll do many of these things through the one-stop service. Ministra Sol, you have the floor now. Well, this is a topic regarding security in the country. We are giving that legal and social security to private entrepreneurs, opening the doors of our institutions, of our ministries, and also our financial allies. So that exchange allows for a synergy in all the products that we want to have in the country. We're opening the doors to all the people that have left the country. And now we have a reverse migration, people wanting to come back to El Salvador, and we are facing a serious problem because we have to build hundreds of thousands of homes for the people who left the country and are coming back. And we are working in trying to create plans and programs for all these families that want to come back and invest in the country. And by having these programs open to the public, the private sector is enthusiastic because they see the trust that they need to invest money in countries that are in a country that is opening its doors. I share the idea said but heard, like that of one-stop service. I mean, this is the type of services required by the private sector to invest in a country that wants to support the private entrepreneurs and the financial allies. We're going to close this with Undersecretary Sanchez Orondo. I am impressed by your comment. This is the final comment, okay? Our objective is to redesign the housing policy. We have to redesign the INFONAVIT law, that is the one that funds the provinces, to work against the housing deficit and to promote real estate developments. Recently, in the tax regulations, we have worked together with several government areas to include, with regard to real estate developments, housing, and the record of large investments on the one hand, and also money laundering, anti-money laundering activities for the development of housings. This is a recent development. We need to give legal certainty to the private sector and get them to the right place so that this is done in a well-planned way. That's the objective and the obligation of the government. And to put the rules of the game basically so that they can work, do their business, and so that we may all work in the state with the private sector to reduce the housing deficit. Land use zoning to generate promoted areas where we're interested in implementing urban planning, and also work with second and third lines of governments, provinces and municipalities regarding the subdivision processes, so that we don't have to implement alternate solutions to these problems, which finally are partly a burden for the private sector, but partly to the state, because we don't have the necessary agility that is required for those urban development plans. I would like to close the session. Thank you very much for joining us. And many of the studies on value chain presented today are available at our website. And for those who are interested, this is a way to dive deeper into weaknesses and opportunities to improve the housing sector in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Tatiana. I would like to thank everybody. And while they take the last picture after the panel, I would like to stress what Tatiana said. It is so important to hear the ministers talk about the results of the value chains. We have been working with them from the IDB. Now you have to leave the stage. I'm sorry because we are running a little bit late on the agenda. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us. Now we will continue with the presentation. I would like to welcome again Carlos Martinez Velázquez, Director General of the National Housing Fund Institute for Workers, INFONAVIT. A round of applause for our guest. A second, please. He's coming now. And we would like to tell you that our audience in YouTube is growing for this third 2024 Regional Housing Forum in the city of Mexico. Thank you for following us all the way from other countries and regions. So I would like to thank all the people who have joined through YouTube. Don't forget to share content and we thank you for your likes. We are obtaining a lot of information from the media in the IDB. The hashtag is Foro de Vivienda 2024 in Spanish. Now a round of applause for Carlos Martinez Velázquez now. Thank you so much. We have covered more than 50% of the agenda today, and I will share with you what we are seeing for the future at the INFONAVIT to complement the housing policy. What we have done as of today, as you all know, the INFONAVIT is the largest institution, credit access institution in the country. It accounts for 6 percentage points of the GDP in Mexico. All the assets that it has, and it grants 70% of mortgage loans. It is not only the INFONAVIT, it is a whole structure of the mortgage loans market in Mexico, and therefore it has a very sound and solvent position guaranteed. In addition to that, the INFONAVIT has diversified regarding its investment, and today it is also an institutional investment fund that invests in infrastructure, productive infrastructure, projects, government debt, as well as other interaction instruments. This is the risks are diversified, and based on the diversification of risks, last February there was a constitutional reform that was recommended in terms of housing, which purposes that the INFONAVIT invests part of its funds for the construction of housing on the one hand. It would go, or in addition to having the mortgage part, like a grantor of mortgage loans, it could invest its funds in real estate property that would be available to establish a rent system for the workers. Unlike what happens in the US and Canada, we had conversation with the governments, even with other countries in the region. In Mexico, we don't have a public rental system. An organized rental system, public system to organize rental properties. The history of mortgage banks in Mexico has to do with ownership and loans that provide services to part of the population, and the other part of the population lives in either formal or informal settlements, or could be in agrarian places, community, or ejidos. So land tenure in Mexico has a very complicated system, and this government has recognized the different ways that were not accepted in the past. And by having a policy of only new housing, well, the territory, there was a sprawling, unnecessary sprawling of the cities. We ended with housing without services, and instead of providing the human right, the right to housing, we just broke that. And this is the first time that in Mexico we talk about a social rental system. This is a controlled system that cannot exceed 30% of the worker's salary. And this is posed in terms of the constitutional reform for housing that was enacted on February the 5th, and that is foreseen that it will be voted in the commissions on August the 1st, and starting September the 1st, it will be a new enacted regulation, taking advantage that there is a majority of the party that made such a proposal. Now, which is the context? First, it has to be with a reduction in the production of housing. What we have seen in the last few years, and our personal diagnostic, is that on the side of demand, salaries and wages have increased. Nonetheless, there is not a supply that matches the increase in the demand. In some cases, this has to do with high financing rates. We are in a moment of the monetary policy that makes that is to say that there is a limited capability of obtaining loans, and the loans which are obtained are expensive loans, and they are not affordable. And this has to do also with a high inflation period. We have seen a high inflation between 21 through 2023 that made the whole productive chain of housing more expensive. And finally, we have the fact that the segments of the population that usually used low-cost housing now are at a different salary level, because 5 million people left poverty behind in the present administration. So we have to change the definition of affordable housing here. So we are amending Article 123 of the Constitution, where the INFONAVIT lives. In the national constitution, the proposal is that the fund may invest part of its funds in the construction of housing. This is an investment activity, and therefore they will have to set profitability parameters in the case of investments, as well as parameters for them being attractive investment. It makes no sense for the INFONAVIT to invest its resources to be producers like the producers of the private sector, is to say, to go to the periphery and give housing without resources. No, we want to invest the resources of the INFONAVIT in an intelligent way, and to redensify the downtown of the cities and use public land, mainly to build housing. And this reform also tries to establish a housing rental system. As I told you, 6% of the Mexican population rents its housing, but they nonetheless cannot find contractual standards of legal certainty. These are contracts that do not establish expiration dates. They don't establish growth rates set in advance for the rents, and people are at the expense of the owners regarding their future, legal future. So this will be very important because it will establish for the first time in the country a rental system through an institution of the Mexican states that will allow the workers of the INFONAVIT to have access to housing that can be established in a rental system.
This housing would have to be located in some working centers, and this will be able to be done thanks to Infonavit's finances. We have seen that part of what Infonavit is for those people who are from different countries is that it is funded by 5% of the national payroll is given to Infonavit on a compulsory basis. And what happened during this administration that during the last 20 or 30 years, well, this minimum wage was the same. Well, they had this very precarious wages because of this. And for instance, people could not save enough money for their pensions, and they have, well, better loans. But thanks to this administration, the salary of the country has grown by 100%. It has double folded, and I am speaking about the minimal wage. And this has had an impact on every salary, and of course, this has impacted as well the money workers receive during this administration. First, we have the traditional loan program, and virtually we give 2.8 of the GDP, and this is what we have on an annual basis in order to grant these loans. We have also created the investment fund that has fourfolded during these years in order to destine part of these resources and income to the investment of housing building. Where is this housing required? Well, we have to zone the policy, to zone these loan actions. This is of the utmost importance. What has happened? Well, it was thought that these loan policies should be blind, only in terms of the workers, where they worked, what they do. So this really brought about really very, very large investment between 2000 and the next 15 years. Well, we had an effect that was called sprawl. So this was really damaging everybody. The service production was even more expensive, and also we had to take into account all this that has not protected people living near the urban areas. What we did was to zone each one of the loan vis-a-vis the urban environment, and this allows us to really focus this in terms of the loans where loans are needed. And actually, we need to see that this must be targeted to infrastructure projects or governmental projects. We have several development poles for the next government, and then we will use the same infrastructure that has been built with new infrastructure projects. For instance, well, it has been advertised a series of trains that will go from Mexico to Nogales, Guadalajara, and some others that will allow us to have an urban impact. These investments really connect people, connect infrastructure, and create economic poles. And of course, these poles, economic poles, attract people to work. Therefore, we have seen how we can distribute intelligently an expected housing project for the next years. And in this regard, 28% of future investment will be in the metropolitan area. There is a very important real estate pressure, for instance, Aeropuerto Felipe Ángeles, and also the interconnection of trains which are under construction. So we have the green port, the blue port, which are the northeastern port and the southern port. And here we see the development of productive chains or nearshoring. So part of what this relocation of companies has to do with complementing productive chains, and very many of these development poles have the airspace, for instance, in the Bajío, the lowlands, or the other car poles we have in the rest of the country. So what we are planning is to really attract industries that will complement this. For instance, as to globalization, we had 1.0 in 1990, and now we are planning on reaching productive change. So we need to really locate all these cities where there is foreign investment in each one of the territories, and from there on, we have made estimates about the developments. Of course, what we think for the next 6 years is that INFONAVIT will be able to give 250 billion just for building construction in the next 6 years, because it would mean to double-fold what the government is doing in this regard. In the last 6 years, between 2019 and 2024, we will have a large amount of houses that will be transacted, and this will increase by 50% this production. And additionally, we have estimated that 500,000 houses will be made for those people who do not belong to the Mexican Social Security Institute. And of course, we see that private entities are producing at the same rate they are doing right now, and there are some other important factors, just as the relocation of companies. This reform will really be for the sake of workers, and it will finance several projects. It will connect infrastructures, and they will have more flexibility in order to have a good equity. So part of it is to see what you can rent after leasing for during a 10-year period. And of course, there is one other criterion, which is in perpetuity. And so really we have to be focused on how this land zoning ownership will take place, either when the house is private, public, or leased. So the state has to take use of the legal property. We need to see also the nearshoring, internal migrations in the country, and to sponsor access to formal activities, because as it has been said in some other panels in this forum, one of the characteristics of the Latin American economy is that, well, as Tomás said in the morning, there are very many informal activities. Why? Well, because this is what happens, and you have half the population in the informality, which lacks, of course, all this proclivity to having all this access to financial systems. So there are people who can, who, when being informal, can go or can become formal, and this has an additional, or this implies an additional growth of the economy. As to the reform, we have made several surveys, open surveys. 45% of the people inquired know the reform. 81% agree with the reform objectives, and 66% would be interested in having this rental scheme. But actually, the important point is that the work made by INFONAVIT and also by some other entities and what has been really restated by popular vote imply that they are happy with the policies that have been made. And of course, there is a back support given, and therefore we think this will be a successful reform. As I've told you, the reform is in the Congress. We are looking for its approval next August the 1st, and hopefully it will be approved by the representatives. Of course, this has to be presented before the 32 local congresses, which will approve it, and then it will be enforced. Once the constitutional reform is approved, it would be necessary to harmonize the standards INFONAVIT has about the law of the institute as well as the internal one, because it will allow all this money to be invested in housing creation. We have seen, if we make associations with private entities in order to really divide the risk. And the second one is that INFONAVIT will be the single builder, and the other one is the rezoning of some areas in the cities that have been abandoned. For instance, some peripheral spaces, some downtown areas that have been deteriorated. We can really redensify this and provide more houses to workers. We have seen these different ways. We need to see how resources will be challenged, or actually the mandate is that these investments will have a positive return or will become an additional asset to what INFONAVIT has. If this were to be approved this year, next February, the housing policy will have a very important change that has not been seen in Mexico, and which is the possibility of having a more decisive action on the side of the state to create more houses. This is not an isolated endeavor. This has been applied in Canada, the U.S., and the United Kingdom, and the reform has been placed in the central part. And when doing this, this is behind but implies that the state has to really form part of all this, because here we are disconnecting the law part and the housing policy as a policy where houses only become an economic asset that will be transacted no matter who lives there. Okay, this has brought about this discrepancy between domestic policies and what happens in our territory, and the markets that do not know where borders are. And this lack of connection has brought about popular reactions everywhere in order to have a surplus that will be used by communities, and instead of having an economic asset, well, people will have its own patrimony or equity. Mexico has a proposal in this regard and a path to follow. which is aligned because it is thinking about what has happened in the world, a public offering of housing that will allow the working class to have their own house. So this is part of the future of this policy in Mexico, and I thank you all for your participation. ¿Quieres coca?
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos. Y ahora sí,
Well, thank you very much, Carlos. And now we will listen to authorities and private sector people from Panama, the U.S., and Mexico because they will bring disruptions. In the first panel, we saw this housing backwardness. In the second panel, we saw the support given by BID and its value chain. And on this third panel, we will review these creative ideas in order to take care of all these challenges. So we will start with the third panel, alternative housing, resilient solutions, and inclusive solutions. For taking in order to take care for in order to take care of the dwelling shortage. I would like to invite Maria Paloma Silva de Anzorena. She is a specialist, the leading specialist of the Housing Division and Urban Development Division, and she's one of the organizers. We will have Salamana Green, who is the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the U.S. Next, we have James Dunn, Director, Canadian Housing Evidence Collective, McMaster University, Canada. Steve Irwin, President from the State National Reserve Mortgage Lenders Association, Luca Bertello, Secretary General, European Covered Bond Council, Alessandra Davila Vieira, Secretariat, National Secretariat of Substitute Housing in Brazil, and from Chile, Luis Lopez. He is in charge of foreign affairs at the Housing and Urbanism Secretariat. Well, we wish them all a great panel. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much to Sedato and INFONAVIT because of this housing forum we have organized for you. And all the topics have been designed very carefully so that we can speak about disruption and the new things that are coming in the housing sector. Well, we have already spoken about this backwardness and how to quantify them. And then we have also spoken about all the activities implemented with a good diagnosis. We have made all this with over 400 people in the region in 13 countries. And I am speaking about the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing and also the Association of Banks, Builders, Civil institutions, and at the end we will find the links that will be promoted by the IDB. Actually, we are very happy because we have been able to work with these countries and not making this policy from Washington, but actually to help countries to the best of our possibilities. And as it was said, the findings. And from this finding, we made an agenda. We found points in common points, which are the common elements for all the countries, and we brought this to you. So this is the intention of this forum, and we're learning a lot. Well, today, let's go beyond because you know that Luis wants to really make the extra mile. Why Latin America and the Caribbean? Because we are working with Ginny Mae, Fannie Mae, Freddie, with Brazil and with Chile, and with Europe as well. We have Luca Bertolotti, who is online. We found that we had the same problems. The land financing, the offering, informal population, and then we went to Canada, the US, and Europe, and and here online we also have people from Asia and Africa, and we found new ways. And seemingly, Canada and the US were very different, but they are not that different because they face the same problems. There are some actually 16%. This was in terms of real estate terms. But actually, what we want to do is to offer you a menu, and you will be able to make your pick. Okay, so in the menu we will discuss today, we see what innovative products are being offered, and I'm going to switch to English.
2010, with significant disparities among socioeconomic groups. Lower income households remain the largest, with 1.7 more people on average than those in the highest income quintile. There has been a decrease in the percentage of nuclear households from 53% to 47%. Empezamos a tener más hogares mononucleares. Non-family household for 11.5 to 14.7. And an increase tenemos un incremento en mujeres jefas de familia, familias monoparentales.
We have an increase in the number of women who are heads of their families, only one-parent families. A lot of people want to continue living with their parents. So this is the case, my case, my children living with me.
Of members of a single generation increased for 23% to 34%. 34% de la región son familias mononucleares.
34% of the region are just one-person families. We have to start thinking about lofts.
Households where children aged 19 or older remained at home. The percentage of older couples without children increased from 6.7 to 10.3. Cada vez familias que no quieren tener hijos. De hecho, en Guatemala y por ahí están.
More families that don't want to have a child. Now we have made some service in places like Guatemala, and we have developments for pets. Yes, they do have pets who don't have children, and open spaces are for pets, not for children. So these demographic changes. As well as the scarcity in affordable housing. And the difficulty that we have in informal population makes it necessary for us to talk about disruption.
Must to think about it, like financing, informality, vulnerability and inequality, type of solutions. Como lo dijo la ministra Sol, estamos diversificando productos y con ella, por ejemplo, estamos sacando programas para migrantes que envían remesas y con eso tienen sus soluciones. Subsidies, incentives, incentivos fiscales, ya lo platicamos hace un rato para temas de suelo, climate change, and data. So, with all this overview, and thank you very much to being here with us and to be part of our networking, les agradecemos porque estamos cada día en estos eventos ampliando el networking, ¿no? Entre todos y haciendo en estos espacios que son bien importantes de coffee breaks y de lunch, que ustedes puedan platicar entre ustedes mismos. Okay, the first question is directed to USA, Canada, Brazil, and Chile. Mr. Solomon James, Alessandra, and Luis Esteban. In 2022, there were 88 million people aged 60 and overrepresenting 13.4% of the regional population. This growth is expected to continue in the upcoming years. And by 2030, this population group is projecting to increase 114 million inhabitants. An innovative product to attend the elderly population is the reverse mortgage, and we already talked about it. However, right now, USA, Canada, Brazil, and Chile are addressing some challenges in your country and is not related with elderly population. Salomon Green, which main challenges are you addressing in United States right away?
Great. Thank you so much, Paloma. Thank you to the IDB, Sedatu, INFONAVIT for bringing us together today. I've already learned so much from the rich conversations we've had, and am honored to be here and participate. I'm Solomon Green from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it's a big question, and I have some big answers. And I think we have three main challenges in the U.S. This is to simplify a bit, related to housing and how we think about the housing deficit, the theme of this panel. The first is our general supply shortage, right? The overall supply of housing just isn't keeping up with demand. The second are affordability challenges. The cost of either purchasing or renting a home has gone up significantly since the Great Recession, and again, since the pandemic. And then third, and importantly, is climate resilience. We have an aging housing stock that is increasingly at risk for extreme weather events, and unfortunately, we continue to build in harm's way. So I just want to say a little bit about all three of those, how we measure it, because I know that's something you care about, and we heard a lot about earlier. Who's affected, and then I hope we can come back to some of the disruptive solutions. Should I say some about each of those now, or do you want to go down the line?
I will go to another participant.
Okay, great.
And again, thank you very much, Solomon. So it's affordability, it's supply, and it's resilience. And I think that all of you in Chile, in Brazil, you are facing the same challenges. Alessandra, do you have any other challenge in Brazil that you want to mention?
Eu vou me permitir falar em português porque eu entendi que tem a tradução para o português e aí eu consigo mais fluidez do que no meu portunhol. Na verdade, Paloma, a gente tem um programa, né, que já está fazendo 15 anos esse mês, que é um programa de grande escala de investimentos, né, que é o Minha Casa Minha Vida, e que ele perseguiu ao longo desses anos principalmente a questão da acessibilidade do
program has been after the affordability element. This has been a very successful project that we have implemented. In addition to that, it has provided us a surprising result. There is a deficit of around 6 million homes, but future demand is of 2.2 million a year. So this is a deficit that almost reached 80. We have been able to maintain it low, precisely because the deficit of future demand is something that will cover simultaneously with not only analyze the deficit, but analyze also the future demand. Because if not, people will challenge us. Why aren't you seeing the deficit? Why aren't you solving the deficit? And just as you said in the beginning, this happens because the homes, the families continue growing and the population continues to grow, but families are being reduced. That's why there is a demand, a significant demand for homes, and the creation of an affordable market was a core element to be able to control the increase of informal settlements and the housing deficit in the country. So now that we have already achieved the consolidation of that popular market, now first, in fact, let me go to the three main challenges. First has to do with the program, and it is to be able to maintain the affordability, always considering improvements as the improvements that they have commented today, location, better quality of the homes, that is to say, to improve the product that we offer, to go one step beyond the loan and subsidies. That has been a huge challenge. Second challenge, diversification of the care systems either we need to have like an adequate rent for the people. We culturally know that this is a challenge in Latin America, so the social level, the amendment, improve the quality of houses, so that in addition to having new houses, we need to reuse the old buildings or the old housing. And a third challenge that has not been considered and that is recent, and it's urgent, by the way. This is something that we have seen in the last 3 months in Brazil. There was a huge disaster, and this program is also going through a reformulation because of that disaster, and to check what will happen with housing after climate disasters, because housing policies have their time, and disasters do not allow us to match the timing of disasters. So we are facing a huge challenge regarding times and movements, so that the families are not left behind because of a disaster, and that we can provide them with the right care in the necessary time, because these disasters, unfortunately, are more common and they merit fast actions. Well then, let us go to one country for North America, another of the Latin America and the Caribbean. James?
I can extrapolate and think that I think you share the same experience where we know a lot about the United States, but not a lot about many other countries. And so maybe I'll just share a little bit of background about the housing system in Canada. We face similar challenges, affordability and supply, but we have a system that is primarily based on home ownership. About 66% of Canadians own their homes and they're owner-occupiers, and about 33% rent. We did have a small increase in that number to about 69% and 31% when interest rates were very low, but that has come back down. We have profound affordability challenges. We measure something called core housing need in Canada, and there are 3 components to core housing need. Whether your housing is crowded, if it's in major disrepair, or if it's unaffordable. Any one of those things can put you in core housing need. The vast majority of people in core housing need are in core housing need for affordability problems. And the challenge there is that we sometimes misdiagnose the solution to that, because these people are housed in decent quality housing, they don't live in crowded housing, and the problem they have is they just can't afford the rent or their mortgage and the utilities. They have an income problem, not a housing problem. And so many of our solutions have been focused on trying to build a house for people who only have an income problem. So we need a different set of solutions for that. But we do have a challenge with the match of the supply to the affordability. And I think that's the key thing. And I want to emphasize something that Rachel Bratt said earlier about non-speculative housing. So one of the things that we have been promoting at the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative is that we need to grow the non-market housing sector. The private market housing sector is not equipped to deliver intermediate and low rent housing. And I'm not talking about deeply subsidized. That has to be the government responsibility, but intermediate and low rent housing, we need more capacity to grow the non-market sector. So that's nonprofit organizations. We need bigger organizations that are more sophisticated, have sophisticated management. And so I'm talking about organizations that manage ideally 3,000-4,000 units. And they have then the confidence of investors, and they can attract a greater diversity of capital and so forth. So we're trying to grow that non-market sector, and that's partly by building the capacity of the non-market sector, and the other is about diversifying the investment sources. So there's an emerging social purpose lending sector in Canada coming from foundations. I made a note with a list of foundations, unions, and other kinds of sources like the pension funds. And so what we're trying, public pension funds, so what we're trying to encourage those organizations to do is say, your main mission is a social purpose. Like, for example, community foundations, they invest in money market funds and other blue chip stocks. They generate a return, they use that return to pay for their programs. many of them have now been challenged to say, we want to use our capital, make our capital work also to advance our mission. Now, we might get a lower rate of return than we get in a blue chip stock or in a money market fund, but we'll blend that into our overall portfolio and make our capital drive affordable housing. So so similar kinds of perspectives. The other thing I'll say on the non-market side of things from the climate resilience and energy efficiency standpoint is that not-for-profits are very well organized and very motivated for energy efficiency in particular, because they can raise the capital for the additional cost of energy efficiency, but they're very sensitive to operating costs. So if the operating costs are lower, it's very, very much beneficial to them. The private sector, for instance, who are building condominiums that are going to be owned by someone else, they don't really care about the operating costs because somebody else is going to bear those costs. So those are, I'd say, some of those challenges and where we need to push in some solutions.
Thank you very, very much. Do you see that we have the same challenges as United States and Canada? And now we are going to have Luis Esteban. Luis Esteban, ¿nos podrías platicar en Chile cuáles son los retos que están teniendo adicionales a estos que se están platicando para atender el déficit habitacional?
Challenges that you have in Chile for housing concerns. Can you hear me right? Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum. Very interesting topics. And going back to the idea of the panel, it is very, very important to share the difficulties. One of the difficulties has been to diversify the solutions. We have a deficit of 650,000 homes in my country in quantitative terms. I'm not talking about qualitative terms. And out of this figure, it could be on the table for debate. The current administration that started in 2021 had the objective to cover 260,000 homes. That is to say, we want to have solutions for 260,000 homes, and we have just given 125,000 in ownership to the families. And I think that the first challenge is here when we talk about alternate solutions, because when you see which have been the solutions, what's important here is the traditional lines that the ministry executes are the ones that are maintained stronger, covering around 100,000 housing solutions. And what about the rest? 13 lines in all, only to have this main role. The other lines are distributed to a lesser extent. So the first challenge is precisely how can we diversify our solution within the framework of a emergency housing policy. And we have to work here with cultural aspects, in-house aspects linked to the land tenure ways, where also in my country is a country that has a very well-rooted land ownership tradition. It is not common to rent in my country, and we can discuss this later. And there is a very interesting challenge here, and we want to be disruptive. This might sound disruptive. That has to do, if you have a ministry that has the role, a very technical role, sectorial role, but you have to have a social approach for a technical role. In my department, we want to improve the quality of life of people, but we are also building communities. And that's a topic that is of great concern for us as well as a ministry, and we're approaching this through the creation of a social department. We're having dialogues with all the participants, the stakeholders. We have 29 stakeholders, former housing ministers, developers, the academy, civil society, among other groups. And we are also educating the people who are interested in housing, in the housing sector. So I think that this is disruptive, this is interesting. We many times lose sight of this because we're technical departments. We concentrate ourselves on the construction of the houses or financing. They are important. We should also have a social approach. And I would mention another aspect which is also a challenge. And now, industrialized housing. It has not been easy because there is also a different type of construction culture, more traditional construction culture here. The challenge of going to faraway areas. Last year, the ministry worked together with the Defense Ministry and were able to send housing at Rapa Nui, which is at thousands of kilometers from continental Chile. And this is another challenge, the faraway areas in my country, like cold areas, iced areas. I mean, in my country, there are around 350 municipalities, only 10 of them are missing any type of public housing coverage. And another aspect which is important is the way to have housing, but on the right location. Usually housing programs try to find the low-cost land, but they are far away from services, unfortunately. And it is so hard then to travel, and you don't have a life quality if you don't have the necessary connectivity and services. And to close, the disasters, that is also a very hard aspect in my country. Unfortunately, in Chile, for example, in summer, there was a fire, a catastrophe. We're still trying to find solutions. And a few months ago, we had floods in the rainy season. So I think that we are facing a lot of diversified challenges, and there is a huge need to have the capacity to get adapted to this complexity. Thank you so much. Now, let us find the guiding lines: affordability, diversification of products which make us have resilient solutions for housing, demographic changes, and I invite you to explore the products that they are making in Brazil for land improvement, housing improvement, for rental houses. Sally will be discussing this, and also in Chile, the programs of location of housing that was also mentioned by the Director General of the INFONAVIT. These are the challenges. The question is, which are the solutions? Let us talk about some innovative products that can allow us to find solutions. So first, Steve Irwin, which is the National Reverse Mortgage Lenders Association President. Mr. Irving.
Little bit about it, please.
Well, sure. And thank you very much for having me here. It's been a very, very engaging day. And I also want to thank Ms. Malinsky from Harvard's Joint Center of Housing Studies, who provided a lot of detail around the problem of an aging population and finance related to that. So if you didn't catch that, I suggest you go back and look that session up, because that was really, really well done. Bottom line, our aging population needs to age in place safely and financially secure. Housing wealth remains one of the greatest assets for the vast majority of the ever-increasing global population of older homeowners, and the ability to access that equity under the right circumstances is key to enabling a more secure retirement. In the U.S., senior homeowners have some $13.2 trillion in accumulated equity. In the U.S., through innovative policy solutions that have enabled a strong public-private relationship, HUD and Ginnie Mae have developed a reverse mortgage program that over 1.3 million households have taken advantage of so far, so as to better secure their retirement finances. It's a flexible program. It allows for a variety of payment plans. You can select, the borrower can select a fixed rate lump sum payment. They can select adjustable rate line of credit or monthly payments for a set term, set duration, or monthly payments for the rest of their life, or a combination of line of credit to be drawn on when they so need, plus the monthly payments. We see these products being used to relieve their debt burdens, older homeowners' debt burdens, by paying off current mortgages, thereby alleviating the need to make monthly principal and interest payments. We see people creating standby lines of credit to absorb unexpected shocks to revenue streams that retired homeowners may realize, whether it's an unexpected home repair or unanticipated medical emergency. There's a line of credit as a standby reserve to help absorb that shock. We also see the reverse mortgage products being used more as part of a financial plan these days. And we see these loans being taken out to create counter-cyclical reserves to protect investment accounts, depending on what the current macroeconomic situations may be. And recently, we've seen the launch of a reverse mortgage product that is used to purchase a house so that a borrower may move into a more age-appropriate living situation without the burden of monthly payment obligations. I'd suggest that this public-private model could be replicated in many markets across the globe. It is a product that has tremendous customer satisfaction associated with it, and I would say that the secondary markets have embraced this. Investors are pleased with the way these products perform and the known duration and performance of these products as well.
Thank you very much. And you didn't mention, but in United States, there are more than 500,000 reverse mortgage now, right now.
Currently, yes. There have been over 1.3 million reverse mortgages originated since the product launched.
The outstanding is 500,000.
Yes, currently,
excellent.
yes.
Thank you very, very much. Now we are going to Europe in a very fast trip. So Latin America and Caribbean has low levels of banking penetration among middle and low income levels. And informal labor is one of the main barriers to housing finance. Mortgage debt as a percentage of the GDP averaged just 8.2%, with significant differences between countries. As a matter of fact, Chile, now Luis, is one of the higher level of percentage against the GDP of mortgages, which is this 8.2% of our region is very low compared to United States, which is like a 53% or more, you will say, Solomon, and Europe, which is 41.7%. So we need to grow the financial securitization and covered bonds market in order to improve more resources or to get more resources for this low-income population that we already talked about. Luca Bertalot, are you hearing us?
Yes,
Excellent.
clear and loud.
He's the Secretary General of European Covered Bonds Council. Luca, can covered bonds be an alternative mechanism to support the acquisition of resilient housing for vulnerable population? And what is the experience in regard in Europe?
Thank you very much, Paloma, for the kind invitation. And I was really delighted to listen to these enriching days of debates. I mean, I learned a lot. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, I really believe that capital markets can support housing and give opportunities to citizens. We have to know that banks, when they lend mortgages, they have to finance their balance sheet in capital markets. So it's very important to have an instrument which can secure a long-term funding tool for banks. In Europe, we have a long tradition. Covered bonds, if you want to, I can use the German name, Pfandbriefe, or the French name, Obligation Foncière, or the Spanish name, Cédulas, have been used traditionally to finance the balance sheet of the banks. 1/3 of the balance sheet of our banks are mortgages. And it's an essential element for the European Union to finance, I would say, the middle class, and to make efficient use of capital markets for financing the housing sector and using public resources for subsidies and affordable housing. So there is a very attentive split between intervening via cover bonds with capital markets and also using public finance of the member states only for subsidies and affordable housing. We have also social cover bonds that can really help banks in managing affordability challenges and help banks in being active in this sector. You spoke before about common challenges. I cannot agree more than you. We all share the same problems all over the world. And I think I believe in opportunities, building a common global investor base who use very similar instruments, securitization and cover bonds, can really help the market to be more solid and more ready to react to challenges like sustainability, affordability. We have been working very hard in Brazil. For example, Brazil, they introduced a cover bond law. Now we are discussing with Japan. We have been introducing cover bonds in Morocco. We are discussing in Pakistan, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and in the Philippines, because cover bonds are seen as a major opportunity to reinforce financial stabilities, give long-term fixed rate to people, so people can afford long-term mortgages, which is very important. During the crisis in Europe, people have been shielded by inflation because they had long-term mortgages. So people were having very low and cheap mortgages, and they were protected by inflation because of this. So the cover bonds have been a massive macroeconomic protection for citizens. This has been done all for the protection of the middle class. Cover bonds are also used to finance public sector assets, which are used to build schools, to build bridges, to build hospitals. It's again services which are very important to reduce public intervention and maximizing capital markets input to reduce deficit for countries. Allow me to conclude my intervention by saying that there is something new in 2024. In 2024, we had 97 countries going to election, and the last one are the US. So we are all looking with very lot of interest what is going on in the US. But half of the global population went for election, and housing is taking a central stage in the discussion. The first speech of the new Prime Minister in UK was speaking about a new housing plan for UK. The first speech of Ursula von der Leyen, the new president of the European Commission, was announcing for the first time in history a commissioner on housing. So for the first time, all the 27 European countries will have only one housing policy. This is an historical revolution for Europe. It's a Copernican revolution. So housing and housing finance are the hope to build a better future. And I think that we have all the opportunity to work together at a global level to build securitization, covered bonds, and make this market stronger on capital markets. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Luca. Very interesting. And well, we are fashionistas. Now, es verdad que somos parte de la agenda de muchos países de estos cambios de gobierno. Ya lo platicó hace un rato también el secretario Meyer y Carlos Martínez. Entonces, para atender este reto, es que vamos a finalizar este panel hablando de nuevas cosas que también podemos aprender de Estados Unidos, de Canadá, de Brasil y de Chile, adicional a los dos elementos que platicamos de cover bonds y de hipotecas inversas. Y por cierto, relacionado con lo que dijo Luca, el día de ayer aquí con Rodrigo Navas, que ustedes ya lo conocieron, se celebró un side event de este evento con inversionistas, con desarrolladores en la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores.
At the Mexican stock market and with banks in order to discuss how to attract capital markets. We also have banks that participated yesterday, but now let's speak about the public sector.
Policies and programs are you implementing in the United States to reduce the housing deficit?
Great. So we have a lot, but let me start by reversing a little bit from where we started, because I started with a list of 3, and we all came with our lists of what our challenges are. But let me say that I think the most important thing to emphasize is that these are interconnected challenges, right? So our supply challenges are connected to our affordability challenges, which are connected to our resiliency challenges. It's easy to draw the line between supply and affordability. Any economist in the room can do that, and it's true. But let's talk about resiliency for a minute. We know that when we build homes that are in remote locations, we are actually contributing away from job centers in homes that are energy inefficient. We are contributing to climate change through greenhouse gas emissions, but we're also making it more expensive for residents in non-housing costs, transportation and utilities. And we're seeing that and feeling it throughout the United States, and I imagine in many of our countries. So what I want to emphasize is, while it may seem daunting to have all of these complex challenges, the interconnectedness of them can actually force us to think a little bit differently about our work. And so I want to start with some high-level principles. I think we need to start refocusing on the root causes. What are the causes that are driving the supply gap, the affordability gap, and the resiliency challenges? The second is we need to start breaking down those policy silos and stop pitting solutions against each other. Energy efficiency and location efficient housing is not a nice to have. It is an essential. Third is we need to forge new partnerships, and I think that's between the public and private sector. We've heard a lot about that, as well as between federal, national, state, regional, and local governments. So with that in mind, I just want to say that is how we approach our work at HUD and across the administration in the United States. And one of the things we're doing is the Biden-Harris administration has invested an unprecedented amount of resources into our nation's infrastructure and climate challenges, billions of dollars. And as a houser, I look at that money and honestly, I drool. But at the same time, we are working across the federal government to make sure that money is used to address our housing challenges as well. We have a $20 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund that is going to be administered by private banks and state and local governments as essential partners. And we estimate that a significant share of that will be used to decarbonize our housing stock and increase affordability. So I could go on and on about the specific interventions. I just want to encourage all of us to stop thinking about an intervention that addresses one of those crises and start thinking about interventions that address all of them simultaneously.
I have a great example.
Very nice. No, it's a disruptive thinking. So it's amazing. James, let's talk about Canada.
Well, I have a great example, actually, of that very principle. And so we in Canada never had a national housing strategy until 2017. We never had a housing ministry until very recently, in the last year or so. And we now have a Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities. And so we've actually put infrastructure and housing together in the same ministry. And what that has led to is a new set of programs which are going to roll out over the next 2 to 3 years that include a permanent transit funding stream that goes directly to municipalities to build new transit, and that is being used as a lever to do more affordable housing and climate-friendly housing, reduce greenhouse gas consumption, et cetera, et cetera. And so really a good demonstration of how we can work across those what traditionally have been silos and bring them together into single programs. And we have to see this at multiple levels. I think that's the other challenge too, is that there's new responsibilities that different levels of government are taking on. So our federal government has taken on this new responsibility where we had a fairly directionless housing policy. We had an organization called the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation that was doing mortgage insurance and a number of other things, which were important functions, but we didn't have a strategy. And now, mainly because the provinces are primarily responsible for housing. And so they have their continued responsibilities, but increasingly municipalities are having to shoulder more of the burden. And they face all of the problems on the front lines. They face the people living in tents. They face the people who are unhoused on a day-to-day basis. And so one of the things that we did at my organization is we helped the city of Hamilton, which is the city where we work, about 600,000 people. We helped them develop their housing sustainability and investment roadmap, and we gave them an implementation framework for how they can do their work, because they were quite dismayed. They were saying, we have all these programs, we're trying to do new construction, but our projects are underwater and we have no money. And we said, okay, well, you have to keep doing those things, but you have to think also about retaining existing affordable housing that's in the market. So you can't just build new nonprofit housing, because for every one unit that Hamilton built in the last 10 years, it lost 23 units that rented for less than $750. So you can't build your way out of this problem. So we said you also have to think about an acquisition program where you acquire older, lower rent housing from the private sector and put it into nonprofit management. That's about $200,000 a unit compared to $450,000 a unit right now for new construction. We said you have to retain and preserve existing affordable housing. So Professor Bratt talked earlier this morning about long-term mortgages and long-term operating agreements. We have the same situation. Things that were started in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s are now coming up for expiry. We have to keep the organizations, who are usually mission-driven for nonprofit or affordable housing, we have to keep them operating to continue to deliver that housing even after their mortgages expire and their operating agreements expire. And we also have to deliver supports, because a lot of people need supports to maintain their own housing. They can live independently, but they need the supports to be able to do so. So that was the framework. And we said you have to work across departments within the municipality to be able to achieve that. And so they started a housing secretariat. As I like to say, you need someone who wakes up in the morning worrying about affordable housing and who can connect the dots across all of those different sectors.
Thank you very much. And as a matter of fact, we have a lot of participants from the local governments on a remote way and here. So it's essential to have a housing and urban development minister as a head of all of them, and as well the relationship between the federal and local government. And here we have Alessandra. Alessandra is coming from Brazil, and Brazil has a lot of programs on a local, with the local governments and on a national level. And Alessandra has a lot of experience with several products in Brazil. So Ale, can you explain us a little bit about your first loss guarantee fund and your microfinancing instruments that you are using in order to improve the home improvement solutions for the qualitative housing deficit?
Bom, a gente fala muito do déficit habitacional, né, do quantitativo, que são esses 6 milhões de moradias que a gente vem.
Well, actually, we have 6 million houses we are facing, and this is a future demand. But actually, we have 25 million houses which are inappropriate. So here we have this irregularity, which is in infrastructure, because these are unfit housings. The Ministry of Housing is within the Ministry of the City. Therefore, we have this infrastructure and planning, and this really becomes something that has an integrated approach with the sector. But several years ago, we discussed this as well as mass investment, but this is why, well, we had not actually seen this, and we need to see how we are going to do this. And on the other hand, we have a series of settlements which are very precarious. For instance, dwellings without bathrooms, and this is senseless, but very many times people cannot live here, and this is an inappropriate housing. So these new houses absolutely are made with some construction materials which are not the best ones, and also we need to see what investments are made by the family. We see that there are some other investments, and we are being helped by the IDB, and now with the investment program, we need to see that we have a qualitative deficit as well as the reform of these houses. And this is what we need in order to do this from the federal level. And actually, we need we need to see what we're going to do, mostly when we see all this, and obviously this might highlight all this information in order for us to see how we will use the program for their implementation. First of all, this has to do with the self-production and the support that must be given. Of course, this is essential. And at the same time, some expensive materials are bought, and we need to organize this in the labor market, the architect, engineer market, so that families will have a lower cost, and also we will be able to really solve the problem. In order to solve all this, the second challenge is due to the following. These are investments that really come from federal banks, and therefore we need that this must be digitalized. So we need a digital follow-up. We need to help in order that our bureaucracies will not suffocate the program, in order to have dynamism. Why? Because the family will make several reforms, not only one, and the house has to be fit to the family needs, the aging of the components that form it. So of course this has to have a flexible degree. So what we are trying to do with IDB is that regarding the lack of payment, and actually we see that if there's no financing, we speak about the lack of control, and actually we speak about this. Well, we do not speak about taking the house back, because we can really have or create a larger problem. So we have to create a mechanism so that the culture payment will not.
And we can have a sustainable product. I need to have a credit for the creation of a production market so that we can make the necessary amendments which are required. So it is necessary for the program to have the necessary scale according to the size of the population of Brazil, and that people need sustainable loans, that it is a fund that can deal with the lack of payment, both the guarantee of the financial agents. We have been working with diversification of financial entities like the INFONAVIT. We have the Caixa Econômica Federal, which is the main public bank in order to give loans to low-income people. We have a challenge regarding the diversification of financial agents. Sometimes for these major financial agencies, small loans are non-interesting. Therefore, the mobilization and creation of microcredit agents are fundamental for sustainability of loans throughout in time. This fund takes care not only of sustainability of microcredits, but also the lack of payment for the beneficiaries. We are working, in fact, with some levels of the lack of payment, which are acceptable now, default levels. And the idea is not to create a default culture. Don't misunderstand me. I don't want that. I mean, we don't want the families to be in default, but we must have protection mechanisms. That's what we need in a sustainable way. very interesting to hear you. The Brazilian model is quite a sophisticated model, like just the American and Canadian one, and another one that represents the highest percentage of mortgages versus the GDP is from Chile. Luis, you have already explained about the innovations that you have in Chile. Well, you are going to close with one innovation before we break for lunch. Yes, thank you. As we have little time left, I will be very, very brief. One of the most important innovations has to do with a public bank. That is to say, we need to have a land bank with quality land. That's the first step. Second would be the rural housing program to go to extreme areas. Last year, they received a silver medal to inhabited projects. It was a very interesting work because as they are so isolated, it's hard to execute them. There is a spectacular team doing that job. We have we have fair city plan that to give the housing in urban areas. We have 11 projects here with thousands, like 3,000 homes are built in different areas. We're located as well. I believe that a very interesting topic here is the densification on site. That is to say, families that grow in number, new generations in the house, and in the very same place, you regularize that, and on the same land, you build more homes. This is good because we can change the vision of general mass production, but rather the relevant construction for the needs of the family take place, depending on the community where this is generated. The last two, in order to close, construction in wood of buildings. Remember, there is a seismic problem in Chile. We are trying to build buildings based on wood. This is totally new and has its own challenges because of fires and other issues. But there is a perspective for development. In addition, we have the production of timber, and another thing that has to do not with housing, but rather with the debt of the countries. This is a program to withdraw asbestos on the roofs of Chile. The asbestos is a very negative element or product for health. We're trying to solve the problem that we have had for years. That would be my innovative approach.
La participación de todos ustedes.
Participation of each and every one of you.
Reduce the housing deficit with these new challenges of demographics and the transition bonus that we are facing. Muchas gracias a todos. Tengan la oportunidad ahorita en el working lunch y en los coffee breaks de lo que les vaya gustando en cada uno de los paneles, pues ir profundizando con cada uno de los panelistas. Muy buen provecho. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Paloma. Muchísimas gracias a todo el panel.
Thank you, Paloma. Thank you. So many food for thought. Let us taste Mexican cuisine. We invite you to the room, which is in the cafeteria. Those who are not lucky are those who are in YouTube. We send you a taco, and I hope that you can be here. If you are online, you will not be able to enjoy this delicious food. We will be back to this afternoon in 1 hour. You have 1 hour. This is a 1 hour break because we have a lot to cover after the pause. Thank you. No, it is not 1 hour, it is just 40 minutes. So run for your lunch. Please go back to your computers. We are about to start now. Please go back to your seats next to your computers. We would like to ask the organizers to tell people to get in the room because we don't want, we're a little bit behind. So we need to cover the whole afternoon. We are still missing the panelists, so there is no way for me to start without panelists. This is always the most complicated panel after lunch panel. But if you are tired, we will soon have this cocktail party. So if you get tired, think that we are going to close with a cocktail party. Now, we are welcoming the panelists now. Now, a little bit of music. Let us change everybody's mood. Wake up with this great music. Panelists are arriving now, and we're almost ready. Welcome to the third Regional Housing Forum 2024 live from Mexico City, connected through that camera in our YouTube channel. A great audience. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for being back on time. We have almost completed the agenda. This is the final part of this great housing forum, and the panel is called Land and Urbanization for the Creation of Sustainable Social Housing with the Support of the Private Sector. I would like to welcome Felipe Vera. He is the leading specialist of the Housing and Urban Development Division of the IDB. He will be the moderator for the panel, and the panelists are George McCarthy, President of the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy; Eva Campos, Executive Director of the Metropolitan Company of Housing and Development in Guatemala; Ivan Sheck, President of the Inter-American Federation of the Construction Industry; Maria Teresa Morales, Director of Operations of the Office or the Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean of Habitat for International Humanity; and Elkin Velasquez, Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of ONU Habitat. Welcome. I wish you an excellent panel. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. I would like to thank the panelists. This is a wonderful panel. We have people coming from different platforms, different places. But this is a key topic. I am so inspired with this topic and challenged as well because of all the solutions that we have seen this morning, but also the scale of the challenges. We have heard in the previous presentations which are the challenges that we face regarding housing deficit, what has to do with climate change that is closely related to land migration and vulnerability. And when we think about human beings, and I reflected upon this throughout the day, something that comes to my mind is that this is not only the task of the state. That is to say, we need to find ways in which from different platforms, from different places, we can create a better coordination. So I feel that we have the best possible panel, and I hope that you wake us up, all of us up after lunch. I mean, we have panelists that have been working from different research centers, the third sector, the private sector, municipal or metropolitan agencies that are in operations. We also have ONU Habitat here. We are going to do something different in this panel. I will make a kickoff question for each of you at the beginning. A question that we will try to answer in 3 to 5 minutes, and the coordination challenges are solved by a dialogue through the discussion. And all of you, can you ask yourselves those things that we need to have as stakeholders of this sector to learn of these wonderful platforms to have a better coordination? I would like to start with George. George, this question is for you. According to you, which are the main challenges in order to have adequate accessibility to land, to have sustainable housing in the region? You have from 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you for having us. It's been a very interesting day. I'm really pleased to have joined you today. So if you think back to Habitat 3 in Quito in 2016, I don't know if you saw it, but we worked with UN Habitat to create a thing called the Atlas of Urban Expansion. And in the Atlas of Urban Expansion, we used satellite imagery to look at the growth of cities from 1990 to 2015 and to characterize that. And one of the main points when we looked at the growth of cities and the urban footprint was that cities were using land faster than they were adding population. And so, for example, at about a rate of about 50% faster. So if you doubled the population of a city, you tripled the size of its footprint. Now, the problem with that is that we've pretty much gone about as far as we can in moving outside to build cities. And so now we have to look in. And looking in brings a whole set of new challenges because in most cases, when you're thinking about what you're going to do to develop land inside the urban boundaries as opposed to keep growing your city out, you're going to encounter multiple challenges. Number one, the land is usually already being used. It's being used for a purpose by somebody, and somebody typically owns that land. Maybe that owner of that land is not going to be so easy to negotiate with, to find ways to use that land. A lot of that land has been spoiled by industry, where now it's been polluted with all sorts of pollutants that need to be removed. We call them brownfields in the United States. A lot of them are used in really, really unbeneficial ways, like as surface level parking lots. So one of the things that we've been doing recently now is been using much more deeper resolution views into cities to find out where is the land that is available for development. And we were actually stunned to find out that there's a huge amount of urban land available for development, but the problem is we haven't been able to build both the private sector capacity to take advantage of that land and the political will to make that land create the housing we need. So for example, last week we worked with the White House in the United States to identify public land that was owned by either the local government, by the state government or the provincial government or the federal government to find out how much land was available in very desirable locations to build affordable housing in the United States. And we identified 100,000 hectares of government land that was in urban areas that was served by public transportation already. So that was the most desirable land. And then the question is, well, why isn't that land being used? And of course, the federal government said, well, we would be willing to use it if we could find the right partners to make that happen. And so now the question is, can we get the private sector to step up and say, we will bring our development capacity to the table. We won't be greedy and want all the money from it. And we'll find ways to build the right kind of housing in the right kind of locations for the right kind of people in those places. Separately, we were asked then by other states to identify land, and you heard some of this from Rachel Bratt earlier today, the churches. In the United States, the Catholic Church is the number 2, the second largest landowner after the federal government. And so the question is, if churches decide to dedicate some of their land to the development of housing, how much housing could you get? And we identified something like 700,000 parcels of land that were owned by different churches in the United States that were available to build land. But when we talked to the churches, they said, we don't build housing. How will we build housing? And they said, can you bring to us a developer from the private sector who will help us to develop this land and build the right kind of housing, because they wanted to build affordable housing for the homeless, mostly. And so now we've seen that there is an incredible opportunity, and no matter how you measure the housing deficit in the United States, because some of our advocates will say there's 7 million units of affordable housing we need in the United States. We've estimated that just on the land that the government owns and on the land that the church owns, you could build more than 7 million units of housing alone. And that doesn't even count the commercial space, the malls, the strip malls, all the other places you could build. So so it isn't land. It isn't land that is the problem. It's finding the land and then finding a way to get the right parties together to make sure that that land gets developed properly.
Gracias, gracias. Qué interesante escuchar, porque creo que la
Thank you so much, because the first layer has to do with knowledge. And it's interesting to listen how in the Lincoln you are discussing land, the right land to generate affordable and sustainable housing, social housing. Now, Elkin, who is at the opposite side of the table, now that we have the knowledge, the question is, which will be the policies, which will be the regulations that we can use to promote the efficient use of land for social housing. The land, for example, that could be available. Could you ask for a microphone, please?
Well, thank you very much, Felipe, and thank you very much, IDB, to this forum, Tatiana Paloma. And, well, one greeting from Ana Claudia Rosbach. She wanted to be with us, sharing her knowledge, but due to transportation problems, well, my colleague from Info knows him very well. Well, I started thinking about the following. The question you told us, and there is one term, efficiency. Efficiency in the use of soil. And this really gives us for different constructions when we want to generate soil in a sustainable manner. If in terms of efficiency we are speaking about that is soil in a portion of urban land will also give us access to basic services, public spaces, access to different working opportunities, and also recreational activities. Then we have to think that we have to work in an integrated fashion, okay? We have to have integrated urban services with all this perspective. And this leads me to the proximity concept. And we do not have to go far away in order to identify the correct tools in this house. There is a concrete statement about how to distribute resources for housing in a territory. So there is really a comment made by INFONAVIT that allows us to think about proximity, and that states that houses have to be some distance away from the cities. This is the ex post perspective for already built cities. But as I was saying before, we also have to think about the way we thought in 2016, and actually all cities, even Latin American cities, will keep on growing. And in addition to thinking about this or the limitations, the legal limitations they have, we have to think about planned extensions of the cities. And maybe it is really helpful to see in retrospective, and we know that in some cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, we knew how to make expansions, and a clear variable was the expansion of the state and the limit of the soil price. No. Este se oye muy bien. And actually, we saw, well, this is the price of the soil meter, and therefore we are going to develop this neighborhood with all the components. So this is what we see in our Latin American cities. I heard very well and paid very close attention to the minister and vice minister, and almost all of them spoke about informality. So we have to identify which are the mechanisms, instruments in order to move forward with informality. This is one of the topics with Ana Claudia Rosbach as to all these problems related to the growing of cities, and she will tell us about this, and this has to do a lot with innovation because we know it is not easy. This transaction cost is very high, but the historical responsibility we have now in Latin America and the Caribbean has to do with the way of working with peripheral areas, you name them, according to the different legislations we all have. As to the private sector, speaking about the concrete perspective, the down to earth perspective, in order to see which is the correct business model so that this multi-dimensional efforts will really draw the attention of the private sector. I remember conversation we had with the Mies group in France. They developed a group in order not to build more malls in the different pieces of land they have, but actually to take this integrated urban statements, and efficiency is very much related to proximity. The way we consider this integrated perspectives are in order to manage the soil that will allow us to have the financial closing. This is what we see at UN Habitat. Well, we've heard knowledge. We need to better identify what we have and offer the land. Then we spoke about policies and programs, and what do we think about expansion and the cities that have a very high population concentration? But here we have to be aware about the following: the state cannot do it by itself. And well, I would like to give the floor to Imami and ask him this question. Ivan, how do you think that if we have the knowledge, the policies, the programmatic vision, will the sector, the public sector and the third sector, to give incentives to the private sector in order to develop sustainable development programs? First of all, I would like to thank the IDB for Tatiana's invitation, Paloma, Edgar. Sorry, I have a hoarse throat, but I would sum it up in one single word: certainty. Certainty that actually this is what they are looking for, and I am speaking about investors to try the least amount possible of likely to fault variables. And in this regard, I think that this has to do with state policies because, well, to sum up, we have strategic planning. And this has to do a lot with the public levels, not only with the national level, but with the subnational level, the third level, that unfortunately have very many problems, fallacies, in order to really create very enticing businesses for the private sector. And when we speak about businesses, we are speaking about those ones that serve for society. Today, in one of the keynote speeches, well, I can only say that I fully agree with the following: the poverty, informality we have in our countries has a lot to do with the lack of housing and urban development. And actually, well, 100%, in 100%, and these are not political issues. And we go back and forth. Instead of having state policies, we have governmental policies. And for instance, we have seen that in recent years this has been done. And actually, at the private sector, at the Federation, I chair that views the creation of these 19 chambers from Mexico to Argentina. Well, we have this infrastructure, political councils, and obviously housing is here, and Chile has its own council, and it has been there for very many years. It was created in 2021 in our country. Next, it will take place in Ecuador, Uruguay, and we have spoken about this LATAM policies councils in order to see all these migration problems. And all this has to do with the following: countries have to start acting, interacting, and actually, from the private sector, we try to give the certainty we need in order to give this, but the articulating force is the state. So we have finally all these agencies, production agencies that will bring about all these scenarios. Well, I think that very many tools will be the result of this forum and great learning. Paloma said, well, I have been learning until today. So if she says that she has learned something from us, this is really great. So I think that there is a lot in order for us to see how we are going to really implement this so as for they to become policy states, state policies, and this must be the result of a debate, and it has to have 34 years to do this, and well, this is what happens in the US, and actually we have room in order to densify all this. We have not thought about this with social synergies, education, health, work, everything that has to be there in order to allow this to be implemented. For instance, transportation, because poverty comes from the uncertainty we have. For instance, in Medellin, well, actually, we see all this, and the IDB has had a lot to do in terms of the standard of life and military force. So I think that the private sector needs us to work together in order to give as more certainty as possible. Well, we also need to speak about coordination efforts, and you should bring forward something that has to do with informality. One out of three people will live in an informal settlement, or they have really built their own settlement. Seemingly, policies have had to do with indirect intervention, and actually we see what we can think of in terms of models so that the private sector will become part of the solution. And I would like to ask Eva, because she's really working hard in Guatemala, and maybe there are things she can tell us how in Guatemala there is an initiative that is being implemented in order to facilitate this cooperation. Excuse me. Here we are speaking about informality and low sectors, low income sectors. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and thanks for allowing us to share at this luxury panel the results we can share with you in terms of how we can attract the private sector to be part of the solution. How do we make this great problem in terms of shortages, data, into investment programs to have the people? We are also working in urban integration problems, and I will be focusing on the results of the municipality for the attainment of good. This is actually something related to the territorial plan, and here we see how to create favorable conditions in order to make a private investment competitive, where we want these houses to be developed, and this means that we have to go to places where there is water transportation. So this is part of a public policy in this regard. What did we do? We worked together with the private sector. There is an association in Guatemala, and there was a very well defined niche, and this is how all the capabilities, skills of each segment really work, and we have to design a method that will work for the private sector but also for the public sector. So we made an adjustment of the standards as to Guatemala planning in order to really see how this scarce resource we have, which is the urban soil, will be managed. So we have tried to give incentives, special incentives that are turning around. There are some others that have to do with verification, and there are mixes in the buildings, and whatever we see in terms of this, we have to check how they are going to be used. This allows the financial planner to really help him and have no problems, because in the system, one other important message is that the standard has a price, and everything in this regard has a mechanical financial agreement, and of course, well, we have to really see the aid given to the planner. It is a great subsidy, and then we also have the person who took care of them. So all of these incentives are to really see that we are promoting sustainable railways, and here we also see what can be done in this regard, because the standard is really pushing to have 2, 3 bedrooms and houses that are 90,000 pesos, and we need to have 4 units, and most of them are interconstructed and they are distributed in different areas of the city. This social and territorial integration also forms part of this achievement. We have 82% of the households who receive between 2 or 3 minimum wages, and this is poverty. We thought that we were now going to arrive at these figures, and we have not had, let me tell you, to the subsidies, and we thought we could add it up with governmental subsidies. We have the National Bank longer terms, and also the preferential interest rate, which is preferential, and we have rates of 3.84. They are very low for these priority households, and we think that we are creating a central urban housing which will be $40,000, and the rates are between 128 and 135. So we are developing new developers, and this is an experience that allows us to see how the private sector has made something relevant for public policy. So thank you very much, Emma. And it's good that you have finished with the term scale. I I think that it is very useful to listen to this and to see how all these spaces have been given to the private sector. We have heard about this, and we have to think about houses not for profit. And obviously, I think well, we can be told about this, and also we need to see the availability of urban soil. But we cannot do this if we don't see what is the participation of society. So, from your platform, you can really add very valuable comments and just to really wrap up this circle in terms of the participation of people.
Thank you for the invitation and sharing knowledge. We are constantly saying that it is important to work together to solve the problems. But working together means the communities as well, because we're doing this just for the communities. They are the center of our work. And many times we don't give the place they deserve in these processes. At Habitat, we have had experiences in different programs of housing and access to basic services, and we have learned that there are key strategies to ensure the participation of communities in all these processes. And therefore, we must have a structured, multifaceted approach. Many times we believe that community participation is like for specific projects, but that's not community participations. This is just one indicator that somebody requested. Community participation has to comply with the following. First, participative legislation. Public policy must promote community participation, and there must be regulations make it mandatory to the stakeholders who provide housing solutions to have the participation of the community in the processes. First. Second, training and awareness. Citizens will not participate if they don't understand the benefit of being part of that. So we have to create an awareness of families and communities regarding the importance of their participation, and also generate information that could be understood by communities. I mean, a 300-page report is too much for a family. It is too much for us. Third, inclusion of different groups, being inclusive. We're talking about women, old adults, people with disability, indigenous groups. We have to include them, but not only including them, making the materials accessible to them all. That's key if we really want the community's participation. For transparency and information, to create digital portals where we can share the information of the different programs and projects. And we have a lot of tools to do that, where we can share that information. 5, community feedback. This is something that many times don't happen. I mean, we give a lot of information, but we don't have a feedback mechanism. So how are we going to adjust the programs and projects without the feedback? In ONU Habitat, we have this clear, and we have community feedback mechanisms in many countries where the communities can feedback on our projects, and that infrastructure that has existed in non-for-profit organizations may be used by the governments, may be used by municipalities, may be used by the private sector. 6, partnerships with non-for-profit organizations. Local organizations and non-for-profit organizations are already part of the community. They trust them, people trust them. So The public and private sector must partner with these organizations that are present, but it's not only creating partnerships, but rather to allocate budget for these agencies to provide social and technical services to the communities. And finally, something that we recently learned is the creation of incentives for communities. If we include them in all this process, let us not expect for the housing project or the infrastructure project to be created for them to get a benefit. We can have pilot benefits, community infrastructure projects, which are simple for the benefit of the whole community way before we build a housing project or the infrastructure project, because this makes the community participate. Something interesting, if we include communities in these processes, we realize that we need less subsidies. And then they are really ready to get a loan many times if they are part, but we never ask them. So, in fact, for us, community participation is key, all the way from the design, the plan, and the implementation. If we include communities just at the end of the project, makes them be weaker, and we might be designing projects that do not meet their needs. Thank you so much, Tere. That's an interesting vision. It's great to listen to your views from different platforms and understand what happened throughout the day. The great challenge to solve housing deficit has to do with extending the scale and the impact of our housing strategies in the region, and to do that we need the private sector. And what we wanted to do in the next 17 minutes that we have left, which is the second part of this panel, let us simulate what Paloma has done so right with the value chain studies, bringing together 400 people of the region from different platforms and try to solve problems like the barriers that we're facing today, that is to say, how to generate good land with the participation of the private sector. So now I will give the floor first to Tere, and Tere can ask a question to any of you, the panelists, on anything that you want to learn from them, or anything that you think that it is important or relevant. Tere, you start with the first question. I was the last one, now the first one. Good. I have the first chance to ask. This question is for you, Ivan. You're next to me, so I'll ask you, Ivan. We can have a conversation. My question is, in the private sector, how do you see the relationship that the private sector might have with organizations like mine, civil society organizations which are working with the communities? Which is the added value that we may give you in housing programs or projects with low-income communities? First, thank you for the question, because knowing that there were more questions, I wanted to ask the question to Maria Teresa, and that will be the last question for you, Maria Teresa, but let's go back to your question. For us, it's so interesting to have social license. When we make a project for infrastructure or housing, we need that, mainly in the case of housing, everything that has to do with urban development. And I think that taking ownership of the project by the community is fundamental. It has many alternatives. It could be through art, or through music or culture, but we have to see what the community wants. There are rules, legal rules, where as a private sector, if we will start a project and we make the feasibility and economic analysis, understanding the best location, the level of demand. I mean, there are many variables that we try, that the variables that are open or unsolved are the least possible. And if we see a project that has been approved, that went through different stages like public invitation, or if somebody disagrees. I mean, that depends a lot on the second and third levels, mainly the third level of the state of the municipalities. Even so, there are works that paralyze precisely because of things that have to do with amparos, injunctions, legal injunctions or amparos, and they are resumed 2 years afterwards with a lot of problems for commercialization. And many times, non-for-profit organizations are the ones that help us. I mean, it's great. I mean, it's great not having, seeing this in economic terms, not having that problem at the end of the day. It's something wonderful for us. Now, there are no guarantees, by the way. Perhaps this question is not for you. Perhaps it is for the whole panel that has to do with legal aspects. Because if you did all the process, the legal procedures as abiding by the law, and you have problems, then when do you say this is enough, legally speaking? My recommendation would be to leave these questions for the end, and now invite you to ask a question to somebody else of the panel. So this question will be left at the end. Mainly, perhaps this question is for you, Eva. Eva, you represent the municipalities which tried to implement this. They want to generate the constructions and the improvements in the life of people. How do you see this? We do have the rules, and in spite of that, there are problems. And it is always like there is an additional rule missing to be able to give certainty to the projects. Don't you think so? Well, the first point is that rules are flexible, rules change, but they have to generate conditions where they are tested. They give you the possibility of learning from the rule, and then after some time, you need to understand that this is not written on stone. Everything can be enhanced. The principle of improving by learning together is something positive in the private and public sector's work. So we need to have time, enough time to understand things, give certainty, and see the market reaction. You enact a rule, and you have to wait from 2 to 2.5 years for the sector to understand the new regulations. They test the new regulations, and they can tell you the failures or where the instrument is not working and could be improved. So rules are never final. You will never have the perfect rule that will give you an answer to all your problems. But to the extent that we have clear rules of the game in mutual agreement in terms of operations for public and private investment, then we are building together a good relationship. That would be one of the things that we have faced at the municipality with a priority housing, and now we are promoting a long-term vision using other instruments which are related, for example, to transportation systems. How can we recover the value generated by the infrastructure to have more valuable investments on land so that they can generate a product which cannot be paid if we don't have the tools? Whom would you ask, Emma? George, this question is for you. You who are an expert on land, because the topic is land here, by the way. Now, based on your experience, George, which creative strategies can you identify that have been implemented by local governments and that have allowed these governments to guarantee that the land use for social housing is affordable in the middle term?
Has been talking about just in the last few minutes is the ability of the land to generate revenue to help pay for whatever you're going to build. whether it's the infrastructure, the transportation infrastructure, whether it's the water or the sewer, whether it's the social housing. And so it's almost magical to think that the land itself can pay for the housing. But we've seen it done many, many times. And one of the best examples is in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where in many urban operations, they're able to sell development rights to developers. The developers are able to build at a scale that's sufficient to throw off enough cross-subsidy to help them pay for the social housing. And they can build market rate housing and other commercial development as well on the same sites. So in the best example is Agua Espriada in Sao Paulo. So that was a slum called Garden Jardim. And they wanted to redevelop the slum, and they wanted to add a bridge over the river, and they wanted to build a metro that will go there. So they defined an urban operation that was big enough that they could create enough saleable development rights that when they sold the development rights to the developers to develop office buildings and market rate housing, that the profits were sufficient to also build the housing, the social housing for the residents of the slum, and the bridge and the metro line. And it all got built, all from the land, and it didn't require the city to throw billions of real into the process of making that happen. So for us, the idea is twofold. One is there's not enough subsidy in the world to fill all the shortages of affordable housing in the world. So we have to find a way to get creative in the financing, and we have to use the efficiencies of the private sector to help us build the housing. The only way you get the private sector in is with the right kind of incentives, and that's either to give them subsidy or to have them create enough profit to be able to cross-subsidize the social piece of the project. And so one of the things that we've seen time and time again is the opportunity to do that has not been materialized. So, for example, Eva, I talked to you about in Guatemala City. So 6 years ago, we asked people in Latin America if any of them were looking at redeveloping abandoned rail lines. In Guatemala City, they have a rail line, a big train depot. It was maybe 100 hectares, right in the middle of the city. And so when we put out the call, we got 6 cities, I think. It was Campo Grande, Brazil, Cali, Colombia. There were 2 cities in Mexico. And we all came to Guatemala City, and we met with the local government and the national government, and we talked about how you would construct the process of rebuilding that very large operation to create affordable housing and to do urban redevelopment. And they bought the plan. I mean, the government said they liked it. Of course, that was a year and a half before COVID, and so other things happened. But I'm wondering, just to turn the question back, do you see that there's enough kind of incentive and enough ability to gather the value of the land once it's redeveloped to help to invest first in the development of, let's say, that rail yard? Or to Elkin, when you think about planned urban extensions, how are you going to pay for the planned urban extension? Like, maybe the planned urban extension would work better if it's served by a metro line. Who's going to pay for the metro line? Or an arterial road that will bring people back and forth? Who's going to pay for the power and the electrical power or the water and the sewer, unless we can find a way to structure the deal so the land helps to pay for it? And I don't know if you see those opportunities or not, right?
Okay, so the power of the question is yours. Is for Elkin or?
Well, I'll start with Elkin. Have you looked at the process? Because we've seen it in Latin America all over the place. Brazil has really done it really well. But in Colombia, they've been able to do it very well, too, with partial plans, land readjustment. There's many ways to do it. But have you, as you and Habitat now, thought about kind of building the capacity and finding ways to bring the public, the private, the civic sector together to imagine a new way of doing planned urban extension?
Operaciones urbanas integrales.
Integral urban operations, not only in ONU Habitat, but also with many other partners. After Quito, after the new urban agenda, in the city of Guatemala, we are working with a comprehensive, smaller urban development. We need many comprehensive, well-structured, comprehensive urban developments. And I would like to mention a word mentioned by you, Felipe, scale. For middle-income countries like ours, how are we going to scale this up? I mean, we have enough examples. We have the tools that were developed by a city. This can be replicated in many other cities. There are success stories. There are good pilots. We have to scale things up, and scaling things up means think big. We need a pipeline of projects, comprehensive projects. We need to connect more with the right incentives that will attract the private sector. Let me give you an example. The social impact is important today. So how these comprehensive urban operations, how can we measure the impact, the social impact in these developments through metrics that are harmonized in the world? We know one, the Sustainable Development Goals, the ESG. But there are a third point that I would like to mention, and this has to do with the way in which we make use of processes or investments ongoing now. The Tren Maya, for example, in Mexico, which is an existing project. In Mexico, the government said we are going to build 1,500 kilometers of tracks for the train. And the people asked themselves, how can we turn these 1,500 tracks into opportunities for new projects or new investments or new comprehensive urban operations? If we analyze today and look forward, in Mexico there are many opportunities like the corridors.
This is perspective, Georgia, maybe at a city scale, and not only this, but the regional scale in Brazil. We speak about power sharing. Does this mean that where we have renewables, there can be investments? We also speak in Mexico and in some other places. For instance, Central America, we speak about nearshoring, and they really create public spaces, basic services for the large amount of workers who have high training opportunities. So there are opportunities to go at scale. Maybe inspired in what happens in some other sectors, we need larger pipelines than the ones we can really get between international cooperation, national development banks, global gateways, for instance. The more we have, the more possibilities we have of having a really efficient communication with the private sector. But actually, this is the challenge, to go on scale with the private sector and adding up all these methodological evaluations. Well, you will make the closing. We have developed both in Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, and there's one person, and you have the right of asking Tere whatever you want. You can answer the question or you can pose the question. Citizen participation, how can we involve in this work with the private sector, the sector that is really that expresses solidarity, for instance, cooperatives, and it can be called private sector. So what is the perspective? How will the popular economy do? And this has to do with informality. Are you speaking about cooperatives? I'm thinking about this, for instance, Uruguay. Uruguay, well, we have worked a lot there, or maybe it has made great improvements in order to involve integrated strategic plans in order to create housing and urban development. Yeah, we have had some experiences. We are working with some cooperatives in different countries, and now, well, actually, cooperatives are the ones who do the work, and we see base cooperatives which are aimed at making these base constructions, and we create work in those places. We also work with some other initiatives in Costa Rica, for instance, where we made over 120 million houses using cement blocks that have a plastic component, 15% plastic components, and we recycled a large amount of tons of plastic, and well, as you call them, they are called the supportive ones. In our countries, we really work with alliances, the public, the private sector, the third sector, and the communities, and we have made some scale projects working with existing cooperatives, really facilitating the connection in Costa Rica. We're facilitating this with the private sector, who was the supplier of these eco blocks. And actually, in Costa Rica, there is a factory devoted to this, and we facilitated this issue. So actually, we have a lot of expertise working with different actors, and as I say, well, there are facilitators of the processes. So we see that we all can work together and arrive at a different scale with different patterns. For instance, we need several organizations, and very many of them are nonprofit, and they are working. So I think that we have to see all these experiences you spoke about, and we need to see whether they can be replicated or not. And please remember that there are large and small companies that work in the development of social development. So we can include different actors with different models in order to arrive at this scale. And we can speak about organizations that might build different organizations, and also some other entities that have interesting models that can be replicated. So there are very many ways of approaching the skills, and we have to make use of the skills of the different actors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And it is clear that in order to move forward with this agenda, we need to have further discussions between people who speak about different platforms. Therefore, it has been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much to all the participants of this panel for having given these creative ideas in order to take care of dwelling and the lack of it. Well, as of today, we have spoken about disruptive projects and very many other things that take care of all this from the social and the different sectors. But from now on, we will go looking for money. So where's the private sector? We need them. And these two panels will be devoted to the participation of the private sector, either banks, developers, and we will start by speaking about financing products. So we will have panel number 5, new financial tools in order to benefit of these vulnerable groups. Well, this panel will be moderated by Victor Flor Lopez. Now, when I spoke about money, you're speaking a lot. Victor Flor Lopez is the director of structure financing of BidInvest, And in his panel, we will have John Hedges, a Senior Vice President of the Office of GDMA USA, Randall Locker, Chief Investment Officer, and Realty Partners US, Alex Mónico Rodriguez, Financial Director of Fedecrédito El Salvador, and Brent McAfee, Director of Operations at Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. Please be welcome. So let's start with our fifth panel that will give us very relevant information for all of you. Hola, buenas tardes. Hola,
Also,
buenas.
just I want to check that Brent can hear us. Brent, can you hear us?
I am hearing you well. I'm good.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon all. Thanks for your time and for joining to panel 5. This one will be held in Spanish and English, primarily in English. Thanks to our panelists for their time and to traveling to Mexico. So our panel, New Financial Tools to Facilitate the Acquisition and Renovation of Housing for Vulnerable Groups, is taking place now. A brief introduction. Financial innovation to provide solutions and facilitate access to housing in Latin America and the Caribbean is essential to help more families have a home, particularly in social housing, which is where we see the greatest challenges for Latin America. Today, for our panel, New Financial Tools to Facilitate the Acquisition and Renovation of Housing for Vulnerable Groups, we are joined by leaders in the financial sector focused on precisely developing financial instruments or programs to facilitate access to housing. I have the pleasure to share the panel with John Hedges, Senior Vice President of the Office of Market GNMI USA, Randall Locker, Chief Investment Officer for Paladin Realty Partners in the United States, Alex Mónico Rodriguez, Financial Director for Fedecrédito El Salvador, and online is joining us Brent McAfee, Chief Operating Officer, Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. Thanks all for your time and for joining. So just a friendly reminder, please keep in mind that each answer should take between 3 and 4 minutes. So starting with you, John, I would like to ask you, could you please briefly share with us the context of the housing market in the US and what is the importance of GNMI in terms of its role in the market, size of operations, and how it provides liquidity for the US government mortgage programs?
Thank you, Victor. Be more than happy and pleased to share what I have learned and observed and participated in over 4 decades of the capital markets for housing finance in the United States. The Government National Mortgage Association, or Ginnie Mae as it is affectionately known in the industry, was established in 1968 by an act of Congress of the United States. It is a wholly owned corporation. Our chief stockholder is the Department of Housing and Urban Development of the United States government. We were given by Congress the mission to attract global capital to provide access to housing credit for our citizens that are low to middle income borrowers. Why were we given this mission, and why did Congress charter us? This is the situation where the demand for housing finance in our country had risen to a point where the funds available from the traditional lending markets or the grants and budgets from the local and federal governments could not match that demand. So There had to be a method to tap capital from capital markets to compete against corporate bonds, treasury and sovereign bonds, and other instruments that are out there, compete against that capital. The model that Ginnie Mae, how did we do this? How do we do this today? Is we adopt a securitization model. When we were chartered by the Congress, they gave us a special power to provide the sovereign guarantee of the United States government to guarantee the securities issued by Ginnie Mae's issuers. So what we do is that we have qualified issuers of our securities. They aggregate loans that are eligible. They're bundled into larger packages, and then they apply for a securitization guarantee from Ginnie Mae. What does this do? What does this guarantee mean? This guarantee is between the government of the United States through Ginnie Mae to the investors of the Ginnie Mae securities. So our lenders bundle, get this guarantee, and sell that to the capital markets, and that's how they liquefy and monetize their lending so that they continue to do it again and again and again. The guarantee that we provide is for the timely principal and interest promised to the investors. So if the borrower defaults, if the issuer of the security doesn't make up the difference, then Ginnie Mae steps in and seamlessly assures the same payments that are due to the investor. What does this provide? First of all, it provides a consistent and reliable access of funding for mortgage finance in the United States. Secondly, because of the government guarantee, it provides to borrowers the lowest cost possible because the benchmark rates that are used to establish note rates is essentially based off the government guarantee cost of money. Finally, and most importantly, the world is divided into two types of investors, mandates, those that take credit and those that take interest rate risk. What Ginnie Mae's guarantee does is invite investors that can control interest rate risk, and we eliminate the credit risk aspect of them evaluating the security. That invites more capital immediately because we're now competing capital for investment grade bonds. So for over 5 decades, Ginnie Mae has operated this securitization program to attract capital to fund and focus on underserved households and communities. These include first-time homebuyers, households with emerging or correcting credit, borrowers in rural areas that are underserved by lending opportunities, and borrowers that have scant resources and savings for a large down payment. What is our scale today? We have over 300 approved issuers of Ginnie Mae securities. These are predominantly independent corporations, not banks, not regulated entities, but independent corporations. When Ginnie Mae first started issuing its first security in 1970, it took 5 years before the annual issuance volume reached $1 billion per year. Today, monthly, Ginnie Mae guarantees $35 billion a month. Of that, importantly, for the underserved and creating household formation and vivienda, homeownership, is $25 billion of that is to first-time home builders. So for over those 50 years, Ginnie Mae now concludes and remains the primary source of housing finance credit for low to middle income borrowers in the United States.
Thank you very much, John. I believe Ginnie Mae has been doing a great job and definitely should be a good example for somehow replicating those strategies in Latin America. Thank you. So now, Brent, I would like to ask you, what are the main challenges in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean related to financing for social housing and or housing improvement? And also, what role does Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank have in the housing sector?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. Thank you for the opportunity to share with my experience with you, and thank you for the question. I will say that one of the main challenges that we face is affordability, which I've separated into two main categories. The individual household income that has been impacted negatively by the COVID pandemic, and that word comes up again and again. While the virus has not disappeared, industries are slowly getting back to pre-pandemic stage. One of the Caribbean region's main source of revenue is through tourism, the tourism sector, which was significantly impacted. So household income declined, with some family members either losing their jobs or experiencing a significant reduction in income. And when we add inflation to the mix, the issue is further exasperated. Increase in salary did not keep pace with double-digit inflation, further reducing buying power and disposable income. So that is one aspect in terms of affordability. And then we have the other aspect of affordability, and that is the cost of housing. The ability to construct low-cost housing without government assistance or subsidy is almost non-existent. This would have been further impacted by rising construction costs fueled by rising inflation and other costs associated with the disruption in the global supply chain. We were all looking on anxiously at the impact of El Nino on the availability of water to service the Panama Canal. So these aspects are the main aspects that deal with affordability. And to me, it's a knock-on effect, because therefore, if we cannot supply the necessary housing, then the demand for the would always outstrip the supply of housing. And while there is an increase in informal housing, in some Caribbean islands, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, there are unoccupied high-value housing and not enough low-cost housing. In Trinidad and Tobago, applications for housing constructed by the state is approximately 100,000. Just keep it in mind that the population of Trinidad and Tobago is just about 1.4 million people. The application of 100,000 is not satisfied. There isn't a supply of housing for that. New housing construction is under 2,000 annually. At that pace, all things being equal, which rarely occurs, the deficit will take over 50 years to be satisfied. That is a long time. That is not a time that we like to, or is not an acceptable time. Let me put it like that. And there is the issue of climate change that impacts the current housing stock, which is a whole different conversation, for which we do not have that time. So I'll move on to speak up a little of what Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank does. Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank brought together two well-established firms earlier this year, in 2024. Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company is the main player in the financial landscape dealing with financing residential property purchases. They are also the sole administrator of the government subsidized housing program that targets low to low middle income earners, which offers interest rates as low as 2%. Home Mortgage Bank provides financing to the public and private developers for the construction of housing. The main provider of mortgage-backed securities, and in fact, the only provider of mortgage-backed securities in Trinidad and Tobago. HMB will purchase pools of mortgages from primary lenders we were fashioned similar to what Ginnie Mae, Freddie Mac, etc. were doing in the United States. That pool of mortgages from the primary lenders package these pools into investment products such as mutual funds, collateralized mortgage obligations, and sell them off to investors. And this cycle continues and now exists under one company, where now TTMF originates the mortgages, and HMB will now take these mortgages, package them, and those performing mortgages, it has to be performing mortgages, of course, into investment instruments that investors are very willing to invest in. So that is it in a nutshell.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Brent, and congratulations for all the job being doing in Trinidad and Tobago with the TTMB. Now, Alex, te quisiera preguntar si nos podrías compartir, por favor, brevemente, qué es y cómo funciona el sistema Fe de Crédito en El Salvador. También si pudieras mencionar cómo se fondea el sistema, especialmente para créditos de mejoramiento para la vivienda en el segmento de bajos ingresos.
Gracias, Víctor. Un gusto, y gracias al Video Invest también por habernos invitado a este evento. Bueno, en primer lugar,
IDB Invest, I work for Fede Créditos. This is a federation at El Salvador that groups the workers' credit groups. There are 54 institutions. Fede Crédito is the leader, giving advice, supervision, the implementation of financial products and services. Right now, we have the broadest network in El Salvador. It is a small country, but the main characteristics of the Fede Crédito system is that it reaches the whole territory. One of the leading products is precisely the credit. We have microcredits for small companies, credit for women. Women are our main customer at El Salvador. The funding and financing structure that we use the most in the last 10 years has been precisely deposits of the partners or the members. In this case, it is like a cooperative, and the money comes from the members of the cooperative. This is the main source of financing, and in addition, Fede Crédito acts as a lending source to the lending institutions, and we have a relationship with multilateral banking. So we get some financing in favorable conditions for the final users. Now, talking about housing financing, we do have instruments, credits to buy new or used homes, and as El Salvador is in Central America, we are highly vulnerable to earthquakes, hurricanes, storms, everything. So usually we also give a lot of financing to repair or home improvements. These are the products that we have available for housing. There are people that sell fruits, vegetables, people that sell in the marketplace, people that sell clothing, new clothing, used clothing in the market. They are part of the informal sector, but in addition to their business, they want to recondition their houses, change the roofing, the electrical facilities, to improve their walls. So we also provide this type of financing to our clients and users. Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing this. Thank you for explaining how you have at El Salvador incorporated the informal sector. Please talk later about the social bonus, not now. Thank you again. Now, thank you for coming, Randall, and visiting Mexico.
Everybody, it's very nice to be here. Thank you to the IDB for the invitation. Paladin is a real estate fund manager based in Los Angeles, but we've invested throughout Latin America for the last 25 years. What originally attracted us to the region was housing, and the fact that every year many more homes are needed than homes are built. You see the deficits in each of these countries, 9 million in Mexico, 7 million in Brazil. I mean, the numbers are kind of hard to quantify, But the fact is that household formation outpaces new supply by huge margins every year. I think Mexico right now, there's the need for about 1 million homes a year, and a historic low of only about 130,000 homes are being built. So supply and demand fundamentals are something that excited us 25 years ago. So we went out to principally U.S. investors, pension funds, the U.S. government, large institutions would invest through us. So we were the gringos bringing hundreds of millions of dollars down to Latin America, and through 5 different pan-regional funds. We invested in Brazil about 55%, and then the rest in Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Chile. And we learned a lot of lessons over those 25 years, but in general, the real estate performed pretty well. These supply-demand fundamentals that really underwrote our thesis then, held pretty true. The challenge is when you're bringing it back to dollars 10 years later. We were investing in the Brazilian real at 1.6, and we were bringing it back at 5 to 1. The Colombian peso was 1,800 to the dollar. We were bringing it back at 4,000 to the dollar. So the currency losses across these funds has been substantial, and us and all of our peers have had similar experiences. We like the business plan, we like the thesis, we like to provide housing in Latin America, but the returns to dollar-based investors just haven't performed. So when we were raising our 6th fund, we thought, well, how can we make this a more compelling proposition? And so we really tried to lean into the impact thesis of what we're doing. So rather than do all kinds of real estate, we thought we'd just do affordable housing. So affordable kind of means different things, but to us, it was kind of the middle of the pyramid. And we would do it all with sustainability. So we've been working with the IFC's EDGE program for about 5 years. We've approved 25 projects, about 6,000 units. And we approved the first EDGE Zero Carbon project in the world. So we thought, let's do all EDGE Zero Carbon, let's do all affordable housing, and let's try to expand our universe of investors to include more impact-oriented investors as well. And we tried for a couple of years, and the IDB supported us. They were our first commitment for $10 million, and then we needed to raise another $40 million alongside them to have a first close of $50 million. And unfortunately, we weren't able to raise any more money outside of that. So it's been a little bit frustrating, but it's charged us. It's forced us to change our business plan. So to take the currency issue off the table, now each country has its own specific initiatives, and it's trying to raise money in its own country. So our Brazilian team is raising money for Brazilian strategies that resonate with those investors in Sao Paulo. In Costa Rica, we have a build to rent for middle-income families program that we're raising money for right now. In Colombia, we're raising money for a couple different strategies related to low-income housing. But it's a little bit fragmented, and it depends on what's really available in each country. And in Mexico, we went out and we tried to raise a SERPI, and we spent quite a bit of time and money structuring a vehicle to approach the Afores to come and invest in Mexico. Give us capital so we can spread it around and develop low-income housing here in Mexico. And unfortunately, we didn't see much appetite for that strategy. So it's a changing world. I think we're constantly forced to reevaluate what has worked and what hasn't. And so, the name of this panel is New Financial Tools. And I think the new financial tool that I'm exploring right now is really a truly blended finance vehicle that has different actors de-risking the equity in different ways. Maybe through currency hedging mechanisms, maybe through some concessional capital, through different loan guarantees. I think we need to really get more creative in terms of the structure in order to raise more capital to do the work that we're trying to do down here.
Thank you, Randall. I definitely agree with you that we need to be more creative. And I like the perspective from an investor view from the US and how you are deploying significant money across Latin America and how you are de-risking different risks. Thank you. So for the second round of questions, maybe we are running a little bit out of time, so just to keep it like in 3 minutes each, please. So going back to you, Brent, in terms of funding availability, who are the main funds providers or investors in the country, and what type of financial instruments are they using to obtain resources? Do you consider that there are sufficient resources to cover the demand for housing development in Trinidad and Tobago?
Thank you for that question. So funding is available from the more traditional providers, the commercial banks, fund managers, pension funds, credit unions, finance brokers, and wealth managers. Their instruments are mainly through deposits, mutual funds, and other fixed-term instruments, loans and bonds. TTME was fortunate to source funding from IDB Invest, specifically to fund the financing of low-income earners, which has collectively impacted over 3,000 families. So there is that additional source of funding from multilateral development banks, such as the Caribbean Development Bank, IDB Invest, IFC, etc., that complements the level of funding that is available within Trinidad and Tobago. With regards to the sufficiency of funding, permit me to put some context to this answer, and I promise I would not go over the time allotted. The Caribbean region has high exposure to the impact of climate change. Therefore, climate adaptation and mitigation are key to any housing solution and must be accelerated. The premise of funding solution for housing is that the underlying security should at least have the tenor of the facility. So that underlying security has to be at least 15 years in terms of its lifespan, and therefore the frequency of destructive hurricanes is increasing. And at the beginning of the hurricane season, Beryl has already wreaked havoc, and we are not yet at peak of the season. All this to say, new and retrofitting, rebuilding efforts should be done in accordance with an engineering building code that gives that housing unit greater resilience. If this issue isn't addressed, we will not have sufficient performing mortgages to secure any new facility. So that is the important part that I needed to make, that the asset, while it is that there may be funds available, the assets or the performing mortgages that are required is at risk because of the climate change or climate issue that we are experiencing. This requires a bit of innovation that, for instance, if we can establish a funding source that can be accessed linked to the sustainability of the asset, and a fund that the Caribbean region can draw down to facilitate building resilient housing that can then be packaged and sold to investors. Trinidad and Tobago Housing Finance, Trinidad and Tobago Housing Finance requirements of 100,000 is approximately 60 billion TT, more like $9 billion US dollars. Therefore, support is needed from the multilateral development banks at a price that supports affordability, sustainability, and resilience. In rebuilding and establishing new housing stock, we must take the opportunity to improve the quality of housing. We need to have a deeper conversation on how the housing ecosystem supports this. The multi-development banks, the financial institutions, the developers, the customers, and government each have a role to play in moving us to that space where we now have a housing stock that is resilient, that can be used for future funding.
Thank you, Brent. I completely agree that we need to have a deeper conversation about sustainability and how to improve housing in the Caribbean and also all across Latin America. Thanks for sharing. Now going back to you, John, based on your experience, how the private sector and governments could work together to provide better and innovative financial solutions to improve access to social housing. Is there any program you believe could be replicated in Latin America and the Caribbean?
That's a good question. I think I would like to share the principles of our business model to illuminate how that could be deployed in Latin America. The Ginnie Mae model is a public-private partnership. It is a contract between Ginnie Mae, the government of the United States, and independent issuers, which are independent businessmen and firms. Our issuers, in addition to creating and bundling the securities, each month they are conducting the operating functions of collecting the monies from the borrowers, advancing those to the investors, and making any deficiencies if there are borrowers that are late to pay investor remittances. What makes it work? What is the secret of this business model? Well, from Ginnie Mae's standpoint, and also our issuers, it has to be self-sufficient. For us on the government, that means that we take fees, we charge a fee for a guarantee, and that is designed to be self-sufficient and sustaining against claims. From the issuer's standpoint, it has to be profitable. It has to be not only profitable today when they issue the security, it has to remain profitable over the time of conducting these servicing operations of which they get a fee for. That fee is the difference between the note rate from the borrower and the coupon rate to the security. So that is an annuity that the issuer has over time if they perform properly the obligations, but it also is their revenue stream, a source of profitability. If it works like this, what happens is we are using our investment-grade credit rating in the United States to attract funds without adding to our federal budget because it's self-sustaining. That enables Ginnie Mae to respond to surges in volume of securitization without tapping budget from the federal government. So from that standpoint, we can absorb the market generation of perhaps high and advantageous volumes. We are not limited by any cap because it's self-sustaining. The final thing is, the secret here is, this is the concept of an alignment of interest. It has to be profitable for the issuers that participate in this, and it has to be self-sustaining for the guarantor, Ginnie Mae. If it does that, it allows the issuers to continue to be confident in the ability of their revenue stream to go out and attract more capital to grow and meet the demand of the future.
Thank you, John. You said two very important things, self-sustain and also the alignment of interest. Definitely very important for having private and government working together. Thank you. Now going back to you, Randall, could you please share with us more about how Paladin and developers work together in the region? What financial and non-financial support do you provide to these developers, and why is it relevant for the social housing sector?
Yeah, we have a joint venture model. So we would come down to Mexico and we would partner with a local development company, and we would put in perhaps 80% of the capital and ask that our partner put in maybe 20% of the capital. So if we put in $20 million, our partner would commit $5 million, and then we'd have a pool of $25 million to go out and do a series of projects. So we call that a platform. And so those platforms enabled our partners really to leverage their $5 million into $25 million of equity, and then with project level debt, they could really grow their organizations and ultimately build more housing. We also try to help them grow smartly with certain non-financial tools. So, we come with a very robust set of reporting requirements. All of our partners need to be audited by one of the top 4 auditing firms. So their financial and accounting systems, needed to be brought up to speed. Everybody had to abide by the U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Agreement. So really levels of governance that hadn't been seen in the region before. In terms of ESG, we have a very robust ESG policy that requires that all of our partners have policies about human resources and anti-discrimination, workforce health and safety at the job sites. We have our own life and fire safety plan that all of our projects have to comply with that typically goes beyond local fire codes. And then in terms of sustainability, we have pushed this on our partners, and they've willingly agreed. We use, as I mentioned before, the EDGE program on all of our projects now. So every one of our projects is certified sustainability, saving at least 20% in embodied energy and materials, in water and in electricity. So I think the ESG overlay is something that we've also tried to just bring international best practices to our partners. And then, just from a project perspective, we've invested in about 210 projects in the region, about 40,000 units. So, we've seen a lot, and we have a lot of lessons that we can share from Brazil to Colombia to Peru to Mexico, and kind of identify risks we've seen in certain markets and help our partners understand things that they might not have seen before. So I think, in general, it's been a good model, and I think we've helped a lot of companies grow. In Brazil, one of our partners went public, became one of the largest developers in Sao Paulo, and they're still our partner now on our 6th joint venture with them. So we have some kind of long-term success stories that we are proud of.
Perfect. Thank you, Randall. I believe having this balance between different partners, it's not an easy job, and congratulations. And also how you are incorporating international policies, definitely that's bringing added value to the final results. Thank you. So now, Alex, regresando contigo.
The sovereign context has been improving in El Salvador, and this is clearly seen because of the improvement in the sovereign rating. However, we still have, or you still have, to recover international trust as to funding. What type of financial instructions are you using in order to get this type of rates? And regarding the product, what products are offered by member entities in order to improve housing, and which ones do you consider are the first limitations of existing funding, either because of term or rate? Well, as you've said, there are great challenges as to the sovereign rating that has been improved a lot recently. The financial institutions, and speaking about the FEDEC Credito system, this is important because of what we have done in the last 80 years. At present, the concepts we are using are senior debt, and we are getting financing for 7 years. We have a grace period of 2 years, and we have also used subordinated debts. And let's say that the other concept we have used is DPR, which is a very interesting financial concept we have been using with Bid Invest and IAC, and with some other institutions that have helped us as investors, that have helped us in this type of investments. And this has allowed us to look for this financing internationally in order to give competitive rates to final users, because usually these rates are very high for all the institutions we are related with. And the concept, or what we use more, is the international financing, and actually this is the channel which is the intermediary financial products, as it was said before, mainly have to do with new housing, used housing of segments, because our main clients are the base of the pyramid, so small loans, and the average loan is $15,000-$20,000, and this is the largest part of our portfolio, which is formed by women who very many times are heads of the family, and actually women are the ones who pay the best. Okay, they are good payers. These are the studies we have made with the support of international financial institutions that help us technically. So we are giving loans on a 5-year, 15-year, 20-year basis, and we always look for this. And actually, as a financier, well, I see that we have to be very, very careful with the terms, but thanks to the trust we have on our people, we take this very, very well, and we allow for a mix to take place and provide this type of financing together with these concepts we are using nowadays. Well, thank you very much, Alex. And moving forward for round number 3, now that you spoke about financing IDB Invest and also the gender perspective, can you tell us a little bit more about the DPR program and the social bonus with IDB Invest? So the benefits for social housing for $80 million, and we will be on a 40 million tranche, investing 50%. Well, actually, last week we had this issuance. It has been published in our media at the Bid Invest Live at Sea, and we have had a financing of $50 million in 2 tranches, 40 million in the first part, and Bid Invest is participating with 15. Live FC has 7.5, the responsibility 7.5. And as you have said, the characteristic is that this is the first social bonus in El Salvador backed by all these family remittances. So last year, the federal credit system paid $1.7 billion in remittances, making use of this flow of said remittances, and we have made this financing being focused on an SPO, or a second opinion, given to us by Standard and Poor's, which gave us the support in order to make this type of issuance. So in this bonus, we are going to use it for women household, and we're including the micro SMEs, which are also led by women. And this implies that women, if they have an important participation, because as to Afores, well, we always see this, and sometimes the man who is writing, well, this is not precisely what is willing to be done, but actually, for instance, women are the ones in charge of this, and the largest beneficiaries are women. And now, when we speak about this low interest housing, this includes the products I was telling you about, for instance, maintenance, repair work, and this really gives us a great alliance because we are pioneers in El Salvador, and obviously this tells you about trust, both the one we have from investors and international organizations. As the credit FedEx system, we make a very good use and channeling of resources towards the bottom of the pyramid, and also to low interest housing. Well, thank you very much, Alex, and congratulations. Okay, all these benefits will materialize in El Salvador. Paloma, I'm going to make use of 5 minutes from your time to wrap up with John Brent and Rondo.
Ginny Mae's most successful programs are mortgage-backed securities, MBS. Being the first one issued in the 70s, could you please share with us how the MBS market has evolved in the US and how it has improved access to housing? How does the first loss guarantee have worked and benefited the access to housing in the US, and how the risk has been mitigated?
So I'm going to turn the tables on your question. I'm going to challenge our Vivienda champions to a little bit of thinking here, of a little bit of secret of what I learned. Most mortgage notes around the world to borrowers are variable rate with balloon maturities. Over 100 years ago, the United States, coming out of the Great Depression, revamped the housing finance operating model. That is a 30-year term, fixed rate note with principal and interest payments occurring each month from the borrower. What does this do, and what does this enable? From the borrower's standpoint, if they make 360 payments of principal and interest, they will own their home and relieve their debt. From the lender, early on, this reduces the probability of default. What does that do? What did that do in the United States? That enabled government insuring agencies such as the Federal Housing Administration to offer credit insurance to the lenders if there is a borrower default and not require any significant down payment. Under the FHA program, minimum down payment is 3%. Under the Veterans Program, it is 0. Under Rural Housing Program, it is 1 to 2%. What does that do to affordability? Number one, it expands the eligible borrowers because you don't have to show up with significant savings before you can start your home ownership. Number two, the underwriting of a borrower is about their ability to sustain their income. Number three, the important thing is that from the standpoint of the risk to the lender and everybody else, it is more predictable over time. And what it is doing is exchanging the probability of default and reducing that and enabling more borrowers to qualify on income alone. Here's coming through this rate increase over the last 3 years. Mortgage money in the United States is about a 7% note rate on fixed rate to the borrower. That's more than twice what it was 2 years earlier. However, month after month, last 2 years, purchase money mortgage is still $25 billion a month at the higher rate. Because the down payment isn't required, and households that are confident of their income have access to credit. If they see a home in their price point, they are not intimidated by rate. They want to have homeownership quickly under a condition where their costs are predictable as much as possible over time. That is what I want to challenge you on some of your programs that you try. And I conclude with that. My apologies for changing the answer to your question.
No worry. I mean, it's perfect. I think what you've been sharing to us, it's very important so we can have a pretty much a good idea of how GNMI has been working and trying to improve access for housing, social housing in the US. And I hope that at some point in Latin America, markets would be evolving so we can structure ambitious mortgage-backed securities. So debtors or consumers might not be afraid of interest rates.
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks so much, John. So, Brent, going back to you. I'm taking, te voy a robar 10 minutos. Well, Brent, going back to you. IDB Invest and Home Mortgage Bank joined forces to close the first social bond in Trinidad and Tobago for $44.4 million US dollars. Could you share with us the highlights of this transaction and the impact it will have in Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean?
Certainly. Well, more to Trinidad and Tobago, but it was indeed a proud moment that we partnered with IDB Invest to issue the first social bond in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. So by extension, the Caribbean is going to learn from what we would have done to develop similar type products going forward. The purpose of which of this particular bond was to provide additional financing to low-income earners to purchase homes. This positively impacted around 1,000 families. The main feature of the bonds, I'm going to highlight, it was aligned to the international capital markets social bond principles. It was independently verified, and a second party opinion would have been issued. Supported the establishment of a framework for green and sustainable and resilient housing market. The interest rate it made sense, it had to make sense, that supported affordable housing. It was a local currency transaction, so it was done in Trinidad and Tobago currency, and it was tailored along the lines in terms of the repayment to ensure that HMB maintained liquidity and ensure that the debt would have been paid. So those are the main highlights of the social bond.
Thanks so much, Brent, and congratulations again for structuring the first social bond in Trinidad and Tobago. It wasn't an easy job, so we hope to have the second one with you as well.
Yes.
So, Randall, going back to you. Paladin supported the world's first zero-carbon residential project under IFC's EDGE program. Could you please tell us more about this project? Why was it innovative? And in addition, based on your experience, what are the main challenges Latin America that Paladin had encountered? What are the lessons learned?
Well, I think since we're totally out of time, I'm going to switch the question.
But I already spoke with Paloma. She's okay with taking more time.
Yeah, I want to say something, but I don't want to go into the details of that project. But overall, it was a 23% IRR. It was a 2 times multiple. It was the EDGE Zero Carbon project. It had huge social benefits, huge social programs. It's the epitome of like a successful project, and that's why we thought we could raise a fund around it, and we couldn't. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to take currency risk. Nobody wanted to invest in this program. I think there's a lot of money out there globally for impact-oriented strategies, but apparently this one wasn't impactful enough. So what I'm trying to do now is figure out how we can lean more into the sustainability and lean more into the affordability. So when it comes to the sustainability, I'm working on a program to bring totally circular, regenerative, renewable energy to these projects. So have a solar farm, have water filtration, have all of the self-contained off-grid infrastructure coupled with a project that I think would resonate with global investors. And then when it comes to affordability, the challenge is that we can't invest in the bottom of the pyramid right now. The best we can do is kind of the middle of the pyramid, and that's what we've been doing because it's the best we can do. But it would be awesome if there was an investable product that really solved the problems for the bottom of the pyramid. And it really comes down to subsidies, and it comes down to government subsidies that are consistent and that are predictable and that you can rely on, because we don't touch the programs that kind of come and go. It's too risky. So I think it comes down to the governments really putting their money where their mouths are. And I know housing is a priority, and governments do certain things to help, but ultimately it comes down to subsidies in order to really house the people that really need houses. Because it feels good to build things for $50,000, $60,000, but the people that really need housing aren't getting the housing, and we don't have a way to access that. So I think if we did have a way to access that, we could combine it with other more sustainable infrastructure, I think we could raise money globally in the right structure, in some de-risked structure. And so that's what I'm excited about these days, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Thank you, Randall. You mentioned very important things, taking risks. There's a lot of money in the market, and how we're taking those amounts of money and driving it to sustainability and helping people to, to provide better conditions for housing. So very briefly, final remarks, starting with you, Randall.
Well, that was my final remark.
Oh, okay, perfect. Alex, conclusión así resumida.
Conclusion.
Any comment, final comment? Well, John, final remarks?
I would just state that vivienda is an important thing. Carry on with your passion, your creativity, and your energy, and good things come from that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Bueno. Ahora sí estamos llegando a la recta final.
We would like to thank the speakers and moderators of this panel. It's so interesting to learn about the financing and funds being sent to the region. And to close, let's go to the last panel. We're not going to have the break because we want to hurry now and go directly to the last panel. So we will go to the last panel for housing developers, and then the closing remarks will be given by Carlos Martinez of the INFONAVIT and Gloria Lugo on behalf of the IDB. And after that, we are going to leave the experience of the forum with our 5 senses. We're going to visit the Housing Museum, and then to close with a cocktail party on the greenest roof in Latin America. By the way, I'm really curious, and I'm promoting it a lot, but I'm curious to visit the roof. Sixth and final panel. Thank you. We have so much audience, and this is so because the content has been really interesting. It is surprising when we have so many people in the audience after such a long day. Thank you for joining us here and through our YouTube channel. People following us through that platform, let us go to the panel. Promotion of resilient, sustainable, and affordable housing. The moderator, Marta Fernandez, she's a senior investment officer for the manufacturing sector of Bidinvest. And the panel will have Ramon Vidal Lopez, Finance Director, Ruba Mexico, Luis Alberto Cuba, Commercial Manager, Viva Peru, and Giovanni Calcaño, Design Manager, Sucasa, Grupo UNESA, Panama. Welcome. And we will start with the last panel. A round of applause. Let us keep on going. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to invite all the people who are in the room and in line to imagine the following. A one-story housing with adobe walls that helps regulate not only temperature changes, but that protects us against floods and earthquakes. A tilted, natural, local material roof allowing for ventilation, and the only door goes to a backyard that we share with other 4 families where they have a community life at the back, a small orchard where we produce compost of residues and vegetables and fruits. What I have just described is the typical housing of an Aztec family of old Tenochtitlan. Where we are now, our beloved Mexico City, 700 years ago, the Aztecs, based on creativity and witness, were able to build housing on swampy land. They prepared these houses in neighborhoods with their own temple, school, and market, and developed the famous chinampas, floating farms that did not only produce more than 7 harvests a year, but they optimize water and maintain the quality of water. So all these planning skills to get adapted to the environment, efficient use of natural resources. They did not only contribute to Tenochtitlan being one of the cities with the highest or largest population, but also one of the most advanced populations. Only by incorporating sustainability criteria, we can achieve a self-sufficient, clean environment and to promote also social cohesion, which is so necessary. We have 3 developers here that understand that in order to develop housing, we need to have a sustainable route. It is not enough building houses and more houses. No. Each of these homes must have resiliency, be inclusive, and high quality. I will introduce the panelists this afternoon. Giovanni Calcaño, Sucasa, design manager. Grupo Sucasa is one of the very old construction company in Panama for vertical and horizontal developers with more than 36,000 homes in the last 55 years. It is part of the UNESA group that is traded in the Panama Stock Exchange. I would also welcome Ramon Vidal, Director of Finance of RUBA. RUBA is the most important development housing developer based in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua. It has presence in 16 cities and 2 states, and throughout its 44 years of experience, it has sold more than 250,000 homes and expects to sell 11,000 more 7 bonds through the Mexican Stock Exchange, and it has the highest credit rating in the country. It is also known as a great place to work. And finally, online, Luis Alberto Cuba, Commercial Manager, Viva EMSA Group, in charge of the promotion of real estate projects, and it's a leader in the social housing projects. He has been able to optimize energy and water resources in more than 92 projects and more than 22,000 units that have been delivered. I would like to thank the 3 panelists for being with us today. Giovanni, this question is for you. The construction sector in Latin America and the Caribbean generates more than 25% of the CO2 emissions and consumes more than 45% of the energy. It would seem that we might concentrate our efforts to reduce emissions and achieve the goals, climate goals. Why aren't we seeing more green certified housing? Good afternoon first. I would like to thank the invitation of the IDB to be part of this important forum. I would dare to say that in Panama, basically, there is no project certified as green housing. This is something that we still owe you as a country. We are negative in carbon terms, as many other countries in Latin America. We are the ones that suffer the consequences of the climate change. In fact, a few months ago, we had to relocate a population of an island into the mainland because of an increase in the sea level. 300 families that had to move from the island to the mainland. And it is time to make that extra effort in Panama in terms of sustainable housing. The first challenge that we are facing is the population. We in Panama have not yet understood the consequences of climate change. Perhaps in the last few months, with the relocation of the population of the island, or because of the lack of water of the drought that we had in 2023 that made the Panama Canal that had to reduce the size of the boats, the transit. We have also had an increase in environmental temperatures, that this is something that had never happened to us before. So going back to the main topic, with everything that has been happening, to the extent that we cannot find a way to promote sustainable housing, it will be very hard for us to enter that market. Usually, sustainable housing, at least in the case of Panama, would have a higher cost. And if in addition to that, people are not interested to define it in some way, that market will never grow, and low-cost houses will be sold, and this is the type of houses that we will need to continue building. Thank you so much, Giovanni. I think that many of the countries in the region feel just like you. In fact, in Mexico, through 2020, only 4% of the properties had any type of certification. Luis, Viva was one of the first developers in Peru to certify the housing with the green certification of the fund, Mi Vivienda. Which factors were key to achieve this, and which are the lessons that were learned? Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank you, Sergio Mato and Elite, for the invitation to this forum. We are very, very happy, and we are very grateful for the fact that we can share the experiences that we have learned with you. In order to answer your questions, the key factor that we have had to reach this certification has been the commitment and the value proposal that we always have had with the company, because we do not only think that as real estate developers we sign an agreement and we deliver a house. No, it goes one step beyond. We have a lifetime relationship with the client, and as part of this thinking and as part of this concept, what we want, or our main concern was and has always been, the fact of sustainability and how we can generate welfare and improve the quality of life of our people. In the year 2009, we won a bid for the first mega project of social housing in Peru, and this project was called the San Agustin Park. All our social interest projects are called with the same name as the community where they are developed. We have to be coherent with the value proposal. The first thing that we did was social management, that is to say, how to work with the customer. The owner must have a good coexistence, but we had to pay attention also to sustainability. In the next project, we innovated and we tried to identify what could be made so that these names and projects are consistent. And what we decided was to devise a water reuse system. And what we do is, through specific equipment as part of the project, we collect the water coming from the sinks and the showers in the bathrooms. The water goes to a tank, and this allows us to reuse that water to water the green areas. Lima is a semi-desertic city, so this implies savings for the customer. This is socially positive because using drinking water to that end, person who is not of that community, and this allowed us, through the innovation and this concern as a key factor, to be in advance. I mean, when the housing groups promote green housing, We always participate actively with them, and this has allowed us to quickly certify ourselves. Today, as you mentioned, all our social projects have a green certification, and something that we are very proud of is that in Peru, and this is a process that Joanny has described, the fact that if you launch the first one, and this happened with us with Viva, it became a trend. And today, I would dare to say that more than 80% of the low-cost housing have a green certification, because as a promoter, you need to be in the trend, in fashion, because consumers start requesting this type of housing. Big eco-friendly, pet-friendly is now a need, and what we learned on the road, because there were many learning factors, is that you have to be in close contact with the community. It is not a matter only of teaching, but it has to be sustainable as well. We have had communities where they didn't use 100% this water reuse system that we now have, of energy savings, natural gas, light sensors, lighting, special lighting, LED lighting, reducing the consumption, and therefore the economy of the owners. We also have to hold a dialogue and have a two-way communication to see if what we are posing as developers is giving us the necessary benefits, and if people is understanding that. So we need a two-way communication. And the most important factor was having the right motivation to be innovators in that sense. Thank you so much, Luis. What you have just explained about that channel of communication is very important. Many times the customers or the buyers only pay attention to the initial cost, but they don't see the full cycle of the houses, the savings and the benefits. And also another key word mentioned by you was sustainability in time. In that sense, the social component is a key component. And that leads us to the next question for Ramon. In terms of social inclusion, how is RUBA working so that the projects are not only accessible but also affordable for low-income people? Thank you, Marta. Well, first, on behalf of the shareholders, of the chairman of the board, the director general, and the whole company, we are really grateful for your invitation to this event. I would like to thank Tatiana, Paloma, Marta, Rodrigo for the kind invitation. And thank you for the opportunity to share the practices that have worked for us, good practices. I don't mean they are the best practices, but they are the practices that we believe that work, that have worked for us. And before we start, I would like to make reference. I would like to tell the Minister of El Salvador that said that housing reduces marginalized population, generates a commitment with society, and generates a sense of belonging. And then Rachel Brad mentioned that housing is the key element to reduce poverty and inequality. And then Rodrigo said that the IDB slogan is improving lives. So, of the reflections that I have made as part of this event, let me tell you that when we talk about sustainability, people is what's important here. Housing, I mean, we all build houses, okay? We all build houses, we buy land, we design the project, we commercialize the product, we try to generate all the possible efficiencies, because right now it's very, very difficult to be competitive with the current environment. But in the end, what's most important is the customer. And in RUBA we say, you have arrived to your home. And we ask ourselves, what does this mean for people? And it comes all the way from the philosophy of RUBA's founder Ruba was created 44 years ago by Enrique Terrazas, and his conception of the company and entrepreneurial philosophy was always a humanistic vision. A humanist vision. What do I mean by this is that this is people-centric. The company is people-centric. And if you build houses, well, which is the center? The center is people. People are the center. The houses are a means, not an end. So when we deliver the houses, we have a great responsibility, which is that great responsibility that we have to generate the tools for the customers, the people living in those houses, are giving the platforms so that they can in turn work in an orderly fashion with certainty. They know how to make decisions for the common good. In that sense, we have to create the necessary conditions for these people to grow, develop, and self-fulfill. This is what we believe in the company. This is not what I believe, but what we believe in the company. It is not only building houses and giving them to the people. No. We need to offer the clients all the tools so that they can get organized, work together, make decisions together for the common good. And let me give you an example. We have a development. Paloma, I think that you remember that because we certified it as sustainable in comprehensive development. It is called Natura. It is placed in Tijuana. This was designed for 50,000 homes. Right now, we have sold 16,000. In that development, there are around 50,000 people. So, and how do we make those 50,000 people generate value and that the gated community is even better now than when we gave it to them? Well, we have a program which is called Convive,
which is a community development program in order for neighbors to live together. Well, I will tell you that at present we have over 300 neighbor committees working on a daily basis in order to be able to have activities, educational, sports, social activities in order for them to learn, to work, and that as a whole, we will work as a whole together with the three spheres of government, the federal one, the state, and municipal, together some organizations and NGOs. And actually, the point is to create these synergies so as to create the conditions that will allow everybody who lives in ex natura in our community will grow, will really fulfill themselves and develop themselves. So I think that just to wrap up my participation in this question, I think it is important to have elements that allude to energy efficiency, and we do have them because actually they become individual with INFONAVIT's resources, and INFONAVIT ask for geotechnologies which are translated into energy efficiency. But I think that the most important thing, in addition to physical elements, the most important thing is to work with the people. So I think that we are able to do this, and if we do this on an everyday basis uniformly, we will have a sustained development in the long run. Thank you very much, Raman. And going in depth in this social point, in Latin America and the Caribbean, well, 1 out of 4 households are headed by women, the highest population of the world. How does Viva integrate this gender approach in the housing project, and how do you guarantee that this gender ports of interest will be taken care of? Well, actually, we see that 49% of the population who works in Viva is made up by women, and in our operations, well, for instance, in the field, we have 36% of women. So this is translated in the size of the company we have, where we have 59 people. And if we extrapolate this to our clients, well, in the previous paper, well, it was said that women are the best payers, and at sales level, 51% of our buyers, well, really make all the purchases. So what does this point out? That there is equality, and of course there has to be justice in this regard. So when we speak about gender when designing products, there was something, well, just as if we said, well, these are the 10 commandments, but actually we call them the 10 satisfactors for real estate. And here we can speak about security, safety, and access, the equal access. People must have to all the amenities the project will have, where these townhouses are, but also we need to have necessary resources in order to have really an equal life that can be shared. So it's very important that when designing the project, we have to take into account, first of all, security and really preventing this trap projects where there's no visibility, no lights, and no access for people who are disabled or more vulnerable populations such as children. And this really goes to have good lighting, to control landscaping, and this must be done on an equal basis, and signaling is also very important, as well as all the other elements you will really describe. They should be made on an equalitarian basis, and this stems from respect. And this is something we have learned as time elapsed, because when having this type of multidisciplinary team, we can have several approaches. So it's very important that when designing all this, we have to have in mind which are the needs of the different communities we work with. So we as promoters should anticipate and really have this communication with bi-directional approaches in order for us to see what is the feasibility. For instance, at what time people will live the townhouses, and mostly for elderly people, women and children. So we need to have security elements that will allow all these people to have a safer, more relaxed life when they come to their condo. So these elements are very important when designing them and implementing them. And it might be that when doing this, things will become more expensive, but in the end of time, it has a very important profit, because actually what you design, what you do will be your letter of recommendation for some other projects. I have heard, well, very many developments. There are 50,000 people living in a townhouse area, and obviously it is very important. So finally, education is something very important, as well as really making people aware of this, and not only as to how they are going to live together, but actually mutual respect has to be taken into account because this is a vulnerable population. So when you really turn in the condo, well, this is not it. You need to make that all these elements you have implemented should really sensitize the owners, the families who are living there. So actually, this approach is very important, and when we spoke about this, we spoke about all this, and when we're discussing climate change, well, this is a topic that has to be included because we live in communities with our families, and if the community is not sustainable, it will be shocking the result. I mean, and this happens when there are very good comments, when the opinions of our clients are very good, and therefore you will recommend yourselves because it will entice people to live there. This is your first recommendation letter. And the second one, as a developer, you have to take this into account because of sustainability. We have private companies, we are private companies, but we also must be civic and concerned about our fellow beings. One other vulnerable group, and with more problems to have access to loans, well, are informal workers. We see that actually this is in the amount of 53%. What are you doing with those people who cannot access to financing? Well, unfortunately, recently financial private entities have really become stricter, and in recent years the public sector, public banks are the ones who have been lending mortgages in order to pay for all this. After the pandemic, well, informal jobs have increased, and dwellings will have really surmounted about 189,000 households. This is the quantitative part. As to the qualitative part, well, we have to take some other points into consideration, as the vice minister said. So we have seen what companies have been rented, and the company has just bought some apartments to hire, and we are planning on doing this. And actually, we have one other project which is still in the design stage for this type of renting apartments. What we try to do is to approach this market, and we can speak about people from the informal sector, or people who are not interested in a mortgage, or newlyweds, or people who are not interested in living in the peripheral area, but they cannot do this. So I think that we can have an opportunity of really sharing this with you. The important thing is to highlight that in Panama there is a leasing law, which is a very protectionist law, because it protects the tenant. And no matter if he does not comply, well, it will be very difficult to remove him. So if he really inherits this to his people, well, actually it will be impossible to remove them. So it was created in Panama, and actually this market never had a good start. So fortunately, I see that the new government is seeing the possibility of streamlining this leasing law to really rent or lease these houses that will be leased, in order not to allow people to go to the peripheral areas. And actually what this imposes on services, for instance, potable water, sewage transportation, education, and common health issues that we have mentioned before in our panel. Thank you. Well, we see how a very complicated environment can really affect this low-income population. However, a complicated one, just like the one we are going through in Mexico, high rates, high inflation also affects our developers and also the share we have in the housing industry. It is also important to say that the developers have really to take this into account. Well, Ruba has really given deeds on 54,000 houses, and they have done really, or they have had actually a very successful approach. And please tell us what are the guidelines we have to follow. Well, we still have 13 more minutes, so I will be real quick. I will try to be focused on the business model. And the founder, and I want to speak about the founder again, because he said to the foundations, we are the second generation. But let me tell you that Don Enrique Terrazas is the founder. And as time elapsed, well, he set some rules, regulations, and they were institutionalized to the point that there was a model approved. Because, well, actually, this is proven by results. But let me tell you that it is this model. Now, what is this model made of? First of all, stockholders do not have a voice. For instance, you will never see a finance director, a CFO, whose last name is Terrazas, or the operations director who is called Marquez, okay, because these are the control entities. Well, but we are a private company, however, we are in the stock market, and this helps us to have a very powerful organization, a very professional one, and a very institutional one. So, in addition to this model, we do not only need healthy finances, but actually we need a team. And if you do not bring about all the situations needed so that every person that comes to the organization can become the CEO, then you will never have the organization's full potential. So finally, actually, companies are just charter and capital, but what gives life to companies, the team workers. You have to create the conditions in order to allow this team to be organized and give its full potential. So when stockholders are not in the operation, you give enough room to all the team workers. And not only this, but also opportunity of becoming a stockholder. Two, Enrique Terrazas and the other stockholders. Well, I speak about him because he was the leader of the investors group since day number one, reinvested 90% of the profits. So after 44 years, what do we have? Well, we have a highly capitalized company. Ruba is 62% capital and 38 debt or indebtedness. So this gives you a clear taste of the commitment stockholders have with the team workers, and of course, the result is healthy finances. Now I'll try to. Well, the model is a little bit longer, but actually I will speak about these two, and there is a third one, which is also very important: strategic alliances. In order to give you an idea, in Ruba, We have about 83,000 lots. This is the land zoning we have. We sell about 11,000 houses, and this will last for the next 6-7 years. Well, what's the great thing about these alliances, and how do you translate this in a financial strategy? 30% of all of our land zone has been contributed by whom? The landowners. And they become our partners until the project is ended, and they really get their money back and have a good ROI. So in reality, what happens financially with the company, that all this capital, instead of investing it in the land 5 or 6 years before, we have the opportunity of using it to the capital, or adding it up to the capital, and have better business cycles. Well, I want to share these three elements with you because I think that this very simple model that, well, includes 10 points and rules has been fundamental in order to have a long living company, 44 years, where we have a great consolidated team that has allowed us to have very strong financial services, so as to have the scale, because this is a scale business, and also to create the speed, enough volume, and we have been able to diversify the company in several places of the country, and we have this for the middle income and residential people, and we have never stopped making low income houses. Actually, 45% of our product mix is low income houses, and the average price is 700,000 pesos. So we're speaking about $40,000. So finally, and going back to this question, what allows you to provide houses for low-income sectors without any subsidies, incentives? Well, it is a team and sound finance. Thank you. Thank you, Ramon.
And talking about sound finance, I think that developers should have right access to financing. Luis, in your experience, which financial instruments have been the most effective to promote a sustainable housing? When we talk about this topic, I think that we should consider a triangle, and this triangle has on the vortex three different elements. In the middle, at the center, it has the customer. The first component is the promoter, the real estate promoter. Then comes the bank for financing, both for the promoter as well as the customer, the end user, and then the government. So, as part of the practices that we have made, and within this certification process, the creation of the green bond, and what we have also done, we learned that in the end, the most important instruments that have given us the best results, at least in Peru, are one, the credit that comes from the banks, like is the case of BID Investment, that it supports sustainable projects and promotes us as developers and makes us have that aid that will allow us to have enough capital to work in this business, to be able to buy land and then develop the project. On the side of the government, it is important to promote social housing, not only through financing with the banks so that the financing is sent to the final consumer at a preferred rate, but also in the case of subsidies provided to the consumer, in this case to the clients. we have the good payer bond, the green bond, and this good payer bond, we have added the green bond. And obviously, what they do is to understand that the client must have an initial quota which is complementary or larger that will allow them to finance less money. And what do they have to finance less money? Because finally they will have to live for the 5, 10, 15, or 20 years with each mortgage loan. So the larger the initial quota is, obviously, it will have a lower financing and then a mortgage quota that they have to face throughout the months. So this virtuous triangle is not only related to sustainability or education or equality or environmental respect, but also this is implemented through the promoters' benefits of the bank that will give the financing to the customers. The best instruments for us was a transfer of part of the subsidy to the developer, and therefore they don't have to choose between sustainable housing and traditional or non-sustainable housing. They got an additional bonus. Then our work in terms of education. We have to create more awareness in our clients. That's what we have to do. So the basic financial instruments to achieve this are in this triangle: the promoter, the bank, and the government. It is very important. In the case of Peru, the work of the Housing Fund to promote social housing, because it allows us to offer a product which finally gives economic benefits to the customer and savings in energy and water resource, even if it is true that it might be a higher investment, but the realtor, it is also a product that today has a higher demand. The consumer or client gets the benefit of a preferred rate, and the bank financing the retailers or the families has a funding rate which is much lower, which is transferred finally to the client. So at least this is what has worked. There are other instruments that we are not yet using in Peru, but in our experience, this is what has given us good results. And as I mentioned, more than 80% of the social housing in Peru is having a green certificate. Thank you, Luis. Finally, Giovanni, what type of incentives might occur coming from the public sector to promote sustainable housing? Well, today in Panama, we're not interested for green housing, neither the promoter, nor the financial entity, nor the buyer. So we need to find a way to make this type of housing attractive to the three main stakeholders. I believe that on the side of the buyer, it might be having a better rate for the mortgage, or at least that the sustainable housing would have a price similar to that of the housing. On the side of the promoter, it might be a better rate or a better discount on income taxes, and it could be like no tariffs when we talk about importing the products to make the housing sustainable, and on the other side to generate tax incentives for the financial entity so that it turns out to be interesting. So it is important for the state to participate here and allows us to generate those incentives so that the sustainable housing becomes attractive, because if we compare a sustainable versus a non-sustainable housing, the buyers will continue buying the lower cost housing, and we won't be able to promote adequately this product. And finally, Raimon, where do you see other possibilities along the value chain of housing where we can implement sustainable practices? Please be brief. We have no time left. I have read that. Okay, now, that was my comment. No, Just a final comment now. Our model is our model. When I say that they have to invest and reinvest the profits and the shareholder must not have an office building, I mean, this is what has worked for us. I am not saying that this is the right way. I'm just making that comment. And this is not the best model. This is our model, and I will be glad to share that with you. Thank you. And on the value chain suppliers, the business model again. Oil Ruba's production, they are telling me that I have to finish. I just want to tell you the following. All the production in Ruba is done with independent construction companies. Again, strategic alliances. We generate strategic alliances with these companies. They are independent. Literally, we need to see them as partners. And we have a strong shared responsibility with them. What have we done? And we all know that in this construction industry, construction is a very difficult industry. So, what do we have to do? Well, the same. We have talked how to socialize in the gated communities. We have to provide them with the tools so that the independent consulting companies may be more professional with the same formula for them to grow, develop, get institutionalized, and they might be fully in the formal market to be more productive and efficient. These are, I will give no further details. They are about to kill me here. Paloma is about to kill me, so I won't be giving you more details. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the three panelists. They gave us a very complete vision on the varied challenges faced every day, and I would like to invite you all that from our role as part of the housing ecosystem, let us support and contribute to provide a greater supply of sustainable housing. Thank you for this interesting panel of housing consultants, which is a key task in the sector's value chain to take care of the housing deficit in Latin America and the Caribbean. All good things come to an end. We would like to give the floor to Carlos Martinez Vasquez, who's going to make the closing remarks. Carlos is coming. Great. In the meantime, well, he arrives. After that, we're going to have Gloria Lugo, who is the head of operations of the IDB Mexico. And after that, we are going to visit the museum. And there we are going to create groups of 25 people with 4 sensorial stations. I have been told that the experience will be good to put everything that we have said in context. We are going to feel all the different links that have been explained as part of this agenda. And finally, the so expected cocktail party. I hope that you also want to go to this cocktail party. Now we are welcoming the last speaker. This has been a very intense day, but it's wonderful to see so many people. How many times have you seen so many people at the closing of an event with such an intense agenda as the agenda that we have had today? Great. Then we are going to start first with Gloria. Gloria will have the floor now. We have made the change. Gloria Lugo, head of operations of IDB Mexico. Please go ahead, Gloria. You have the floor now. It is always better not being the last. So, I just don't have many more things to say. I would like to thank you for your active participation. As Luis was saying, it's wonderful to see so many people in the room. I mean, it means that this has been a valuable agenda for you all. Carlos, I'm sorry I started. I will go even faster now. The Housing Forum 2024 has had the participation of 12 ministers and vice ministers of housing of Latin America and the Caribbean, U.S. government authorities, and relevant stakeholders of Canada and Europe. Also participation of mayors of the city, development banking organizations, construction companies, microfinancial institutions, and investors. We all agree that we need to fight disruptive measures for housing deficit in a highly urbanized area. We have covered together crucial challenges and shared innovative solutions to improve housing conditions in the region. We have heard valuable experiences and successful international practices that inspire us to continue with determination to reduce housing deficit in our countries. This forum, which is a space that we jointly organize once a year and that will always be held in the region, has been on a platform for the exchange of ideas, construction of partnerships, and collaboration among the international agencies, governments, private sector, and civil society. Together, we have reaffirmed our commitment towards adequate housing for all citizens in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now the real work starts. It is our duty to implement initiatives, to implement the strategies, and continue working together to transform the realities of the millions of families through adequate housing in our region. We invite you to continue connected, to continue with the dialogue and collaborate in future projects. The network that we build today is the start of a collective effort that will give meaningful fruits in the next few years. I would like to thank the SEDATU, the INFONAVIT, and the team that organized this successful event. Thank you for your time, dedication, and passion to improve the quality of life of our communities. I am sure that together we will be able to move forward for the construction of a more inclusive, sustainable, and equitable future. Thank you, and travel safely to your countries. Thank you so much, Gloria. And now I would like to give the floor to Carlos Martinez Velázquez. And I will take my phone back. Well, I would like to thank you all for being part of this third regional housing forum, a very long day. We started quite early this morning. Many of you are tired, I know that. Many of you learned a lot. We heard a lot of information, but I believe that we all are very happy of what we learn, of what we are doing in our countries, and how we can devise better strategies for adequate housing for everybody through the adequate financing and others. I would like to thank the experts of the IDB, the panelists, the officers of Canada, the United States, the Dominican Republic, Salvador, Guatemala, Panama, Argentina, Chile, Cuba, Brazil, among others. And thank you to the IDB, to the working team. With Paloma, I mean, we were talking about this, and Paloma said, and if we organize it for Mexico, and I said, and if we do, and this is how we started, and it was creating a team with the people of INFONAVIT, Daniel, Fer, Jaime, the whole working team, all the team of Paloma, Graham, Mauricio. Thank you. It would have been impossible if not had not been for your weekly meetings, planning the forum, and it is admirable. The persistence of Paloma is admirable. A round of applause for Paloma, please. Paloma is always asking us to make the best to achieve what we have committed to. Thank you. A long day. The cocktail party comes now, dinner party, the museum, the tour. We still have many activities, but we have formally adjourned the forum. Thank you so much, and we will now continue. Thank you. I would like to thank you all. It has been a huge pleasure. A round of applause for the production and the organizing team, IDB, INFONAVIT, and all the organizations that have worked together. A work of more than 6 months. So we have a lot of new knowledge. The day is over, and Paloma and other people will be talking about the fourth forum that will be held in, we still don't know, but we all be there. The third Regional Forum of Housing 2024, Mexico City. A pleasure for me to be with you today, and I hope that you have enjoyed a lot and learned as much as I did. Thank you so much.